Alright, good morning, everybody. See, Twitch seems to be very quick. We like that. Let's go. YouTube is not being as quick. What is going on? There we go. There's the tubes. Alright, so our hardcore baldy is naked and in the standard league. He is dead. EED dead. I already have an Infernalist. Let's jump on this Infernalist real quick and see what we got going on. We might just get rid of it. What are we doing on this Infernalist? Oh, this one was my... Yup. 22%, 24%. Oh, so we didn't hit this one with life modifiers. Nerd. Yep. I wonder how far we could get this build now. I don't remember how to play, honestly. What if we did that and got rid of this? I don't remember how many stacks we can get, but it's not too terribly much. That's going. I have... Okay, so I have all of my ascendancy points. Got a good bit of stuff. Wonder if we couldn't make this better. 198 seems to be where we're at. I don't think I have any life regen. What's up, Sniff? Yeah. I was waiting for you to come back yesterday and let us know about the softcore div thing, and then you never came back. And then hold on, I'll send you the link. It's only a minute long. It's sad. There she is. Alright, we're at 70 stacks. There we go. We're starting to lose a little bit of health. So I can get to basically 70 stacks before I start losing a lot of health. But how can we do better? I can get rid of life there. Oh, hold on. What if I did... $170? That's better by a lot. Let's see how this works. Yeah, so this was one of my other oh, this is significantly worse. What is going on here? Oh, okay, we're good. So I still have the minion character, but because it died, we kind of stripped up. Okay, 80. There we go. So basically 85 now, and we don't lose life quite as quick. All right, you're back. I thought you were subscribed already, because I see that you've got the, actually, let's get rid of the sub goal, because it doesn't seem to work right. Because I see the Prime Gaming thing. I thought, whatever, it doesn't matter. We're back. Okay, so, yes. So I've got, a Hardcore Baldy here is still here. We did, because we're softcore now, we messed with it a little bit. And we got it up over 1 million. I cleared her out. But here, hold up. I have the belt over there. Hold on, let me grab that belt back. We'll put this belt back in. Where's minions? Far prep, leveling sword, minions. There we go. So if we put this back over here and that there, okay, give us that.
We should all just get along with each other and put away our problems or whatever it is. We just need to forget about everything and just have a good time here tonight. It's really that simple.
I guess these don't really matter right now. All right. So, as you can see, we now have 57 57 regular skellies if we wanted them. That's kind of a misnomer, right? So here, we actually get 39. So if we wanted 39, we could have 39 regular skellies. They do all right, but that's not where the bread and butter is. So if we close this all the way down, we get our 1 cleric, and I think we had 20. There we go, 31. So 31 of these guys at almost 40,000 DPS is basically where we could push this build to. I mean, it's just an absolute beast of a, you know, of a build. We didn't do Simulacrum. I've got one. Let's try to run a Simulacrum with it. I guess I should put my flasks back in then. So we go here. I posted it up. That was the link I just sent you. All right, I'll be here. Yeah. So when I slow it down a lot, it looks like the first tower that I hit said every hit contributes to poison buildup, which is okay. It is what it is. Somehow they hit me with the Viper Mark, but the Viper Mark does chaos damage, not poison damage. But it showed up as poison damage because of the other hit. And poison damage didn't trigger my charm and bypasses energy shield. So even though I have a lot of energy shield, poison bypasses energy shield, whereas chaos does not. And there it is. Took less than a second. I never had a shot to even try to hit my potion or anything. Less than a second. Gone. Yeah, I had to get closer so I could reapply my firewall. And they hit me in that one instance. They got very lucky with that hit. So now we're kind of at a loss because that was the very end of the day too. So like we didn't really even have a chance to run anything back. We didn't have a chance to look for anything. It was just the end of the day and whoop, there it is. So I'm kind of at a loss for what to do today now until the release of the live stream. But it's kind of okay, right? Because I think we'll mess around, we'll do a little bit of research, we'll see what we can't find, what is, you know, kind of the idea behind the best hardcore solo self-found build. We'll do a little bit of research now, we'll see what's available with what we have now. And then, unfortunately, the patch notes for 0.2.0 have been pushed back. So we'll see what we get with the announcement of everything. Prisms are like 3/4 mirror. I don't have 3/4 of a mirror for a prism. Hold on, we did this yesterday. I'll look it up again. We are on standard, okay. Let's just go straight here because it's the only one that's gonna have it. There, 700 div. Yep. So it's a little closer to half a mirror. Yeah, they are absolutely insane. Because I thought about it, because we did change up basically everything, right? So now we have an Against the Darkness that has our 12 Spirit. And we changed and we got as much of those as we could get without, you know, more levels, right? Because I would need 4 more levels to get 2 more. I could probably honestly get away with like giving up some of this for that, but we're kind of as far as we were going to get, right? We did change, so we got that, we got this. I had a Venter's Gamble laying around here, so we put that on. I hit this with a couple div and got it up to 79 instead of, it was like 67 or whatever it was. Maybe I'll buy a couple audiences today. That's actually not a bad idea. I'll buy a couple audiences. We can run a couple of those. And then we'll see how many belts we drop. Corrupt a bunch of belts and see if we get anything, you know, to corrupt over 80. Just call it a big Gamba day. Oh, speaking of div. There we go. Just raw drop a div real quick. Nothing, you know, nothing big. I'm a little sad that it didn't make my div noise. So, hold on. So, my demon form, I was only getting like 75 stacks before it started killing me. So, I don't know what I need to do differently. Oh, well, there we go. That makes sense. Alright, so +4, I made it... How many phases was this? 130%? That's not bad. Oh, snap! I can wait! Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Boom, alright, thank you. Might need to take the flasks node. Okay, so hold on. Let's come, we're gonna empty this guy off again. Where's minion build? There we go. So let's move all this so that it's all kind of one cohesive thing, and I don't get confused, because I do that easily. And we're gonna do this. Boom. Alright. And then what did we get here? Anything? I don't think so. Yeah. Lightning, quarterstaves, not bad. Let's try it again. There we go. Yeah, nothing. Alright, they go in the Gamba section. Boom. Yes, so yeah, the bottom screen is a 49-inch ultra-wide LG, and the top one is a... No, sorry, bottom one's a 47-inch ultra-wide. The top one is a 46-inch ultra-wide. Okay, so this guy's naked, so let's switch over back to the demon form guy. Welcome in, I can't wait. Right? I might need a neck doctor after that. I actually, so I don't stream on Fridays because I go to the hospital. Because I go see a chiropractor, a physical therapist, a massage therapist, and tomorrow I'm adding my pain management specialist in there. Because I have a lot of neck problems. So like normally I kind of lean back in my chair like this, and I can see both fairly well, so I don't have to move a whole lot. But oh yeah, it gets bad sometimes. Like when I'm really into it and then I have to look up to see chat, that's bad. So I always try to lean back so I don't hurt myself. Alright, so hold on, here we are. So this is what I've got. I think I have a better one of these. Now you've got me contemplating. Yes, so here's 60. Because you said that you found a guy that was going to trade dibs and we were going to be awesome, and then we didn't. You went to the gym and you left us like a gym bro. Alright, so hold on, here we go. So this is better, right? Converting 61%. You did. You were vacuuming for like an hour. What are you vacuuming your room in there? Come on now. You need an inventory, stashes a million more times. Hold on, not to mention you need the inventory. What do you mean? Okay, so yeah, so 61% conversion is better, obviously, than 50%, right? Build guides, which, what did he say it's called? Barrier Invocation. So let's see. Barrier, no. EI, bone shattering, no. If you watch VOD, you would see you were literally turning head 180 degrees every... Really? Huh. Well, that's crappy. That's why I got a curved one, so I wouldn't have to change so far. No. Damn. Alright, well then I'll have to... You're uploading the 89 death for me? Thank you, Smurf. Hold on, I did just see, there it is. So let's do max roll GGG, PoE2, POB, POB slash ADD010NQ. 404. What are you trying to do to me here? Copy. Oh, that's why. It's trying to give me some weird... Okay, hold on. Let me try this again. POB. Right? Maxwell GGG. POE2. POB. Slash 80D010NQ. There it is. Infernalist, Barrier Invocation. What is this? What is... Hold on. New, there we go, okay. Two Prisma Beliefs? Ignore the number before Comet for a full DPS calculation. As a POB, it's going to calculate the Comet cast speed correctly. We are casting an average of 5 casts per second. POB saying blah blah. Set it manually, so it gives about 12. What level is this, guys? So I can use either one. I've got the 91 and the 89. Actually, give me a real quick second. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Give me 1 second.
Was I one light to go for you, one heart to go for you? Was I one night too slow for you, one time said no to you?
All right. Whew. Washing your hands takes longer than doing actually everything else. Here we go. What are we selling? Sure, whatever. There we go. A 3-socket 622 403 for 5 div. You're getting a steal, buddy. But it's end of league, and I don't care enough to stop you. Congratulations.
Was I one lie too good for you? One heart too low for you? Couldn't be perfect for you. Was I one night too slow for
There we go. Boom. 5 div. There we go. Guess who dropped a 2 minion helm yesterday on an EX? Damn, okay. Alright, so what are we doing here? Let's go. Okay, so yes, we want that to be overcapped. Increased. Okay, okay. I mean, this seems fairly easy. Why would you use... I guess it depends on how much spirit we have left, why you would use hypothermia instead of... Now I'm drawing a blank. The one that makes it an aura. Increased recovery rate from life flask while it's active. Yes, blasphemy. Yes. Bone Cage, Comet, Spell Echo, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How the hell do you get 8 things in there? You can only have 5 sockets. So wait, how does that work? How do you get... Unless Barrier Invocation magically had... Okay, so if he swaps... 110 Demon Flames stacks against the Pinnacle boss. All damage configured as many features. Bone Cage swaps for Frostbolt, but I don't see that. Like, you see how that's kind of confusing, right? And Burial, you have Bone Cage, Comet, Spell Echo, Magnified, Hold Mastery. So yeah, that works. But then why are there 3... You died about 4 minutes. Hold on, let's pause this for a second. Oh, look, somebody subscribed to this channel. All right. Oh, hold on. I want to see where you're placing these, because this is where I messed up. Okay, so we're going to start immune to physical. You're going to get that. Okay, penetrate cold res is kind of whatever. Extra damage, 100% extra damage. 100% extra cold and lightning damage. He even said, seems to... Okay, so now they have 200% as lightning, and an extra 100% on top of that is cold. And they're immune to physical? Were you able to kill them at all? I mean, you seem to be doing alright. Holy... Hold on. We gotta go back a little bit. We're gonna slow this down. Where is playback speed? Okay, because... That's so fast. You got... Yeah, holy crap. Yeah, because they hit you with 200% extra lightning and an extra 100% of extra cold. Holy crap. That really was all energy shield, all life, all mana just immediately in one frame. Damn. Map penetrates too? No. Alright, so hold on. Why do we have... Expeditionist get... Yeah, like... You make it significantly more powerful for basically no reason. Okay, hold on. So we don't need Eternal Youth, but why... Or, wait. What's Eternal Youth? Oh, that. But yeah, so they're not even using it, right? So where is Eternal Youth? On the tree. Is that it? Okay, so if that's it, then... Hold on, we can put the music back on. If that's it... That's all well and good, but, like, he already has it... From Nothing, Megalomaniac... It's even right there, so like... That doesn't make sense to me. Why would you do that if you're not going to take any of the passives? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's just a waste. Grab the Herald skills? Where? These ones? Because those aren't on. Metagains beside them? Okay, so those... Yeah, but again, there's nothing actually highlighted to indicate that he picked those, because they would look like that. Full Discord. There you go. Yeah, I don't know, like, this seems like an awful lot of work that went into making this, but he didn't do a good job. You know what I mean? Like, there's 3 extra... So if I'm following this, there's no video to go with it. And it takes an awful... Like, hold on. Let's see if we can't find one that does a better job. So nothing is showing up for Barrier Invocation. Let's go community builds. See if anything's here. How do we search here? There we go. Raider Lightning Bolt, Barrier Invocation. Now we're using actual... some actual information here. Much Watch Guide for setup. For Lightning Warp clearing. Clears T-15's 5 with the Atlas known. Average build, kind of fun. Bad at Simulacrum. Can kill T4 or T4 bosses. Meta skills, faster start, soul cores, ruby +2 max fire, belt implicits against the darkness, and class rise Phoenix. Okay, but this isn't doing, because we're using sword and focus, or wand and focus, so this is not using. This is me. General. Holy shit. Can I move this? Guess not. Hold on, what is going on with your tree? What is going... Hold on. This is what it looks like when I look at your the images you sent. So I think these are where I'm supposed to follow. Alright, hold on. Let's just do this. Let's see what... Oh, yours is Demon Flame, though. Let's see, what's the other one? Not max roll. Oh. UE2.ninja. Builds. Infernalist. Nobody. There we go. Yeah, that's insane to try to look at. All right, hold on. Oasis Eternal Youth. 84K. What are you doing? What is going on here? Oh. Bye. So still not... Oh yeah, they're using demonic possession. Okay. Comet skills, against the darkness, extra cold. And then just a bunch of stuff. What is this? Okay. Oh, because that's going to change what some things turn into. Seed of Cataclysm. Okay. No, they can't be using demon form. Everything has life on it. I don't know how I feel about these. Like, this is... Yeah, well, yeah, and it couldn't be demon form anyway, because they're using wands. So that wouldn't work for demon form anyway. There's an adorned. So that's a whole different setup. I mean, I have one, but... I have two, actually. Oh, no, that one got pulled out. Alright. Another one with a shield. I don't know if you're going to use a shield, why you wouldn't use a shield and, yeah, I don't know how I feel about Barrier Invocation. Let's close Infernalist. Let's do that. What's something we haven't done that we could? Hold on, are there no Deadeyes in the top? There it is, Deadeye. Okay, so we dropped down to 82 now. There's no Deadeyes at all in 82 and above. Oh, that's why. I don't know why Barrier Invocation stayed. Wait, what is going on here? Detonate Dead build. 2 Detonate Deads. Two Detonate Deads. Hellhound. Soul Offering. Okay. Connectivity, Cleric, Grimpeace, Link, Archmage. Archmage? Sacrifice makes sense. Demon form. See, like, this could be interesting, right? I just... Oh, I would love to see how this plays. Stop with the huge search. Let's go back. But it looks like Infernalist is absolutely crushing the hardcore solo self-found. Right? So I think we were right to play that. Oh, look, here we go. This is... This is basically what we were just playing, right? In a roundabout way. But they also didn't get CI. Wonder why these guys aren't going CI. Skeletal Storm Mage. Storm Mage, Frost Mage, Hypothermia, Eye of Winter, Cleric. If you go CI, bleed kills you? So hold on. Let's so if we switch over to this guy, this guy is CI. And I think that's the Adorned. One of these... I don't even... Actually, you know what? I don't know that I have one. There it is. Corrupted Blood can't be inflicted. So Corrupted Blood can't be inflicted. I'm CI. What causes bleed damage? Where can we go for bleed damage? The Manor. Oh, yeah. So I won't even cast anything. These guys aren't doing anything. Those guys aren't the bleedy guys. Those guys aren't the bleedy guys. Right? Hold on, what was that? Hit me again. Hit me again. What was that? Yeah, hold on. Let me see if we can't find some of the blood pool guys. Because I think you're right. I think that little blood pool that they have is bleed damage. There we go. There's some. Living blood. You're taking physical damage, but... I'm ignited. I'm taking physical damage. I'm stunned. But none of this is causing me to die. Yes, this is my gemling. But yeah, so none of this, like, living blood and ignited, none of that is causing me to die. At least not at a rate. Let's see if when I kill him, if I stand in it. No, it just says physical damage, which is, I mean, basically, right, that is how that works. Why would I use Widowhail when I've got basically 5.5 times 6 mana? I have 13k mana. Luna dropped a Widowhail and Hardcore Soul Selfbound? Damn. Hold on, let's turn Blink off, put Pass No Shock back. 247k. Okay. So if I switched my wand out with my buddy's wand, I would be over 500k. Because his wand gives me 270,000 DPS boost. So just switching the wand puts me over 500k. But like, honest, so he's got a, a phenomenal one, but like, it doesn't make sense why I would do, you know, anything else. I think I have a Widow Hail around here somewhere. That's a 268, which isn't bad, but isn't good. So if I have that, I don't think I have a whatchamacallit for it. Is this... No, it's not plus projectiles. Yeah, I don't think I have one that has plus projectiles on it. That's +2. Okay. Yeah, let's try it. See what we get. Nothing. Nothing. And when I asked, because she called on the way home, and I asked, I was like, hey, what are you bringing home for dinner? What's going on? And she's like, oh, I didn't bring anything. And I was like, so where are you stopping? And she's like, I'm around the corner from the house. And I was like, ooh, you should have thought about that before telling me that you were going to bring food home, and now I have nothing ready. And so she ordered food for us. Yeah. She said there might be something today, but I thought ahead and I pulled something out. So just in case she does this again, she ended up ordering Taco Hell, which is like, but I mean, it was alright. I haven't had Taco Bell in years, so it's like, I guess it's okay. I sure did. So not only did I pull out the pork belly, so that can thaw completely, and we can do, we can try that pulled pork, but I also pulled a couple little pork chops out for today. Yeah, so we're gonna try that. We're gonna, you know, we'll see what happens. I'm gonna try to make this as good as we can. Give it a good rub. I'm gonna put it in a little tin. I think I'm gonna put a tent over it too. A little tent over it so that we can try to let it like steam up in there a little bit. Oh, I think I should corrupt the other ingenuity I have too. See what we get. Because I've got, it's a 79. I got it up to 79. But I think I want to hit it with an Omen and, well, nothing sold, but also, I'm never getting that money. I don't know why my hardcore trades show up on my softcore. You know what I mean? Like, why? Why do I see that? How does this affect? Because it takes 3 of my slots. It's a whole different system. It don't make sense. Sniff, we're waiting. While we're waiting, let's see. Okay, so I do think that, at least as it sits now, if we go back, hardcore solo self-found. What is that? An invoker? Oh, are they doing... Not Pillar the Caged God. And not all... No, there's no way. Ice Strike Tempest Bell, so yeah. Acrobatics, CI, Eternal... Yeah, well, why would you not... What? Why would you do that? Stop with these giant-ass ads. I don't understand. I mean, there's got to be a reason for it. He's a level 100, but... Charge Staff, Herald of Thunder, Herald of Ice, Ice Strike, Wind, Tempest. Yeah, I mean, all of this points towards... What the actual fuck with that ad? Okay, you're on? Alright, let's go back to the game. You didn't send me a message. That's you, right? There we go. Oh, okay. Wait, which one do you have? Oh, I have that one. Alright, let's see what we get. Okay. So let's first take this off and this off. So you got a 300. We'll throw that up there. And then 2 to levels, projectile skills. So nothing super different, right? And then I think we're the same here. Attributes, mana. Yes, I already have that. That's fine. And then my spark drops. Oh wait, hold on. Where does this go? Where, I guess anywhere, right? We'll just change out, not that one. We can change that one, I guess. What does this give us? Wither away for those. Unwithered enemies, wither increase. Okay. So that's pretty big. 30% from Master Fletching. But I still drop 45,000, 46,000 DPS. It feels faster. What are the attacks a second? Cast time 0.25. And then if I bring this back down and switch that back out. So I gain a lot of damage and I'm a little faster. Which is weird because it felt like you were faster before, but yeah, I gain a lot more damage using this. 46,000 damage increased. Here, hold on. Oh, I guess I can't do that for... because it's a huge swap over because I have Adorned. And so most of my jewels are all magic corrupted jewels. Yeah, so even at a 300... even at a 300 Widow Hail with a good... Oh, I know why yours looks faster, because you've got projectile speed there. What's this? Oh, okay, hold on. Let's take this back then. Yeah, that should make a huge difference. Yep. Yeah, that's gonna change everything. Okay, hold on. So let's put all of this over here so I don't get it mixed up with the other ones. We'll do that. We'll come here, put all my maps away. And that, okay. We're just gonna do 1-for-1 swaps across the board. Not that one. That one. Not that one. That one. That one. Not that one. That one. Wait, no, wait. There we go, better. Okay. And then this one's got to be that. Okay, and then let's switch this back out. So that goes there, and that's still the same. Still a DPS loss of what, 24,000 now? But yours is moving a lot faster. But it's still slower because I'm a 0.22, so you're still a little bit slower. Your projectile speed is significantly faster. Yeah. Yeah, the spark itself is faster, but it does a lot less damage. But it is a lot faster, like the actual spark itself. Projectile speed 477. Hold on, that's huge. Wait, hold on, that's not that. Which one's yours? That one's got to be yours, right? Quiver. Quiver. We didn't change that because that's that one. We did change this one. We changed this one. Quiver. We didn't change those or those. There we go. Quivers, Dex, Quiver. Yes, okay. And then bring those back down. And we should be back to 241. Maybe I did switch that one up. That one's definitely yours. Quiver, magnitude. Yeah, because all of mine had int. Okay. And then, so yes, your spark was insanely fast. An extra 300 and what, 50% faster? But like the speed doesn't really matter if you're not hitting. You know what I mean? Like I'm gaining 40,000 DPS or 30,000 DPS over what you're doing, but yours is significantly faster. So I wonder if the speed means they're getting hit by more sparks. That would be interesting to look at. The quiver pierces. Interesting. Huh. It is an interesting concept, right? I mean, like, which one is ultimately better? I don't know. Once we trade this back, I'll look and see what the top Gemling guys are playing. I wish, oh wait, what's going on here? There we go. H-Blood Heavy Belt. Oh, nice. Hold on, you gotta trade this stuff back. How much did this setup cost you? Damn. Yeah, see, so there's 350. I hit 350 before it dropped off on me. Hold on, the quiver was the most expensive? What are we trading in? Alright, we're in standard. Widow Hail. So a 300 Widow Hail right now is 100 to 150 div. If I wanted the same bow as you at 300, it would cost me 150 div. If he's even selling it, because he may not, because there's another one here for 300. Every 50%. Okay. So then, yeah, so 300 hits the next breakpoint to get you basically what, 6% or 6 levels of spark? What if we cleared this out and I put in spark? Yeah, see, that's cheap. Yeah, that's probably one of the most expensive parts, right? I didn't look at what level my spark was when I did it, but I can't imagine it was higher. Because you gotta figure I got 5 here, and then I just get an absolute monstrous amount of mana. And honestly, this isn't even the best one, right? I think I have a better one. No, that's not better. I don't think that one would be better. Quiver, you just need +2 skills, pierce, and crouch speed. Huh. This one might be worth it, but I don't think so because the energy shield's going to drop, which means I drop mana, and I don't think that drop would make it, like, yeah, it's 663 compared to 559. I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Oh, and then we have a 96 adorned up there if anybody wants to buy that for a mirror. What was I just looking at? Temple of Chaos. Do I have any Zolotls? I don't. See if we can't buy 2 real quick. I want Zolotls. I have Exalt. Uh, 360. We'll just call it 370. Oof. What is... Hold on. I'm sorry, man. I don't add anybody into the friends. So hold on. Why... I mean, 664 and 541 isn't bad. But it's still not... What do you mean complete? Yeah, because this one's just better on both sides, right? Yeah, because that's such a low number. This one's gonna be better. You got that? Oh, you dropped that? Hell yeah! Oh, it sucks that you like get corrupted with. I mean, armor and energy shield's not bad. So these ones I all dropped. I dropped all those. I dropped these 2. I haven't corrupted them yet. I might corrupt them too. I got a couple belts I corrupted. I did an unreasonable number of trials. I dropped this one. Alright, hold on. Here's Alva. We're good. Let's do exchange. Now we have 2 of those. Chaos test. Alright, so we're looking at 13,447. Yeah, so that drops me basically 1,000 energy or 1,000 mana. What is this going for now? Oh, I'm the only one. We'll put it back for 5, even though we just put more in there. Yeah, so I dropped this from the trial. 96 adorned. I dropped a second one that I sold for 150 div, and then bought this one for like 65 div. Because I didn't, why not have the extra money? We do have some money, but I don't think it's enough. Let's actually find out. Hold on, let's do this. Oh, I don't want to do all the homework for it. I was going to say, we'll see if we can get a different wand to make that better, but honestly, it's such a hassle to go through POB to figure out which one's going to be the best. Do we have any breach? We don't. I know I have delirious stuff. I have a single isolation after all of that. I have one single isolation, which is insane. Let's see if we can get a second one. We'll do some gambling, right? Boom. So hold on. This is stacks of 50, so 150 of these. Let's see what we get. It looks like everything's turning into guilt, which is kind of nice. See how far we can get it. I thought they were random, honestly. They must have fixed it. I'm glad that they did, though. So this is what it should be. This isn't what it used to be, but this is what it should have always been. So if we do this with all of these to get guilt, we'll kind of see what we end up with. But it's definitely not going to be enough to get us to an isolation, right? That's just not going to happen. And that's okay. But you used to be able to 3-to-1 gamble, and it would show up as any other one. But since it's working this way, it makes me want to see what happens with Soul Cores. Because you used to be able to do it with Soul Cores too, and you could 3-to-1 them and gamble. You would get a random one, right? So let's see. So that just worked with guilt. So that's nice. But it's not. It might get us there, but I'm not gonna waste more time doing that. Where is? Here we go. So Appoliti. What's the next one after Appoliti? I want Soul Cores. We have Appoliti is there, so the next one should be Jaquani. And we got him as Kappa? No shot. Oh, well, that's an immediate massive upgrade. Hold on, what is that? So, we had 3 Appoliti is 90 exalts. Can I even sell an as Kappa is 1600. So, oh, that's nuts. All right, well, there we go. We have an S Kappa. Yeah, a little bit. Small kind. Oh, that's insane. Act 3 Cruel? Hell yeah. Now it makes me want to do more, but that's such an, insane... Okay, so these don't just go one by one. Can we do... We can. Body turns into infinite. Body. Mind. Okay, so we can still do that. But it doesn't... So that's a gamble, but it doesn't upgrade to here. But let's see what happens here. What does this become? So 3 greater essence of battle. dropped to a regular essence? What? So maybe it can jump. I'll do this. Let's see. Let's get lucky. Can we get a greater essence out of this? That's the real question. I just want a single greater to know that it's possible. Right? That's what we... Is it even possible? I'm just going to click through all of them. We'll look at the results at the end. There it is. It is possible. Not likely, but possible. So hold on, what does that go for? How much money did I waste and how much did we make? So I have this. I want exalts. Okay, so one greater of the infinite is 390. Oh, that's a fantastic upgrade then. Yeah, that's a huge money maker. Oh, we've been playing this game all wrong, guys. That's insane. There we go. So that's more money, right? Easy day. Gamba, gamba, gamba. Okay, here's the real thing. Where did I put minion build? This guy. This guy. And I want... I have div... Omen of Corruption. Wait, why would I pay more than market rate? I mean, I guess we're just going to pay 4 for... Oh, other way around. Okay. Yes. So I just did... Let's do that. So I grabbed a bunch of the Essence of the Bodies. I grabbed, what, 50 of them or 100 of them? And out of those 50 or 100, I got one Greater Essence of the Infinite. So these are, like, basically... Hold on. I think I still have it pulled up, right? I don't. Oh, hold on. What are we selling now? For sale tab? Let's make some div real quick. Regular for sale tab. For sale 3. There it is. Boom. Sorry, we're making money here. Hold on. Where is... Oh, there it is. Perfect. Read all spell skills. You gonna join the area? Trade. Hold on 1 second. I'll read your thing in just a second. Okay. Small profit, Act 3 Cruel. What did you reforge normal essence for greater? Yeah, so I reforged a bunch of the essence of the bodies. Here, we'll do it again real quick. Let me do this and this. We'll just grab 3 stacks. Come down here. I threw all 3 stacks in and just hit reforge. And it's basically a gamble, right? It could be anything that it comes out as. Including a greater, which is interesting. And then if you come to Alva, the one we used was Of the Body. And Of the Body is basically 1-to-1, right? 1-to-1 ratio. So even here, 2-to-1, another 1-to-1. Oh, that's Of the Mind. I thought it was Lightning. Yeah, so they always will become something else, even if it becomes what it originally was. But it has a chance to roll into a greater. Where did I put my omens in this stash tab set? There. Omen and omen. Okay, so we're going to put that there, that there. We're actually going to bring it down into the center. Boom. Okay, so here we go. We've got a 79 uncorrupted, and they're valued right now at 18 div. Battle Orb more predictable basically means that it has to have a change. So it says unpredictable, but really it makes it kind of better, right? Because now it's only going to get better or only going to get worse. It will not stay the same. I'm hoping that we hit something significantly better than 80, right? We want to overcap. That would be fantastic. But if not, I guess it is what it is, right? And boom. What do we got? Omen of Corruption was consumed. Did we go up? Did we go down? I don't think it added a modifier. I can't quite see. I can't see, Smurf. What happened? Let me know, please. Tell me it's good. Oh, no, it went bad. It's not terrible, but it's definitely not good. No, that's terrible. It was 79. It dropped to 67, so it dropped 12%. I mean, it's still within range, but ew. That's what we dropped it as. We dropped it as a 67, remember? Alright. Well, let's see. Let's do some currency exchange. I have divs. I want... let's do Breachstones. What are we doing? 1.7, 1.8. So I should be able to get 18 for 10. For 16. How is this working? Alright, give us a couple Breachstones. Let's run these things. Come on. I already have Simulacrums. What else can we run? We can do that. We can do Audience with the King. What if we do 10 of those? For 34. Let's see which one sells first. Come on. One of them has to start selling, right? I'm the competing bid for both of them. Alright, while we're waiting. So looking at Hardcore Solo Self-Bound, it looks like Invoker, Infernalist, Gemling. What is he playing as? Shockburst rounds. Interesting. Quarterstaff Strike? Wait, what? Okay, Pillar makes sense. With a corrupted attack speed, good. He dropped an Against the Darkness that actually mattered. Holy crap. And he went this way for both of them? for max rep. Stop with this fucking ad. This is very interesting. Huh. Made some insane rings. Decent HOAs. Double quarterstaff strike? Wait, what does this guy play? Double Tempest Bell, double quarterstaff strike? That's an interesting solo self-bound. I'm trying to get ideas now, right? To figure out what we would, you know, what the top players have been doing in this league. And really, hardcore solo self-bound is the best of the best, right? Especially at 199, whatever. There's only one Sparker. Really? Shock burst round. Wait, what? Why shock burst round skills? Why would you use that? Orb of Storms makes sense. Spark makes sense. Conduit makes sense. You only have 3 skills? I'm so confused. There we go. Alright. Silverfist down. You're cruising. Alright, well, here we go. We just spent 34 div on 10 audiences. Let's see what we make back. I gotta remember how to play this character. There we go. Where are we going? Show me, you know the way. Is it right there? Yeah, it is. How am I getting there? Can't go that way. Here we go. This is the way. No, this is the end. Oh, shit! There we go. That's not the one. Okay. Off the rip, we're making money. Alright. There we go. Next one. I need somebody to show me the way. I go this way because it's over here. Where are you taking me? Okay, where are you taking me? There we go, that's it. There we go. Ew. Wand might. I don't think anything else is actually worth literally anything. We'll grab the shoes just in case, but I don't think they're worth anything. 2 down. Oh, let's throw it in here. I think I have an empty stash tab. We'll call it Evils tab. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. All right, where we go? Ooh, I'm losing my voice. Can't lose my voice. I need it. That's my money maker. There we go. Oof. Damn shoes again. Not that one. Life flask apparently, maybe. But I will throw it in there. Alright, we're not making money anymore. Evils tab. First one, we just got lucky, apparently. Next. Alright, come on. Is this the way I'm supposed to go? Do you know the way? This way, apparently. Is it this way? This way. There we go. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, drop like 2 or 3 more belts. Not these shoes again. Always wax your jacket. I heard that from somebody much smarter than me. That could be... Alright, that's enough. Grab a little gold. Make it say, Wayo. Evil tab. Boo, boo, boo. Alright, half of them down. I don't think we made our money back. There we go. Next phase. Where are we going? Follow this one. Follow this one. Somebody can't help me here, but I want help. I need help. Send help. No, this is the end. Please and thank you. Stupid shoes, come on. Alright, I guess that's it again. Are these shoes literally worth anything? Nope. much is the belt worth on ID'd? 10 div. So I need 3 more to break even. I need 3 more belts just to break even. I spent 34 div on 10 runs. There we go. Oh, I went the wrong way. I was going the right way. I got lucky. There it is. Found it. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that yet. Liviana did, in fact, await. Just for you, not for me. Good try, though. Again with these shoes. Scalper's jacket, advanced chore. Stoic Scepter tier 5. That I'm not even gonna pick that up. I don't know why I picked that up. It's trash. I know it's trash, you know it's trash. Yes. I guess I should just be doing this. Are these worth anything even ID'd? Nope. We got 4 more. I mean, running 10 alone isn't a huge, like, sample size. But come on. And this is why I don't learn mechanics. Because I tend to kill things quickly. Let's see if I can do this. Cast on shock. Blink. Nope. I gotta find a different way. How do I get in there? No. How do I get into you? No. Yeah, holy crap, the King of the Mist is going to be fully healed by the time I get in there after this. There we go. Okay, there's a diamond, an amelioration, Omen Scepter, Shaman Mantle. Alright, now we did a couple of things, and then those are trash. What's the diamond worth on ID? No way. Hold on, which diamond is this from him? He drops... Let's blow it up. Not Prism of Belief. That's the one. From Nothing. From Nothing. Unidentified... Search. There we go. 4 div. 5 div, basically, right? 5 div across the board. Okay. That made us a couple back, right? Okay. We're gonna do that. We're gonna move this over. I guess we'll ID the rest of it. We'll go over it again when we get back. But we have 3 more to go. We really only made 15 divs, so we need something big to hit to make up 15 more div, and it's still a 4 div loss in these 3. So 3 to go. I need 15 div. I need, what, 19 div to break even? Let's go. I see it over there, but how? I gotta go. Holy crap. Why do I gotta go so far? Alright, got it. Nope. Okay. So I guess I gotta go this way. There we go. You're right, there's one more, then it's the end. Another diamond, okay. I don't know how I'm getting more diamonds, which are like a 2% drop chance, than I am getting, belts. Last one. Yeah, our RNGesus is crapping all over me right now. All right, let's go. Last one. Drop me a belt and a diamond. Come on, belt and diamond, come on. Nope. That's just insane. All right, so I guess let's ID all the boots real quick. Everything else. Nope, nope, nope. Oh no, I hit it with them in there. Oh no. Oh well. Alright, what did we get? We got Mind Over Matter can be allocated. Okay, so nothing. Basically trash. And Resonance, also trash. And a 50% Adorned, or a 50% Ingenuity. So yeah, we just lost 34 div. That's what happened. $76. 80, there we go. So that's 80. That's that. Are we gonna get lucky with this one? What are we gonna get? We got 80 now. We got still 80, but maximum energy shield. There we go. Which one do you want? All right, come on in. Thank you for the 10 exalt. All right, so we got 80 with 19. So that kind of broke us even, right? Wait, hold on. Does this... So basically 40 div. That's fine. But does this change enough? So 13,447. No. Nope. Let's put it up for sale for 40. Maybe we'll make some of the money back. We'll see what happens. What else did we get? I think everything else is trash, right? 10 runs, we got 7 pairs of boots. 120 and 30. That's the best pair, and they're trash. Cool, cool, cool. So those are trash. That's obviously trash. 90, 30, that's trash. No bueno, no skills. 4 Dominion skills, which is cool, except for it's an 84 and could have been 5. That would have been fantastic. That goes away, that goes away, none of these. 1 to chaos, trash. That didn't have anything worth rolling. Energy shield, huge life, holy shit. Nearly perfect, T13. That might be worth running. Nope. Nope, that fell flat on its face. Level, but no bolts. Hold on, I guess I can't put anything else in there. So that's nothing, nothing. Spirit Evasion. paying for that. Res, nope. Somehow this one escaped the... Oh, okay, so that's nothing. For sale tab, one div. There we go. Thank you, my friend. I don't think these are anything, right? Yeah, they're trash. 40 spirit, huge life. Golden lightning res. Okay, so this one's not bad, right? Armor and evasion. That's not bad. Armor and evasion, movement speed, 40 spirit, life, golden lightning. $8 div a month ago. Ew. Let's throw it up for 3 now. Oh, I missed this one. Nope. Just dump that. Okay, and then the rest of these is just basic trash stuff, right? I don't think any of these are particularly valuable. 19s are trash. All this basic ass currency. Those can go there. Alright. Corruptions are okay, but they're not like... Can I make my picture bigger so you can enjoy your eye candy? How's that? There you go. Fully recovered. Oh, those would have been huge on hardcore. Corruption are oddly very cheap. Holy crap. Okay, so only these two are worth anything. Free, come get it. Let's go. We're just gonna give it to you. Merry Christmas. The Covenless, huh? I don't know what you're gonna do with this, but it's basically worthless. I was gonna give it to you for free. Sure. Alright. I want these to go through, but they're not. I guess we're gonna have to raise the price. I have div. I want Breachstone. I want 10 of them so we can run 10 Zeshts. Whatever. There we go. I have this. I want Exalt, right? Do that, and then I have this. So 70 to 1, and then I don't know if we can do this. Nope. It was worth a shot. I can't do that. I can sell them, I guess. All right, put our divs back. Here we go. All right, so we spend 6 div. Let's see if we get more lucky here than we did over there. That's what we want. We want to get more lucky. Not that it has to be like perfectly lucky, but I want to at least break even. Oh, there's my hand. Give. Give hand. Could always use a little handy around here. Come on. I can't wait. Were you still here yesterday when we met our untimely demise? Do I still have it? I don't. I don't remember if you were here or not. Yeah. Following since March 27th. Yeah. It just happened yesterday. That's why I asked. I'll pull it up. I'll pull up the link. And I'll pin it, because that was like the very end of the stream yesterday. How far away is that rare? Give rare. Am I missing something? No, that's today. Hold on, what filter am I using? I'm literally the morning. Yeah, so am I. It's 11 in the morning on the 27th. Wait, what time is it there? Easter's unfollowed. No. It's a bot. All right, hold on. So while he's dying, I think this is the video, right? This is, yeah. So here, we'll put this here. Can I pin it here? I can. Okay, so that's pinned on YouTube. And that's that. There we go. Boom. I don't even know what that garment is. It didn't show up in my filter, so it didn't happen. Alright, come on. Let's do a better Zesh kill this time, too. Maybe we'll actually get set up on time and do what we're supposed to. I know it's +4 Zesh, but come on. That was bad. Are there no more rares? Does that mean I can just speed run to the end? Oh no, there's more rares. I gotta wait. I gotta wait. I don't have Temporalis. I can't just blink to the end. Yeah, so it didn't trigger my charm, and it didn't hit my energy shield. What up, Psychus? So yeah, it didn't hit my energy shield and didn't trigger my charm. But it's supposed to be chaos damage, which would just take away 2 times the number of it should be twice the amount of energy shield taken, is how chaos is supposed to work, but it didn't touch my chaos, and it didn't touch my charm. So I don't know, like, how. Like, yes, I hit the one that said that it adds the poison damage, but it, like I said, it just, I don't know, it doesn't. Oh no! What was... Oh, I didn't use my thing. Oh well. Hurts me seeing you don't pick the dual string. So the stream is this afternoon, for the whatchamacallit, for the announcement. Yeah, so, and like I said, I looked it up, kind of did a good bit of research, because I wanted to know what happened, right? And so, poison damage will bypass energy shield. But you have to have a way to be poisoned to have, like, the first one was just, all damage adds to poison magnitude. But none of the enemies did poison damage until the Viper Strike. But Viper Strike says it does chaos, not poison. So I don't fully understand. But I guess moving forward, we just won't choose that, you know what I mean? Oh, does the charm go? For some reason I thought the charm didn't go. So then I just got poisoned so much that the charm went to 0 and then couldn't save me anymore. So in that 1 second that I was in the area, they hit me enough times to drop. That's insane. That's insane. Oh well. You live and you learn. And then you come to softcore and you destroy stuff. I wish Evil was on. I'd see if I could borrow his gear. Show you what real power is. Evil is, I mean, he's evil for a reason. Right? Yeah, if you could have a sound effect or anything that, like, would help in that situation. I don't know. It's weird. Whatever. We're here. We're doing the thing. The things and the stuff. Yeah, hardcore is it's an interesting choice, and I wasn't going to. I was gonna stay where I am, um, but I was convinced to try hardcore. So, all right. What are we leaving on the ground anyway? Not the amulet I care about. Actually, is Evil on? Let me see if he's on right now. Nope, he's asleep. Let's go back to Evil tab. What I identified. I didn't try hardcore, I very much succeeded. I appreciate you saying that. But, I think the death counter that I had active for many days would say otherwise. It wasn't until you came along, Smurf, and showed me the minion ways. The error of my ways. I do kind of want to try, but not really, the punch only method. I think doing something like punch only would definitely make you learn how to react to attacks. But I also think that it would be very, very boring trying to replay the same things over and over a couple of times. Even to try to get to, like, level 3. Where are we still going? We don't have too much further, I guess. Is this it? There we go. Jeez. All right. Come on. Yes. You can be a nightmare. Oh, yes. We that failed. Okay, bye. I want to fight that dude. Whatever that is that came down and just smashed him. I want to fight that dude. There we go. Wrong button. There we go. What do we got? Nothing worth anything. The announcement today. Yes, the announcement today is the 0.2.0 patch. And we will be streaming it. And then after that, we're going to try to do a little theory crafting, if you will. We're going to see what we can't find. No, it's going to be like a 2-hour live stream, they said. Today at 3 Eastern. So what is that? About 3.5 hours. So in 3.5 hours, they're going to be, you know, on the official GGG or Path of Exile Twitch. They're going to do the whole thing, so I will be streaming it here. We'll talk about what we see. And then they did say that the patch notes are getting pushed back. I didn't see anything. Hold on, let's see real quick. I didn't see anything on like their official. Let's do this real quick before I do that. Boom. We're now live. E2 news. March 27th. Yeah, so we're showing 3 p.m. They're gonna do all of that. But it doesn't say that they pushed it back. Patch note, yes. So Smurf said that, yeah, they pushed it back. The Pacific is the global standard time. I don't know about all that. I spent enough time in California to know that those people are weird. I lived in California for almost 10 years. I was in the Navy. I was stationed down in San Diego for a very long time. I do miss the beautiful weather. Do not miss some of the people. I'm from Pennsylvania, but I've traveled around the world now because of, you know, being in the military. But now I'm kind of a nomad. No, I'm kind of a nomad now of the Northeast. I stick basically between like New York, between like New York, Jersey, DC, Pennsylvania. And what's your mother's maiden name? Parker. First name Peter. My first dog's name was Oreo. Come on. Gotta be the end, right? There we go. Alright, so I think, honestly, all of the money we're going to make out of doing these breach stones is 100% going to come from rolling these breach rings and nothing else. But that's alright, let's see what we get. Okay, bye. I got the gloves the first time. Every time I ran them, then nothing. Oh, these gloves? These gloves? Unfollow. What are they worth unidentified? They're only worth 4 div. Alright, what are they worth now? 5 div. There we go. But that's not how we do it at the end of the league. So that made us our money back, basically, right? That's basically our money back. And we got 5 more to go. So let's... I really want to drop a diamond or 2. That's what I want. I think, and I can't prove this really, but I think that the more points you put into these guys, the lower the drop chance of the belt for nothingness, and the lower the drop chance of the gloves here. Because they start adding more things in, I think they drop the drop chance there. Because I think it's supposed to be like 30% at level 1. But we just ran 5, and that's our first set. And we ran 10 of the Audience with the Kings and only got 1 belt. So I think it drops your drop chance the more points you put in. Remember the time you died earlier? It would have been dropped then. This is a public announcement. No! Getting roasted by chat. Remember that time I sucked real bad? Yeah, that was the time you would have dropped 75 divs. I do wish there was a way I could speed up how fast this thing opened and closed. This is a public announcement. Come on. Doing me dirty. Maybe? So let's find out. All right, yeah, so give us let's take a look at what we've got. I don't know if it applies. I don't know if that applies to this. There's another diamond. There we go. I don't remember what these are worth / called, right? Controlled metamorphosis. There we go. That's what we want. So we want not identified, search. Oh, they're really cheap. Holy crap. Alright, well then we'll just ID it. And then we got very large ring, -6. Okay, so actually that's fairly good, right? Yeah! Yeah, that's real good. Okay, look at us making money. But did I just put a... No, we're good. Nope, no dream fragments. Yeah, okay, so we're making money over here. What is this? This is nothing. We're just gonna trash that. Nothing. Nothing. Okay, that's better. Remember that time I sucked real bad? And then we got it anyway. Alright, well we got 4 more runs to go, so maybe we'll drop another one. Maybe the next one won't be as good. Oh, crap. Hold on, we still want to do this. Recon Atlas passives. Ritual breach. There we go. Breaches open and close 30%. So we don't want that. We're going to come this way for that one. Not that. Let's get rid of all 3 of these. We're going to try something weird. We're going to see if we can't make him, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stronger instead of 4. And we've got it opening and closing 60% fat. Oh, wait, hold on. We don't want that one. There. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stronger. Let's see if he's actually stronger. Open and close faster. Okay. What happened just back from ads? Seriously? When my shrink asks me why I'm depressed again, I'll tell him about me. No! No! You saying that means I have to call mine back up and have another appointment now because I don't want to make other people depressed and I'm sad because I'm doing it. Oh, no. This does feel a bit faster, right? What else? I told you life isn't fair, and here's proof. Again. No. Oh, that hurts. I know your name is I Can't Wait, but I need you to just wait a little bit longer. Hold on. Hold on. I told my therapist I'm scared of the Backstreet Boys. And when they said, tell me why, I could have died. No. Therapists are some very weird people. I had to stop seeing mine. He, Wait, Psychus, you still in here? Where's Psychus at? Psychus! I'm doing this for you, bud. For the proj skills. Is it worth anything? Is it any good? Uno number 1 ranger, yeah! +4 is big? Alright. What are we talking about? Let's do this and this. Okay, we got some wiggle room. I'll hold on to it for you. We'll see what we get. We'll roll it and see what we get. We want that it has +2 arrows, right? That's that +4 and 2 arrows. Two arrows, 1 ball. Okay. Well, let's see what happens after this diamond drops. Oh, I thought I could get it to drop. That quiver's trash, right? Where are we going? Evil. Alright, currency. I don't think we turned it into anything. Nope, there went the +4. Yep. Oh well. For the shot. 3 more to go. Come on, drop me another diamond or like 2 more pair of gloves. There's a voice saying trash unique. That's what I need that as an overlay. Honestly, I hope a div drops. Just a one single raw div. I want you to hear what it says when a div drops. Actually, I gotta make sure I'm on the right filter. Yeah, I'm on the right filter. All in a day's work. Well, I mean, maybe if your day is spent slaughtering minions that don't drop anything only to get to the boss that also doesn't drop anything. Alright, so what are our predictions, since we're getting closer, right? What are our predictions for what the announcement is going to have? I want to get some notes down. We're going to make a little... I don't want to, like, copy everybody else and make a bingo card, but let's make, you know... We'll say 4 or 5, you know, 5 to 10 things that we think they're going to buff, nerf, drop, you know, and make it a decent list, and then we'll see how close we are. No, so most of them are the standard filters, but I changed the one for, I think, level Perfect Jeweler's Orbs, Divs, and like level 20, I think. I don't remember what the other one was. Maybe it was Mirror. Things that don't drop terribly frequently, but you'll eat your banana if no drip. Bro, if you can eat your banana, like, that's impressive. All right. I think I started a little early. No, we're good. Oh, bandana. Okay. For some reason, I thought you said you'll eat your banana. And I mean, honestly, I was here for it. I was going to let it go. I was just going to let it go because, you know, like, I'm not even mad. I'm actually impressed. We're not putting that in there. Where is... Boom. Oh, yeah? Oh, actually, hold on. Do I still have... Oh, I don't. I got rid of it. I had a filter that was just nightmare fuel. Alright, so we're going to drop our own div, because that's how awesome we are. I don't notice him being any tougher. It might open a little bit faster, but whatever. So here we go. When it drops, let's turn the music off. We gotta hear this. Ooh, piece of candy. Only Viper can kill me now? Nah, Viper don't stand a chance, baby. Viper's rap. The way you've been... I can't believe you made it this far on solo Southbound. What level are you? just hit 61. So you're over leveled for the area then, right? By a good bit. And did you do your ascendancy yet? Oh, you're the same level. Damn. So hardcore solo self-found, level 61, running the same level. And you got your first 2 ascendancies? Bro, crushing it. That's how you were able to help me get so far, is because look at this experience. I was only 30 levels above you when I died. You got this. You're gonna crush me. Where is the end? There we go. I guess I should be picking these up, because they could be 5s. They're not, they're 2s. Feed my soul. Bum, 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 bum. Come on, I rolled out of that. You saw that. Oh well. We're making money. We're having fun. Who cares? Crushing this, though. What else can Gemling do well? I wish Evil was on. I might send him a message after this, see if I can get him to come on and give me his wand. Gemling can minion build? Really? That's what we should have done. I should have jumped over on the other guy real quick. And seen what we end up with here. Alright, here we go. Nope. Nothing. Not nope. What? You and your Reddit. Alright, hold on. Reddit's good for finding build. Yeah, but so is YouTube. All right, hold on. Let's message Evil real quick. Message. Yep, okay, bye. One guy posted May Strike Titan yesterday that poofs the whole screen. Yeah, so... Oh, I didn't want to... whatever. Hold on, let me clear this out real quick. Alright. The prediction is they're doing something with heralds. Shame. He says he uninstalled the game. I was, Jesus, bro. Hold on. So that's right. What's that? That one. 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 All right. So boom, a lot of Breach stuff. So we'll put Breach where it goes. That's a lot of Breach. And then we've got a lot of those. Okay, so this is trash, right? Yeah. Why would anybody use that? I mean, I guess increased life. I don't know. Let's see how many of these we got that are rare first. Rare. Because rare is going to be the easiest one to roll because they're already basically set, right? Rare. Only 2 rares. Rarity in, so yeah, that one's trashed. Big res, but trash. Okay, cool, cool, cool. And then the magic ones.
Knowing how much you care about me keeps me living questions if you feel the same.
Oh, that's a lot of magic ones. Yeah, so I agree with the heralds. I think that they're going to change the way that that they interact with each other, right? So if I have Herald of Ice, for instance, and then, you know, that's going to work as intended. If I add Herald of Lightning, which a lot of people do in these builds, right? Herald of Ice and Lightning, I think they're going to nerf, like, they'll let you do it, but I think they're going to nerf how powerful they are together, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, if you have one, you get 100%. If you have 2, you get 50% of each. Or, you know, maybe 75% of each. And it just kind of goes from there. Alright, so fire damage dex, mana all elements, rarity, strength life, strength evasion. Okay, so none of those are really anything, so we'll just hit them all. All attributes is nice, but not like that. All Ellie is nice. That's a big all Ellie. Another all Ellie. No, we're not gonna do that one. That one's nice. All right, cool, cool, cool. Let's reforge these. We're gonna kind of work our way down a little bit. Okay, so there's that, there's that. No. No. Double res. Probably not. Okay. Somebody really wants these gloves. Maybe? You wanted them so bad, you sent me the invite. Come on. Okay, yeah, so nothing here still, but that's alright. We're getting better, right? Alright. Cool beans. Are you coming this time, or am I going to leave these in here for a div? The choice is yours. That's better. Good job. Try and pull some BS like that. Nope, so that didn't hit anything decent. Cast speed, rarity, all Ellie. Oh, that actually might be good, right? Nope, JK. No. Life and regen? I don't know that I believe that. We're gonna leave it there. Actually, we're gonna reforge. Because now we can drop it to 2. Boom, boom. Int, fire, cold, huge. Okay. Nothing. Alright, interesting. And then all of these, we'll move this over, we'll move this over. All of these rings. Here we go. What is that? 5, 10, 23 rings. That's nuts. We want essence. We're going to hit them all here. All right. And then we're going to hit them all with one of these. And then... Oh, okay. All right, what do we got? Nothing, nothing. Ew, 2 to all. I mean, all is nice, but 2? Seriously, I didn't get a single double. There we go. Dex int. Huge strength all. Nope. Strength chaos. Alright. Dead. Dead. Basically dead. Let's see if we get lucky. Nope, none of that is overly helpful. All elements. There we go. That might be a decent one. We'll see what that turns into. Cast speed, all attributes. No. Again, all attributes. I'm liking that. Maybe we'll see what that turns into. I'm into you. I play it cool, but you call my bluff. It's a passion that I can't cover up. Singing melodies just for you, dancing melodies in the room, light up your pretty little face. Don't know what you do. Something just feels right. You really need someone. I will provide you somewhere to run and to hide to. Give me your attention. We're getting better, but not. This is right where you need to be. Like Inception. Won't you live in a dream with me? You'll get on my affection, affection, affection. Oh, affection, affection, affection. And there we go. All attributes, and I don't think anybody's doing cold damage though, which really sucks. You step into any room, then it's a room with a fine view. What I gotta do, heavenly angel. Oh, tell me what you say, girl, at my table. There's an empty seat in my heart. Yeah. Won't you get to know me? You with me now. Give me your attention. We're gonna hit eventually. We have to. Oh wait. Oh, it's such a. Like Inception. Won't you live in a dream with me? You'll get on my affection, affection, affection. Oh, strength, dex, fire, light, cold. That's. Ooh. Yeah, so those aren't gonna sell. I mean, maybe we'll put it up there for like 15 and see what happens. Alright, and then the rest of these are all going to get re-rolled. I told Buddy if... Luna! Sorry, we were in the sauce. We were rolling and rolling and rolling. Full body back. Yeah! Congrats! I mean, apparently you can make just about anything with a Widow Hail, so make whatever you want. You crushing it over there. Hope they will announce a new start. Yes. So that is coming, right? That's what's the word that I'm looking for? That's the whole purpose behind the new season or the new announcement, right? So everything's going to get a fresh restart. Everything is going to, you know, basically be brand new. So the debate earlier, or not debate, but the thing that we put out there, right, is what do we think they're going to do with this announcement? And I think Druid is a very real possibility. Druid is something that was supposed to have already been completed. And so that should show up, right? Because it was already supposed to happen. They're gonna April Fool's us in not April yet. Come on, Luna. No. We joke and nothing's coming. All the teasers were just lies. If there's no Druid, Luna won't bear it. Oh, with the puns. I love that. That's phenomenal. You never, ever, even a little bit, get any of our human food. Why would this be any different?
You're making our love worse. You're breaking my heart with every breath you take. I pray it's not over. I need your lips.
I got a Crunchwrap Supreme, and it was amazing. All right. And then Gamba, these are what, 82s? All attributes, rarity, life, nothing super important. Cheesy Gordita Crunch is the only good thing there. What did I get? I got a 2-pack of the they have like a cinnamon ball thing. So they have the cinnamon twists and like a cinnamon ball thing, but I got the ball thing, and that was pretty good. But I mean, it's basically a dough ball covered in sugar and cinnamon, so like obviously it's good.
I refuse to fix the problem, and I think I can carry on. You can't lie, But you'd like to leave this feeling. We've got to breathe, to dig, to leave the life we are dreaming. It could go wrong, but I'm just a nest. You must be lonely, but you could be crazy if you keep looking down. Don't you cry no more, no more. Tears is in mine.
All right. So let's see how many times we die versus how many times we can actually get through.
Sometimes I think about myself and I wish me the best, but I just think I'm missing a voice and skills, I must confess. I'm speaking in English, but I'm just French. I would like to speak better, add a better fine rhyme to my letter on time like a watchmaker. You can lie, you can try, but you'd like to leave this feeling. We got to breathe, to dig, to leave the life we are dreaming.
I've killed him before on +4, but it's very iffy on whether I actually get to him or not.
Be lonely, but you could be crazy if you keep looking down. Tears is in mine.
All right. One down.
No more. Tears is in mine.
I'm honestly super surprised I killed him that fast. Normally it is not that good. But I'm happy for it. I'm here for it. Come on, there we go. Let's go. We're trying to get out here and kill this dude. None of those are worth anything. Sad. Sad face. Ooh, got a chill. Let's go round 3. I'm not excited. Wait, where did... Oh, Grand Visage? I thought it said Grand Regalia. Did I read that wrong? No! Oh, I get 2 attempts yet. Okay. That one gets me basically every single time. Wait, do I not have... There's Grand Regalia. Do I not have all of my points in him? Don't. How much is that helm worth? I didn't think so. How much is the armor worth? Basically nothing as well. Alright, well, fine then. I thought I was killing him too easily. He was only +2, not +4. My bad. Come on, drop me something fantastical. Like diamond and the armor. Hi, knock knock. I'm here to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. Alright, what do we got? Nothing. What is this? I don't think I've ever seen this. Well, alright. Hi. Oh, a rare... Hold on. Hold on. A rare precursor? I never seen no rare precursor before. they're cheap too. What's going on here? WTF? Oh, I didn't want to go back in there. I wanted this so I can do the last one. So we got one left. Here we go, last one. All right. Wish me luck. Ooh, I don't know about all that. If he does the sideways fire thing, it's a wrap. Just call it a day, turn away, it's over. If he does the balls thing, we should be able to do it.
We run wild, we'll break free. We never run out of energy. As long as we have each other, we make your dreams into reality. 'Cause we're unstoppable, we take it all. With every step we take, we rise and never fall. We'll keep dancing, dancing. Our hearts beating, beating. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
Hold on. He did the he did too many things. Yeah, Mr. Jones, we back. We got clapped yesterday. Okay, so that's just not a good home. That didn't hit anything. And attributes and rarity of items? What is that worth? Oh, there we go. A couple div. I wonder what happens if you div this. There we go, 296. 10 div. Okay, so then let's go guild stash. We're gonna put that in there. This we can just drop. What is this? Here we go. Expedition encounters. You know what I don't like in my maps anymore? Expedition encounters. Increased range, quantity of logbooks. We'll try it. We'll run and see what happens. But first, let's see. So we got kind of lucky, right? Attributes and rarity is good. 296 is high. But I want a 5th socket. So please give us a 5th socket. Please, please, please. I don't think it's a 5th socket. I'm trying to not look. Trying to see. It didn't give us a 5th socket. What did it give us? 11% rarity. No, we dropped a little bit. That's alright. It's still worth a couple div. Let's throw it up for 2, see what happens. Drop that. And then we need a map. Where's Delirious? Where are we going? Do we have a tower that we've run that doesn't have anything? It does, okay. We can run this one. There we go, because this one's got it. So let's see what this one's like. Oh, ads are starting soon. That's alright. We're going to get to this place and then we'll figure it out from there. Come on. Where are we going? Oh, it's right here. Well, that was quick. Okay, Omniphobia and Fear. There's one of them. There they go. Bye. Thanks for coming out.
It makes me uncomfortable. Guess the feelings are mutual. To feel something
Alright. So I think that's cleared enough of the... enough of this stuff away, right? Nothing should bother us. That's a lot of Exalt. I kind of like that. Clean this up a little bit. There we go. Alright, so... we're supposed to have... 11% quantity of logbooks. We are 100% delirious, which is insane. Alright, let's see what happens. Can't get that one on the initial drop, which sucks. There we go, got all of them. What is that gonna do? Break armor, that's fine. Come down here, we're gonna hit these guys. We want pack size in that. I only have one left, so I guess that's where we're going. Alright, well, Corrupted 14. Or not Corrupted, but Delirious 14. But no logbooks. That was just kind of bad placement, though. That's alright. That wasn't a bad little setup. Let's switch up real quick. Cast on Shock is going to change our blink. How much does a Temporalis cast cost? Maybe we should buy a Temporalis. Alright. 2.5 hours. Enough for you to go get some pizza, bring me a slice, and then we'll watch it together. Oh no! Oh wait, you got to the drowned city. Okay, okay, okay. For some reason in my head, you died to one of the hags in a drowning thing. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. Okay. Never dried to a bubble. There you go. Stay dry, my friend. Max life. Cool. Never died to a bubble. Alright, so we did basically all of the endgame stuff. We spent 300 div today. Let's drop this to 0.7. What else is there to do? Oh yeah, hold on. I wanted to compile what you guys were saying. So, we should do a little notepad action. I don't know what all that is. Bye. Oh, don't save. Why did that? That's weird. There we go. That's what we want. Okay, so we said Druid is coming. Hold on. Let's do this. Nerfs. Buffs. And then what is new content coming? We're gonna put Druid under new content is coming. Let's give us some extra space here, right? We said nerfs to heralds, how they interact with each other. We know, hold on, let's pull up, where is GGG announcement? There we go, right? So we're gonna pull this up. Can I do that? I can do this, and then we're gonna pull that there. There we go. Boom. So what do we know is already going to come? This is just the teaser trailer, not the actual thing. So let's go event forum. There we go. Forum early access announcement. Oh, of course, somebody wants to trade while I'm in there. Chaos, that makes sense. We're letting steals go away here. All right, and back to where we were. We pulled up this page and our notepad. There we go. Live stream soon, so that makes sense, right? Live stream drops. What is that? How to participate. Okay, interesting. Doesn't really matter. There we go. Teasers. Okay, so what do we got? New content coming. Essence Monsters. That's what we're going to kind of call that, right? Because that's basically what that is. A new Ascension is coming to the Warrior. Warrior Ascension. Previous teasers. There we go. That's what we want. Boom. What is this? That lets you lock your main hand, offhand, or both, so you can use items. Oh yeah. Locking main / offhand to use on both weapon sets. Adding a plethora of new support gems. So they didn't really share which gems though, right? New support gems. Let's see. Battle Shout is one of them. Okay, so that's it. We're just gonna say that for now. Oh wait, hold on. There we go. Battle Shout, and what is that one? Perfection. Improve video and audio. We'll see what that means. Hopefully it means that it runs smoother for the PS5 guys, or the console guys in general, because it seems to really take some struggling for them. And then for us, me on PC, if I have, especially with the Spark guy, sparks everywhere, monsters everywhere, and a big breach, it really starts glitching out. So hopefully that's what this is. Here we go. So Warrior Ascendancy, right? We already talked about that. Countless wars left whose skills somewhat resembling a decent officer. I mean, doubtful, but we'll see what happens, because that looks like it could be the mercenary and the warrior, right? So new warrior, merc, question mark, right? Boom. Unique items. So we know 2 uniques. And we're gonna say, what is that? Prism Guardian. That's not how you spell that. And the Deepest Tower, right? Deepest Tower. All right. So hold on. So we see this. This is going to say armor and energy shield, dex, all elemental resistances, and 1 spirit per max life. So off the rip, I'm going to kind of put this in further notes. Minions, because that's what that reminds me of. Gaining spirit per life, and the node on the Infernalist tree that already gives you spirit per life sounds like the perfect double team, right? And then the helm, armor, energy shield, life, chaos res, and enemies in your presence count as being on low life. So I wonder why you would want them to count as being on low life. Like, what is that going to do for you? I guess if you have a support gem that does low life stuff, right? Because I think there's a support gem for that. Gem, we'll just pick a 3 real quick. Low life. See all. Wait, I want all gems. There we go. No. There we go. Deal 40% more damage to enemies on low life. So execute is gonna be huge for that, right? Let's before I forget, because I'm really good at that. What else? That's for minions. Recover 4% energy shield when it deals a killing blow. Ice crystal supported by skills that killing blows from supported strikes against rare monsters grant one of the modifiers for 20 seconds. Oh, hold on. So that's basically, I don't know why I didn't think about this, but that's probably why. This is basically giving you Headhunter, right? So you basically always have Headhunter on. That's why Headhunter's probably so cheap. And then 30%. So, okay, so that's basically what we get out of that, right? So it's going to be a support for Execute. Don't hurt me, Smurf. What's up, X? All right, so what else have we got? We're kind of putting together our wish list, right? Our what we expect to see, what we know we're going to see. So far, let's actually do a second set, right? So we're we'll copy this, and we'll put it down here, and say Copium/Copium. And then we're gonna bring this we know is coming. This is a possibility. I think it's going to happen, I really do, but we can't really be sure, right? Alright, so there we go. What's up, Vex? Welcome to Balditties. Oh, easy with the Balditty. People think this is a Diddy party up in here now. We ain't got no Diddy party. Alright, ads are about to start. I'm going to, because it is basically 1 o'clock and Pup needs to go out. Let's do puppy potty time real quick. Puppy potty time, BRB. And we're going to copy that and paste it real quick. And I will be right back. Let me let the pupper out. Come on, pup. Come on, pup.
got me spellbound. Believing every word you said. Now that I know better and I'm grown now. You won't see me come crawling back. You're trying so hard to be relevant, relevant. You're breaking hearts just for the hell of it, hell of it. Oh baby, I think you should get a grip, get a grip. You can check out your reputation, station. I'm done with all them conversations, stations. Baby, I turned off my location, cation. Choke on all the lies you told. That's so when and turn to cold. You're freezing up, I left you in the cold. Oh, get your girl, oh, get your girl, give me a hard time. Nothing more and nothing less. Baby, now you know I made up my mind. And I ain't gonna come crawling back. You're trying so hard to be relevant, relevant. You're breaking hearts just for the hell of it, hell of it. Oh baby, I think you should get a grip, get a grip.
Ooh. All right. We are grown-ups, so we got juice pouches and Oreos for lunch, because that's how we do. We also had to fix the screen door because somebody decided that it would be more fun to break it down than to wait for me for 13 seconds to let you in. Ain't that right? That was interesting. I was like, I have a second. He's going potty. I'll go potty. We'll make this a time-saving effort. And while I'm in there, all of a sudden, he comes running through the door. Awesome. A unique list. Hold on. Same club as Vexed Eyes? Yeah. A unique list for power leveling. No, so what we're going through is all of the teasers that we see, right, that they've already posted. Looking at the teasers, seeing what they have, and then also adding in kind of what we... this is what's like officially been dropped, right? So we don't know anything yet. I'm only halfway through the list. But this so far is the stuff that's actually coming. And then this stuff is stuff that we've been talking about in chat that may or may not come. What do we believe is going to come? What do we hope is going to come? That kind of stuff. So that's why that's kind of hopium copium a little bit, because it may come, it may not. We'll see what happens. Oh, I almost got sad for a second. Instead of the regular silver hole, it had a little, like, it continued the design, and I was like, there's no hole, no. But we got it. There's a hole. We're good. All right. So what do you think, Vex? What do you think is going to come up next? What do you hope comes? What do you nerfs, buffs? What do you think is going to come new content-wise? I'm going to keep coming through here real quick, and I'll kind of lay it out that we know is coming straight from GGG, right? Endgame coming, improvements, and new choices for Atlas passive tree. Passive tree rework is basically just the easiest way for that. So hold on. So they show that there. Let's do this, right? So boom. And then we're going to pull this one up. So we'll put it over here. So these look basically the same, right? These are the same. They just added stuff to the second side of this. Okay, that could be interesting. And because of it, you can kind of see that you can't see anything here, so they must have pushed that somewhere. So that'll be kind of cool to look through, you know what I mean? See what they change, what these are, if it's worth coming all the way down here, because right now coming all the way down there is some work unless you come straight for it, but then you ignore 2/3 of the rest of the tree. So let's throw this back over here, and then boom, there's that. They fixed Secamus this week. I'm happy can go from the map now. Nice. First unique league mechanic. Yeah, I think so, right? So we'll do new league mechanic. Hold on. Why can't... Mechanic. There we go. Yeah, that could absolutely be a thing. Because it's not like it's just a 2.0 patch, right? Or a 0.2.0. It's got its own name. Which to me is like when we do every other league in PoE 1, they all have their own league. They have their own name. They have their own mechanic. So I would say Dawn of the Hunt is going to bring, unfortunately, I think it's going to bring Einhar back. But hopefully they make Einhar something new, you know what I mean? Not just a copy and paste Einhar, or worst case, like they did with Rog and those guys, they made it worse, right? Like, it used to be so much better. Each one of them had their own individual mechanic, and now it's just everybody does basically the same thing. So hopefully, I think they're going to bring Einhar back, but hopefully they do it in a way that is good, you know what I mean? They're not just copy pasting and it's whatever. We could do oh, that'd be so much fun. When they were first added to PoE 1, it was deadly. I imagine, but also, like, I heard that you could, like, that was the way to get currency for a while. And even still is sometimes, right? So I wonder if that's going to be the same way, right? They bring it back, and that's the way to get money. Yeah, loot pinata for sure. Let's see. Oh wait, hold on. Did we change off of? What is that? Derange? Derange and Embitter? Is it just those two? Nope. Volcanic Eruption. There we go. So we're getting some new ones, right? There's Embitter. Supported skills will gain extra damage of any other type. Oh, if they gain any other type, they've gained cold instead. So that's not bad, I guess. If you're trying to do a cold build, you could basically turn anything into it. Concoct, what is that? Consume 20% of your maximum life flask charges for 2% more magnitude of bleeding. So, hold on. we don't really have a lot of, like, bleed-style weapons. So I'm wondering if by showing us Concoct, they plan on making bleed more viable, I guess, right? Commiserate. Ailments 30% increased magnitude when inflicting ailment with supported skill. Remove it from myself. True. So I wonder if, because we're getting spears, if spears are going to get the ability to cause bleeding, or as we see here, right, we've got sword and shield. So if this is part of the new ascendancy, are we also going to get shields? Do we have swords right now? It says spear, but what does anything classify as a spear? Nothing. What about sword? I don't see one-hand sword. So we've got that, but it does nothing. It says incomplete. Charge short sword. So you can apparently drop them, but they do nothing. Interesting. No, because I got smacked. Yeah, so yeah, there we go. I would be extraordinarily impressed if we don't have a sword. Now that there's two of them, right? So we're gonna say swords. But no, Luna, I'm not messing on hardcore right now. We're kind of going through what GGG has released so far as a teaser. What we think, what we know is coming, right? So this is what we know is coming based on the teasers. And then we got a little hopium copium. What do we think they're going to nerf? What do we think they're going to buff? And what new content do we think is coming? Okay. Some more unique items. Where did we put that? We'll change that to 4. So besides CI, could anything have prevented my death? CI, obviously, it's kind of a cheat. And honestly, I think that's going to be here, right? So I think they're going to nerf CI. but I don't think that there was really anything else that I could have done. I had my charm, I had everything. I mean, the only thing I could have done differently is not hit the first tower that said that all hits contribute to poison. Because somehow when I walked around that corner to reapply my flame wall, I got hit 3 times. In that very short section, I got hit 3 times because Smurf was saying when he slowed down the video, it does tick my my whatchamacallit, my charms away. So I must have got hit once and had it tick away one charge of my flask, or my charm. Got hit a second time, ticked off the second charm that I had, and then got hit a third time, poisoned, and in less than a second I was dead. Yeah, poison's the only thing that bypasses the energy shield. My energy shield was not touched. The concern here, though, is the ailment that they hit me with was Viper's Touch or whatever it is, which is supposed to do chaos damage. Chaos damage does twice as much damage to your energy shield, and then the regular amount to you. So, but my energy shield wasn't touched, so that so it couldn't have been actual chaos, even though it was listed as chaos. It had to have been poison, because poison bypasses. But again, it doesn't, like, I don't know, it's weird. So corrupt jewel poison immunity added to the game. Yeah, I don't know if that's one of the available. Oh, here we go. Why are we down? Oh, we're restarting in an hour? Is there something supposed... when is the patch? Wait, what? When is the patch? Hold on. Enchant you. Yes. A corrupt jewel that, yeah, for immunity to poison would be fantastic. What is the... because there is one in PoE 1, right? I don't see it here. Cannot be hindered, chilled or frozen. Additional curses, cannot block. Shocked it, yeah, it's none of that. I guess we'll just do this, right? Cannot be poisoned. There we go. What has... does anything have? Okay, so there's armor that has it. Is there a jewel? Any jewel. Give me... any jewel. Nope. So it looks like only this armor says that you can't be poisoned. Yeah, there's nothing else. It's cheap, but I I changed my chat identity color. Me and Vex were the same color green. Huh. That's weird because I showed you as green and him as orange. And now you're like a tealish color. Here, hold on. I'll just do this. Right? So I've always had Vex as this like brownish color, and then you were this color. But now you're this color. And you're all Canadian, so you're all going to say sorry. Like... Huh. Yeah, you can get a few immunity for some corrupts. Yeah, that aren't in 2 yet. So I think that's a good one. How do we say that? We'll just say Jewel corruption options. Like that. I know my people. Alright, so wait, hold on. Why are the servers restarting? Was there an announcement in the game? .1.1.g? Yes, there's got to be more crafting options. Hold on now. Patch notes 1.1.g. There we go. Added support for our upcoming Path of announcement. What does that mean? Enabled the microtransactions from Penance and Paladin series. Okay, there we go. So we're getting some more. I don't know what... This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You're just announcing it, but alright. But this is cool. For people that spent money on their stuff, they can get some more... Alright, so what do we got? Armor evasion, accuracy, life regen. Can't use chest armor, but can use... Okay, so hold on. So this is basically saying a guarantee that we're getting swords, right? And here's why. If you say, can wield two-handed axes, maces, and swords in one hand, that means that swords have to come. Or else, why would you put that there, right? But I also don't know if... Like, not being able to use chest armor is huge. Look, I wouldn't have it if he didn't give it to me when I hung him upside down and threatened it. Alright? Alright, juice box, dead. DED dead. We needed that. We're good. Didn't you know that all baldies are bullies? Oh. Alright, and then Hammer of the Faith looks like it does huge physical damage. All Ellie resists, mana regen, and gives a random shrine buff every 10 seconds. Which really... I do remember this design, but I don't know if I remember it from here or in PoE 1. Bringer of Rain. I don't want that one. I want regular PoE. PoE trade. There we go. There it is. Okay, and then it does some very different things now. So it looks different, right? So it's got a different cosmetic, which is good. But this is level 30, physical damage, faster attacks, bind, block attack, like there's all sorts of stuff. Huge 245 life. Also can't use chest armor, so at least that's the same. Right? Yeah, not the gold short. Like, that's wild. I would never want to have a random shrine every 10 seconds, because that means that basically every, minute and a half, 2 minutes, for 10 of those seconds, I'm not going to drop any loot. So if I'm not paying attention and I kill a rare or a unique boss, I potentially don't get any drops because I had a random, you know what I mean? Like, that's, all right, but that's it. That's all of them. I don't think anything has dropped new since. Yeah, nothing big is dropped. Oh, okay, so Hopium and Copium, right? New content. Let's say buff. We're just gonna say Atlas. And say either everything connects or the ability to change pathing. Right? Because that's huge. We want to be like what was the one that I sent? Hold on, I sent it to our Discord. PoE2. It wasn't that long ago, I don't think. Yep, there we go. So instances like this, I know it's kind of hard to see, but there's nothing that connects at all to this section. Everything dead ends, and you could never get to a whole citadel and environment. For what? Like, why does that exist? And then I think there's another one that I put in here. That was just an island where... Oh, here we go. Here's one. Reliquary Vault. They've got to add the Reliquary Vault. It's not in there now, but you see it there. So that's in the game already. We just don't know exactly what. I don't know why he's highlighting that. That's weird. Where did I put that? Oh, I love that. I'd rather be mapping shirt. That's such a good shirt. Alright, hold on. Let's just do this. We're going to do mirror, enter. There it is. Like that. Why? Why does that exist? How are they all corrupted and irradiated? Like, what do you mean you can't get to it? There's got to be a mirror on that island. There's got to be a mirror in each map. So yeah, there's that. We sending you a new shirt. I died 11. If you get that made, I'll find a way to get that to me. uh, Ascendancies, yeah, so we think that, you know, that there is already going to come, so that's kind of whatever. Oh, we are fairly sure. Where did we see spears, right? We thought spears are coming. Where did we see that? Because I didn't see it in any of the teaser announcements. Did I miss it somehow? So this is the teaser thread. Huntress throws javelins. That's what it is. Yeah, so the Huntress is the new, right? We're getting the new class, the Huntress. And she throws javelins, right? Or so I thought it was spears. Hold on, do we still have? We do. What is quarterstaves? Spears. Okay, so spears are there. And then, I didn't want to do that. If we do this, this is 2. Item class spear. Are there any spears in the game? No. So yes, spears have to come then as well, right? That makes sense. I'm going to add it down here because I don't remember actually seeing an official announcement about that. What else? So hold on. So we saw this, right? Which is insane. I guess asking 800 div for something that doesn't exist is is fair. But there we go. So long swords, and we looked at one-hand swords, right? So there's those two. But they both say incomplete, so they've got to be coming in. I would be sad, but also excited. All right. Oh, yeah. New crafting currency. And so here's my thought on that. Leaked, what is it called? Transmute? Not transmute, augment. What's the other one? Alteration orbs. Boom.
Should I get the upgrade or ×5? Let's go for the upgrade first.
Okay, so hold on.
Let's go for the ×5 on the right.
Welcome back. Uploaded the fully map stash tab reveal.
Okay, so hold on. Is this the first one or the second one?
Now, this is the screen.
Okay. So this is the what you can find currently on the website, right, for GGG. Is this here. And everything looks normal. What they're saying is where there it is. The original post apparently had this. And so they think that there are alteration orbs in the game that will be coming in the new patch. I mean, anybody could make this, right? So I don't know exactly how reliable this is because I didn't pay enough attention the first time. But I'm wondering if this is real and we're getting alteration orbs. Oh, alterations and scourings would be phenomenal. It would also completely crash the market that is trying to find white bases, right? Because then you could just scour everything. Oop, there it is. Got my white bases. But that's a possibility, right? Because it is. It could be... Hold on, let's shrink me down again. We don't need to be so big anymore. Yeah, it's a possibility. I don't know how accurate that is. Even he says can't confirm it, but the evidence is compelling if it's real. So we don't know if it's real. Man. You still corrupt? Yeah. They probably have alteration and scouring, but just for developers, not ready for public usage. Well, there we go. There's our scour. But, I mean, like, that would be fantastic, right? I don't know. That... Yeah, I mean, even true. So, like, right, we already have Chaos, which takes one away and changes it, right? So why can't we do the same thing with the blue? I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're getting there. That's what we're going over now, right? Because we've only got an hour and a half before... on the plus side, Luna can never make me vacuum during another Baldi stream. Wait, why? At least you can guarantee 2 base crafting if we all... What do you mean? What do you mean, Vex? Oh, because I died while you were vacuuming. Well, yeah, that's because you say you're poor, but there's no reason for you to be vacuuming for an hour. So that must mean that you have a huge house. That's what I'm getting from this. That's the only logical explanation is you have a huge house and it took you forever to vacuum, and there you go. Yeah, what do you mean 2 base crafting, Vex? I don't... Sorry, I'm extra dumb today. 1 prefix, suffix, your choice if we have alts. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, like... You refill till you hit. Bonnie sheds like 2 dogs. No, not the poor Bonbon. I'm really fortunate Soldier doesn't shed a lot. Unless we put him in the shower and but we brush him down and everything in the shower and then he sheds a bit, but not normally outside. So you're talking, hold on, Vex, let me, actually, can I do, there it is. Alright, this is gonna mess things up for a second, I think, but we'll get there. Alright, so you're talking about taking like this and just hitting it with... Oh, wait, I blanked out for a second. What happened? Alright, we're back. So you're talking about taking alterations like this and just re-rolling just like we could in 1, right? Alterations, real fun part is that you can re-roll for cheap. Yeah, right? Like, boom, there's... I want that, because it has basically perfect Tier 5 life, which is good, I guess, for a 62. And I can just roll all day until I get exactly what I want. You know, and there it is. Tier 3, almost perfect Tier 3. There we go. Yeah, so, like, even something as dumb as this would be fantastic. But then, boom, like being able to actually change it back would be the absolute. Like, you know what I mean? That's just, even if it's, you know, if it's rare or whatever, boom, I can still hit it. Like, just being able to bring this stuff back would be fantastic. Just don't nerf the snipers. Oof. I would like to see some new movement skills, because, like, this is phenomenal, right? I would love... I mean, I'm moving unnecessarily fast, but, like, this is the old Atlas tree. This is phenomenal. You know, I do like the new one, but I should be able to deterministically run, you know, jungle valleys if I want. Obviously, the, you know, that map specifically isn't there, but I should be able to run one map if I want to run one map. Huntard was speedy-ish. I'm the kind of guy to tell you I'm playing a whole different build only for you to realize I switched snipers to arsonist. You kept up to the silly monks? That's impressive, because those monks can move. The monks and the gemlings can fly. Okay, so what else? What do we think they're gonna nerf? What's over? You know, honestly, I think they're gonna find a way to nerf Spark. Spark Endgame. Because not Spark, like the beginning of Spark is still weak, which is why it sucks so bad to level a sorcerer. But once you get to the end game, it's... I don't know. So they would have to completely rework Gemling to nerf Gemling. The only way I think they're going to nerf Gemling is by nerfing Spark and nerfing Tempest Flurry. I think those are the only two ways you're going to do it, because those are the two biggest builds. Hold on, we'll do this too. Here we go. PoE2.ninja. Right? We're going to go builds. We're going to go Gemling. So 23% of the 82 plus is playing Gemling. 96% of them are running Ingenuity. But what? Here we go. So Tempest Bell, which means most players that are playing Gemling are not playing Spark. They're playing, there it is. I mean, that's it, right? That's the build they're playing. They're playing with the quarterstaff, the Pillar of the Cage God. There we go. So I don't think, I mean, there it is again. Pillar of the Cage God, Melting Maelstrom. Like that's what they're playing, right? So I think they're gonna do Spark. They're going to nerf Spark, and they're going to nerf Pillar, probably. I don't know how they would nerf Pillar specifically, but that's kind of my thought. Pillar of the Caged Gods. Because honestly, you can get a Pillar with no level requirement from the very beginning, and you can run that the whole way to 100. From 0 to 100, you can run Pillar, which is insane to me. And then if we switch this up and do by DPS, right? Now everybody Siphoning Strike, apparently. But Spark, Siphoning Strike... We're still using some Tempest Flurries. But most of them... Oh, not even most of them. Yeah, the top bunch are that. What's the Siphoning Strike? I don't know that one. Pillar of the Cage God. So there you go. Again, it's... Pillar is... the move. Really? I dropped one of those earlier. Interesting. You can use a second gem, but they take a 15% penalty. How the heck do I get... How do you got 28k channel points? That's because you're always in here, and I appreciate you. That's how. So they went inside. They only got basically what they needed. Interesting. Is that quarterstaff? Yeah, quarterstaff. Huh. I should be on here somewhere, right? What if we do... Spark? Yeah, see, only 12% of them are playing Spark. Am I on here? I'm not. Interesting. Well, apparently I'm not public. What if we just go back? That's weird. Alright, well I guess I'm not there. I suck again. Alright, any other nerfs that we think are going to happen? Because we only got 20 minutes left before they shut us down for 15 minutes anyway. So any other nerfs that we think are going to happen? What is going on here? Oh. Try to get a few Z's before work again. Sleep is overrated. And there's only an hour and 20 minutes until the announcement or the live stream. All right, that's what you need. You need to get an hour and 30 minutes because the first 10 minutes are going to be useless, right? So get an hour and 30 minutes. Come on back and we'll watch it together. Paulie doesn't own your eyeballs. Psychus, what gloves are you talking about? You talking about these ones? I just looked up the price. There were 2 in the list. Armors. Oh, it was armors. It was... Oh, no. Hold on. You're talking about this. These are swords. So we're trying to figure out what is coming to the game, and we think swords and spears, but not Brittany, are coming to the game. And here's kind of our logic behind it, right? One, we're getting new ascendancies. The pictures basically gave it away in one of these ones that we're getting. There we go. Swords, right? So it looks like we're getting swords. There are swords already in PoE 2, but they're listed as incomplete. But they're dropping. Very, very rarely, but they're dropping. So I'm wondering if something, you know, they're trying to kind of put that stuff in, and that's what's going to be coming in the newest patch. So I think that swords are coming. And actually we'll do any. So maybe there are some swords. but very few, right? Incomplete broadsword, incomplete charged sword. So there's a bunch of stuff that like really makes me think that we're getting swords and spears. Because spears we're gonna get when we get the Huntress, right? Because that just makes sense. I don't know. I'm a bit at a loss. Degheractus, what's up? Welcome, my friend. So Degheractus, we're just kind of going through. We went through the whole list. So no nerfs or buffs really were listed in what they're saying. You know, unless you want to count like the audio and video fidelity being a buff, which is yet to be seen. So we're kind of putting it down here. Yeah, I did. I'm so ready for it. It's still fairly frozen solid. So hopefully by tomorrow or Sunday, it'll be thawed enough. I guess I can't really... Can I do that? Can I just make it bigger? Font? Nope, that's not how that works. I don't know how to make it bigger. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. So far, this is just basically what we found off of the GGG website, right? So this is official stuff that's been released as is coming. What we have listed... Display in Unicode. Wait, where did you see? Oh, there you go. Boom. How's that? All right, so all of the new content coming is right off of their website. So we're not like making anything up. This is right off their website. One of the uniques, the Prism Guardian, I think is going to be 4 minions. Smurf should be pretty happy about that. But I think it's also going to make it so that you can play minions kind of across the board, really. Or, because I don't really think there's anything else that really takes a lot of spirit other than minions. So we'll see. But here's what we think is coming as far as nerfs, buffs, or new content, right? So we think, you know, the heralds, the way they interact with each other, being able to run Herald of Chaos and, or not Chaos, Herald of Ice and Herald of Thunder at the same time. I think that that's going to be nerfed in that they don't want them to be, you know, they don't want them to be as powerful as they are when they're together. Meatballs acquired. They're in the oven. Ooh, Luna, how you gonna tempt me with meatballs? Ma, meatloaf. Now you're taking me back to South Park with the chef's chocolate salty balls. So yeah, I think they're gonna nerf how they're doing the heralds. They're gonna nerf CI. CI is too powerful. The Spark and Pillar end game has to be nerfed. They're both way too powerful in the end game. They're salty but not chocolate. Wait, hold on. Walk me through, Luna. How do you make a meatball? Teach me your ways. How do you make a meatball? All this talk of buffs and nerfs got me hungry.
You got my head spinning round. I'm out of control, just hold on. We can make this last a while, but you keep acting like a child.
We're low on ingredients, so they're shame balls. No, not shame balls. I do think that they're going to... I'm going to call it a buff. I think they're going to buff the Atlas, giving us either the ability to connect everything, to change the connections, or being able to run specific match. You know what I mean? Italian seasoning, oats, eggs, salt, garlic, onions, parm, milk, and lots of love. That sounds fantastic. Oh, that sounds fantastic. Yeah. So here's my thing with Expedition, right? Expedition needs a buff, and I'll tell you why. Expedition is more dangerous. Expedition is more dangerous than the rewards you get for it. So it's not worth running, really. Like, I know that's how I died, that's how you died, but at the end of the day, like, it's honestly not worth running. Because what do you get? You get to face Ulroth more often, and the only thing he drops is his flask that's worth remotely anything, and even that's kind of worthless. I make lack of ingredients work all the time. That's what I'm talking about, Luna. That's what the love is. The love is taking the lack of what you have and making it work anyway. Props to Luna. Now Smurf got the lead. Not the shame balls of Smurfs. But yeah, so I think that Atlases are going to get a buff in how we interact with it, how it works for us. Something there has to change, and I think it's only going to get better. So I'm going to call it a buff. New content. Druid. Druid has to come. I know it's a lot of copium, but Druid has to come. They said from the beginning that Druid was supposed to be one of the original classes to play. Then they said, oh, it needs a little more work. It's gotta come. It has to. A new league mechanic. I just read that. What is it? Some chance essence? Well, hold on. So the new league mechanic, my guess is going to be Einhard, just because it's Dawn of the Hunt. And we're bringing spears back, and we're bringing swords back, and so that's kind of where I think it's going to go. But we're getting a whole new thing, right? So, or a whole new league. So, hopefully, it comes with its own mechanic. But my guess would be Einhar. We already talked about that. New crafting currency. So that's what you just missed. There was a leak, a potential leak, of alteration orbs. So just like in PoE 1, as long as the item is blue, you can spam alterations and change what your two options are, right? So it looks like it's already in the game. It just hasn't been released, so I would be very surprised to see that we don't have at least that. You know what I mean? There's got to be at least one new currency to help us craft something. Because right now we don't craft. We RNG. We hit it with an essence, maybe two if we're feeling frisky. And then you just Exalt Slam and hope. If you get really rich, you use a couple of omens on it, maybe. But like, I don't know. Well, yeah, so, I mean, think about the way alterations were back in PoE 1. They were trash, but they were really good for rolling jewels, for re-rolling bases when you first got them, right? So, like, there's a lot of things you can do with something so simple that after a bit, you just turn them off, but they're still super powerful, right? Like, so I imagine that something like that comes into the game. or a way to more like deterministically craft your, or not craft, but upgrade your essences. So remember in PoE 1, you had that whole essence tab, and if you had 3, you could move it up to the next one, you could move it up to the next one, you could move it up to the next one. So hopefully something like that comes in. Again, we already have essence, so why not? And they're making the essence better, right? Because we're getting those new essence monsters that are going to drop 4 essences. So maybe that's a way that we can kind of change that stuff, right? Jewel corruption options. So the jewels don't have to change so much as what the options are when you corrupt it. So like in PoE 1, we could get immunity to poisons, which is kind of special to me since I just died to poison. So, you know, that's kind of where we're at, is hopefully we can get some more jewel crafting options. I really don't think they're going to give us a charm notification, because they don't give us one for the flasks. So why would they give you one for charm? You know what I mean? Give you a must construct additional pylons. Hit us with the StarCraft. No. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, so that's kind of where we're at right now. Do you have any suggestions of things that you think are going to get nerfed, buffed? What new content might be coming? We're just going to kind of add it all together. And then in an hour when this stream starts, we're going to see how close we were, you know? Oh, all right. Apparently my watch is going to die. They already did. It used to never even show charm charges on. That's true too, yeah. So yeah, it never used to show the charges. And I don't think it showed. Well, I guess, yeah, I guess it shows that, but it doesn't really do a good job of showing how much other than like where it's at. So I think that's all they're going to do is what they've already done. Like I said, I don't think that they're going to give you a sound. Especially because they don't give you a sound in 1. So, like, it is kind of what it is. Alright, there we go. Why does that... I don't know why that does that. Why am I not showing up? Am I not public? Oh, yes, a new act. Hold on, let me try to find out why I'm not showing up there. I don't want that. I want that. Sign in. Verify. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Going to the hunt, watch the live reveal now. You can't watch it now. It's not for another hour. But that does give me a lot of, like, things to look at, right? Am I public? Manage account. Steam, blah, 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 blah. But it doesn't say if I'm public or not. Privacy settings? No, it's not private. So I wonder why I'm not showing up there. That's weird. All right, that's interesting. Hold on. So we'll go through this here in a second. 12 Pacific. Yeah, so yeah, we still have an hour. Kind of already. Yeah, okay. What about Act 4? Oh, yes. I don't remember them saying it, but I think they're going to do Act 4.
I spent too many nights showing up at your place, and I gave you my heart from the start, but you pushed it away. 'Cause you stay, then you go, and you leave, then you don't. Guess I'm just collateral.
That was weird. Yep. What happened that I muted my mic?
Feels so unnatural. I throw my hands up.
It's got to be a hotkey. What is a hotkey? Because that's happened a couple of times now. Yep. How do I... remove? There we go. Okay, apply. Apparently I had a hotkey that was muting my mic. All right, but we're back. So, yeah, so there was, what did we start at? We started at 3 acts in the beginning of PoE 1, right? And then they slowly, through the leagues, added more acts, right? Until we got to 10. We started here at PoE 2 with 6, but it's really 1 through 3 twice. So I'm wondering if we drop the rest of them and get 4 through 6, or if they give us a 7 instead. Oh, we knew the realm was going down. It's down for maintenance. I have something of my mind. I think they should seriously buff staffs. What do you mean buff staffs? What you mean? Alright, so we're going to mute that for now, but it's up. There we go. 58 minutes, 14 seconds. That's not soon. Come on. Alright, so that's that. This is when we vacuum. Yeah, now when I can't die. Simply Staffs is just useless and weak. Oh, you know what? Smurf, you already vacuumed. Now you can mop. Staff is unreliable in its current state. Okay, hold on. We gotta do this, right? What do you... Oh, there's... Apparently I can't do that either. So wait, you're talking about... You're talking about the staves that do like that we use for Sigil of Power. Right? That's what you're talking about? So you think we're going to buff staffs? We'll say Sork staff, not quarter staff. Actually, I think they're going to do both, honestly, now that you think about it. Now that you bring it up, I think they're going to do both. The Sorcerer staffs, because you're right, nobody plays staff. They play Wand and Shield, or Wand and Focus, or they play Wand and Shield. Like, that's it, right? Nobody plays staff, unless that staff gives you Sigil of Power, in which case it just sits in the background and you only use it for that skill. So I agree there. And then the same thing with quarterstaffs. The current state of the quarterstaff is, if you want to play a quarterstaff build, you're playing Pillar of the Caged God. That's it. And so, like, yes, yeah, it can get like +1 extra skill. I think you can get 6 lightning and 6 fire or whatever instead of 5. But honestly, why? You know what I mean? Like, you're getting such a little bonus from having 1 extra skill. By losing 2 skills, it's not worth it in any point. Yeah, you can't use soul cores or runes. I mean, the mods are stronger, but because you lose a shield, they're overall weaker. So, like, there's so many options that just staff is not worth it. I agree. And then the same thing with the quarterstaff, right? If you, like, there's a bunch of them. There's the slicing, there's the crescent, there's all sorts of quarterstaffs, but nobody gives a shit because unless you use Pillar of the Caged God, it's trash. I do think too, hold on. So while we're there, so I don't want to say sorcerer. We'll call it arcane weapons. And we're just going to kind of call it arcane weapons as a whole. Adding sockets, making, what's the quality matter? There we go. So we'll, you know what I mean? Like, so, because if you have a wand, you can't add a socket to it. You can't add any, you can add quality, but it doesn't mean anything. So why? But if you have a martial weapon, martial weapons get everything. So why? Why would you want that? Make a build that actually uses the crackling quarterstaff. Yeah, and that's another thing too, honestly. Like, if I drop a crackling quarterstaff, why does it have an option to drop, a very high option to drop with physical damage on a lightning staff? Why? Why is that a possibility? Yeah, so I think adding sockets to arcane weapons, adding the ability to, like, outside of scepters, where you can make the quality gives you spirit. That's awesome, but it doesn't matter for any of the wands. So why? Why does that matter? And why are those the arcane things to increase your quality so rare? That one doesn't make sense either. Yeah, Metal, you're in the background. Cool. Congratulations. 121% physical on a lightning quarterstaff would make me upset, honestly. Just, you know what I mean? It would just upset me. All right, but I think this is kind of it for our list, right? This is basically everything. I don't think we missed anything, did we? All right, let's see. Game may be up. Let's see if it's up. Yeah, everything is made for martial weapons, which is really unfortunate. Are we still down? Yeah, it looks like we're still down. Yep. But then, like, they have the quality for, specifically for, sorcerer weapons or you know, wands and stuff. It works on scepters, but it doesn't do anything for half of them. Yes, so if we got a +7 for staffs... Actually, hold on. I think you can already hit 7. I think. And when we log in, I'll check, because I think yeah. I want to say mine is already there for my quarterstaff, or not my quarterstaff, my sigil staff. And of course the trade site's down, so it's not like we can even look there either. It says they're restarting now. It should be back up in approximately 15 minutes, but it's been 10 minutes, so we'll keep waiting for a second. We'll see if it actually pops up. Oh, hold on. We can do, what is that called? Sigil of Power, PoE2, staff. Oh, wait, hold on. Sigil of Power comes from this, blah, 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 cool. It's not a skill gem, because it's got to come from... Nope. Items. Staff. Here we go. Yep, there you go. So there's 7. 7 already exists across the board. Except for all spell skills, it only goes to 6. So that's another thing. Add an essence for minions, add an essence for basically everything, right? So that we can target what we're trying to craft. So that's a lot of hopium. Essence for target crafting. And we'll call it like missing essence. There we go. So we'll call it missing essence for target crafting. So that we can try to figure out, like, caster, sure, but everything hits caster. So that's kind of unfair. Like, if you look at that, that's a lot of options. What do we got? Simply just hover +7. Real. I thought 6 is the max. I think the staff needed 20% overall mod to be real. Yeah. You heard some rumors about that? That'd be fantastic. I don't know why weighted information can't be obtained yet, because they basically pulled this right out of the game. But kind of is what it is. But yeah, so staffs are there, so that's what they can get. And they can definitely roll higher, like 169% instead of, let's do it here again with one hand wand. Their spell damage can go to 119. So like, is 50% more damage worth losing 150% more? Because like, if you get a good shield, you could get 150%, you know what I mean? So why would I give that up here for a two-handed weapon that doesn't have the chance to roll as high as... Oh, you heard essences about or heard rumors about mid essences? That would be awesome. And the ability to use them like we did. Hold on, is this any? No, this is all. Okay. The ability to use them like we did in PoE 1, right? Where we had hold on, I'll just pull it up because it's easier that way. Let me pull up PoE 1. All right, so here, oh wait, hold on. No, give me my game back. What is going on? There we go. There, so, you know, having it like this, and then you could upgrade from here. So, like, just the ability to upgrade would be fantastic. So that would be nice. I don't think it's coming yet, but I do think it's coming, that they're going to bring something similar to Scarabs back. It has to. And here's my reason why. It doesn't make sense to not have them. Because just like here, where's my, there we go. So just like here, when you go into the map device, you have 5 slots here, or 6 slots here, whatever. But even on the new one, we've got 4, right? So it's not like we're losing anything. I don't know. There's too much possibility, I think, for them to bring that back in. I just don't think that it's going to be ready yet, if that makes sense. I showed Luna my death on the witch. She laughed at our reactions. No. Luna's in her evil arc. Wait, so hold on. So what is this? What is the rest of this stuff? Okay. Oh, nice. So clicking on the things here show you what can drop from that. Well, that's cool. These are all basically trash. It doesn't tell us what the drop rate is. That's kind of upsetting. Does it? Limited drop. Diamond. Yeah, but it doesn't have like a drop rate. File of Chaos. That Adorned, man. I love that. Picked up a couple of those. Oh, wait. One got through. Nope. You guys streamed out. You're so chill when you die. Dude, I'm so, like... I don't know. Wager. Okay, so there's the wager thing. Yep, so that's the div. Okay, okay. What is this? I don't know what this one is. This is weird. All the oh, this is all the modifiers in there. That's cool. All the soul cores and the pieces. Okay, okay. Child Master uniques. Also extends into the end game. Well, that's cool. I didn't realize that that was a thing. Huh. I still wish it had drop rates, but that'd be cool. It's because I've died a lot. No. Oh, do we have items? Let's see if we have one-hand swords, two-hand swords. So again, it has items listed. This one is the one that says incomplete. But it looks like it's got a couple of swords. I've never seen Energy Blade. A one-hand sword called Energy Blade? Maybe it's because I've never paid attention enough, but I don't think I've ever seen swords and stuff like this, right? Like, am I missing something? Have you guys seen any of these? Oh, hold on. We're downloading something. What do you got for me, PoE2? Come on. Auto HDR, gotta love that. All right. Nope, shoes isn't on. I thought his shoes was on. Nope, we're still not allowed in. Unless I just downloaded it wrong somehow. Nope, it still says that I can't go in. So we'll see what happens here in a minute or two. But yeah, have you guys seen any of these weapons? I don't see anybody, nobody on YouTube saying anything, nobody on Twitch saying anything. Maybe I'm just hallucinating. What about two-hand ones? A two-hand, so hold on, so there's a one-hand energy blade and a two-hand energy blade? Two-hand sword, critic chance 71613. 71711. Yeah, so it's a different weapon. Rippled great sword, stone great sword. Yeah, I haven't seen any of these. So hold on. So here's the Regalia longsword. So I would love to see sets. I know it's not going to happen, but like having sets would be fantastic. I don't know how long it's going to be down. I think it's up right now. That's how long. It's up right now. What are you talking about? All right. Yeah, so let's clear all this out, reset, and pipe filter One-hand sword. Yeah, just those. Gotta know what that, like... Oh. So swords gotta come in. It looks like they're already there, right? Everything's basically listed. They're already there. They can get melee skills up to 7 on a two-handed sword. What about here? You can do probably up to 5. Yep, so up to 5. So basically the same thing, right? Crafting bench, fossil, harvest, catalyst. So, like, I don't know how much of this I believe. They're using a lot of things that aren't real. I don't know. What do we got here? Concept art, live stream soon, live stream Twitch drops. No salvation without sacrifice. Oh, we already saw that one. What's this one? Oh, these are just teaser trailers. Okay. These aren't actual... Zizarin, Darth, Steel Mage, all the big guys. Yeah, and I guess this just brings us right back to where we're at. Interesting. We're still going though, 35 minutes. Give me my channel bonus points. What can I spend my points on here? They did nothing. They didn't change anything. Oh well. It won't let you download the patch? Mine let me download, but then it took an extra like 5 minutes before it actually let me play again. But I guess let's just go through. We'll play a map or two, because we only got 30 minutes. So it's not like we have a whole lot of time. I don't think there's any citadel. I mean, there's a couple citadels, but not close enough to actually get to. I would love to do that one. Oh, that's huge. There we go. We'll just do Steaming Springs. Where's my T16? Delirious, T16. Steaming Springs, Area 82. Let's go. Patch hasn't dropped for the PS5 yet? No, it will soon. I'm very surprised though, because it let me download it like 5 minutes ago. Oh, I wanted to show... Yeah, see, there we go. 7 lightning skills for my 19 Sigil of Power. Yeah, I thought I had a 7. Boom, there it is. I just saw other PoE 2 streamers and everybody doing what we did. A lot of them with the same notepad. That just means that you guys are fantastic and paying attention. I just typed up what you guys said, honestly. I like it. Let's see how close we are. I think we're going to be... I think we'll be pretty close, honestly. I think it'll change for some of the bigger streamers. They might have like a little more you know, substance, but I think overall we're all pretty close. And I'm here for it. Can't play, but I can buy tabs. My man's hooked. I don't know. I don't know if it shows me. Yeah, I don't see a place where it says what my magnitude is. I know I'd penetrate 40% of their res. They ain't got a chance. And I know that a lot of my my skills should add, maybe not a lot of them apparently, but huh. There's chance to shock and lightning damage. I thought I had more with. Oh, Ruh-roh. There it is. Thought one of them wasn't the right one. I thought I had more, honestly. None of my PS5 friends are on. Way to just throw it out there that you got friends. Leaving me in the dust over here. That's an advanced tool string. The Diablo 2 crew is on. Man, I ain't played Diablo 2 in forever. I actually thought about re-downloading it because I still have it like tied to my account. Like the original Diablo 2. Not none of this D2R stuff. I'm talking the OG. We gotta remember tomorrow when Sniff comes on, I have one of his jewels. I gotta trade him back. I was super popular on D2 because when I hurt my back, I rushed and helped a lot of people. That's awesome. Oh, you're talking about, oh crap. It's got its own name. Some of the guys in the guild were playing it for a little bit, saying that it's kind of the best of both worlds between D2 and PoE. I do remember them talking about that. Your real DPS is about 2 million, so I don't get how your 240 do this much. Yeah. Only 241. It was 247, but like I said, I did a switch earlier. Is he still in here? No, he's gone. Sniff is one of the guys that comes on in the morning, and we switched over because he said that he was doing more damage using the a 300% Widow Hail and a whatchamacallit, and a quiver. And so I took it. I took that and all of his jewels and stuff, and I lost like 30k DPS. But the spark was significantly faster. Does cast on shock really matter this much? Yes. Asterix. Yes, it matters when you're doing boss fights. Cast on shock does absolutely phenomenal damage for me during a boss fight. I don't think it... Yeah, it doesn't really show how much damage it's doing. Actually, hold on. Let's see. Paco, what's up? I have it pinned. Yeah, I have it pinned. It should be the pinned comment up top. So sad. You need 10 more spirit, Dagger Active, for what? What do you need 10 more spirit for? Oh, I appreciate it, Paco. So I change between Cast on Shock and Blink because I can't have both of them active at the same time. I need 30 more spirit that way. I think they're both 60, right? Yeah, they're both 60. So I need 30 more spirit basically. And I just can't quite get there. So I switch. If I'm doing maps, I do Blink because I want to move across maps. If I'm doing bosses, I switch back to Cast on Shock. Okay. Yep. I was very close to beating all endgame bosses. We did, we went and did the Audience of the King, dropped an Ingenuity. We went and did, the Olroth from the expeditions. We didn't get anything from that, but I mean, we finished the fight. We were just crushing it. We did one of the citadels. Actually, we did a couple citadels. I mean, we were just crushing it. Hold on. I gotta plug my watch in real quick, and we're gonna come back with a little bit of puppy time. Because Puppy's being a nuisance, which means he wants a treat, and Degaractus is here, and he hasn't given him his treat. No, Degaractus hasn't given you your treat. Hold on. Hold on. You know you gotta work for this treat. You gotta work for it. Hold on. I know you're so excited. Oh, and this is the last of his treats in this bag. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Ascendancies for Huntress just dropped. The soldier treat is too expensive. No, soldier, he said he can't afford you. Oh, good boy. Good job. Good boy. We're going this way. We're going this way. Where are you going? Good job. Look at him. He's so cute. All right, hold on. We're giving soldier treats. Easy. Nice. Get off my keyboard, please and thank you. Get up. You big lazy pup. Come up. Stop putting your paws there. There you go. Good job. Good job. No kisses in the mouth. You just ate a treat. Oh, you so cute. Okay, I'll let you down. I'll let you down. Ready? Ready? Upsy daisy. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Good job. Okay. That's all you get. Degaractus said he's poor. Okay, go lay down. Oh! Good boy. Good job. Alright. We're back. I think I went mute again. I think he hit a button. Hold on. Why is it not working? There we go. Okay, we're back. Okay, so hold on. Let's look at this. I don't want that. Let's do this. It's funny. It looks so... Yeah. All right, hold on. So what are we talking about here? We said... One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. So... Shadow is the new class? Right? Is Shadow a new class? Oh, I'm on PoE 1 somehow. Okay, so you said that this was just... Be updating this post for references. Let's go. Nope, nothing there. Hold on. Where did... Okay, so let's try this. Let's do Huntress. No. Druid and Huntress, is this what you're talking about? No, because this is everything that we went through earlier, so that's not Druid and Huntress. Am I missing something? Where did you find this? This is all the newest stuff. I mean, I guess it could be here, right? Did they just update the end of the... Huntress Mommy Milkers. All right, hold on. Let me just see what you've got going on over here. There's nothing new dropped there. PoE 2 discussion. Jump to present. Oh, it's up on their... That's not what we want at all. That's what we want. Down for maintenance. I mean, right now it doesn't say anything. It says down for maintenance. 17 minutes though. It does say 7 character classes. I see the Huntress there. But hold on, what are the... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, so yeah. Well, wait. Why does Witch say coming soon? Oh, it's just because it's... Okay. So yeah. Only 1, so I guess we're only getting 7. Huh. Interesting. So no druid. At least not that it looks like we're going to. Trying to keep an eye on this, right? To see if it comes back up. But I don't know what's going to happen first. This 15 minutes or 16 minutes. Or this. I know it's a little copium, but I still am holding out a little bit of hope. Gift sub savings have dropped 35% off bundles of 5 or more. Oh, snap! Everybody give gift subs. I'm just kidding. I'm just serious. Alright, well, we got 15 minutes. I think we can run one more map. We'll kind of get this out of the way. Oh, here we go. So let's do this. Let's find a map. Easy peasy. Yeah, we'll go down here, right? A little delirium, little expedition. We're going to run this unidentified 15 and see what we get. Oh, it's a savannah, too. I really have to learn to read. Why do they keep locking knowledge behind reading? Oh, and I have cast on shock on instead of blink. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Well, there's the expedition. There it is. Welcome, Danig. Is this the boss? Yep, here he is. Let's turn cast on shock off, blink back on now that we've beaten the boss. Because now we don't need to worry about that. So the biggest thing with cast on shock and why I don't use it with bosses or with like normal guys here is because for the most part you don't control who you hit with it. And so it's not really worth it to not hit the guy that you're trying to hit with the big damage boost, if that makes sense. Back to the patch, don't you think there will be new big endgame bosses? So if they add another act, like we kind of anticipate they're going to do, then that new act needs to have a boss, right? Which means that either some of the maps that currently don't have a boss, or, you know, something else. But we should get some more variety in that sense. So it'd be interesting to... I mean, I guess it's kind of the same either way, right? It's still going to be a hit or miss. Oh, I don't know why it looked like he just said something else. What do I get? I get one more. Are there any other big spots that I can choose to get? I guess that's it. Let's see what this gets us. Oh, that was all of the runic monsters. And no logbook. Interesting. Do I think there will be another big endgame quest like the Burning Tower? I almost hope not, honestly. Like, having to lock a boss behind multiple other bosses. Oh, there we go. Look, 3 of them. Locking one boss behind 3 other bosses is kind of insane, right? Like, I don't think that we should be out here trying to fight, 17 bosses to get to 1. Like, this isn't Diablo 4. But I do want to see more endgame content. So, whether that's, even if it's something simple like running, tier 10 plus maps or 14 plus maps, and after 12 of them or whatever, you get a drop of an invitation to another end game boss. Like, that would be really cool without having to make me have to target farm a citadel that may or may not show up, and then I only get one shot at it before I lose all of that. You know what I mean? Like, let me just do my map, and then as a reward for mapping progress, every 12, 14, whatever it is, like it is in PoE 1, well, now you get a chance at something else cool, right? So I do hope that there is another endgame boss. There you go. There's the update for the PS5. But I hope that it's not locked behind needing to do 3 other things. Like, there's already the Trial Master, right? The Trial Master requires you beating it during the stream. Come on. The Trial Master requires you to beat at least 3 of the trials to get the 3 pieces, right? The Burning Monolith requires you to beat 3 citadels that are spread far away and you may never get to them. So, like, they're kind of... I hate having to fight a bunch of bosses and a chance to fight yet another boss. You know what I mean? Whereas the Audience with the King is a random drop when you're doing all the other stuff. You got all 3, your first 3 Chaos drops. That's insane. Perfectly balanced. I went 12 or 15 in a row getting just the left earpiece. Like, and then I went and I stopped playing for the day, and I came back the next day, and I went another like 6 or 7 in a row just getting the centerpiece. Like, very unfortunately unbalanced. I get what you're saying, but you know the items you can get by them lost worth. On trade, it still does matter, yeah, because like the left earpiece was 2 or 3 times as expensive as the other one. So if you're only ever dropping the right and the middle, then you've got to sell 3 for 1, and that's insane. Is the ticket to kill the boss expensive? So yes and no. Ticket to do the Audience with the King is like 3.3 div right now. I think I bought 5 sets to run Arbiter earlier, and that was like 35 div. If I want to run Breachstones, they're 6 div for 10. So, like, even that's a good example too, right? So the Breachstones and the What's the other one? The simulacrums, right? It takes 300 to get, but really it's not that bad. You know what I mean? Like, you're just playing, you're having a good time, and then, oh, look, now you get a chance at this. So, that's kind of what I would like to see another boss do. You know what I mean? Kind of like I said, kind of like it was when you're trying to fight Maven or the Eater in 1, where you've got to face 28 maps before you get to them. Well, that's perfect, because in those 28 maps, I'm working my way fighting these other guys. You know what I mean? Like, it just adds content and gives purpose to what you're already doing. Otherwise, I'm not going to full clear an area. Like, you can see I'm very straight with my pathing, because there's no point for me to run these other maps. They're all just a waste. And juicing these maps still isn't worth me running straight to this. And if Ritual happens to be in the way, then I run that. But otherwise, it's not worth it. You know what I mean? Guess just coming from old D2 PoE 2 drops way more loot. Yes, PoE 2 and PoE 1 do drop significantly more loot. Wait, how are you playing D2? Is D2 on console now? I don't know how much people play like this. I just bought the 90% ticket, what I used. Wait, what do you mean 90% ticket? What are you talking about? Oh, D2R is on PS5. Okay. That's how I got internet rich. Wait, Diggeractus, what ticket are you talking about? What? Enlighten me, my friend. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, of course. For sale 3. There we go. And back to there we go. Okay, so you farmed like 3 breach stones, but overall played almost 50. Hold on, your D2 are dropping in like maybe 3 high runes a week. Yeah, so yeah, D2 was a very grindy game, which made it half of its fun, right? But yeah, so okay, so Diggeractus, you're saying that you farmed basically 900 splinters, but ran 50 breach stones worth. So yeah, same basic thing, right? So hold on, we can, while we still have a couple minutes left, right? So I still have 9 simulacrums left. So I don't buy them anymore. I sell them myself. Breach, I don't have as many. I have 189. I've bought a bunch of them, but honestly, like, if you're trying to get your levels up, the easiest way to do that, well, one of the easiest way right now anyway, is Breach, right? So hold on, let's move me out of the way here. We're gonna move me into the corner. We'll blow it up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, so the easiest way is really kind of is running Breach, and that's going to get you experience, it's going to get you items, it's going to get you all of the shards, or the splinters, whatever they are. So I played a lot of breaches to do that. So yes, like that's kind of how that is, right? If you're kind of target farming, but if I'm target farming Simulacrum, for instance, and I'm running that, then I'll sell those to buy the Breach Spring, you know, so that we can kind of run that. But you've got to farm something. Same as in PoE1. Like I did Harvest for a long time, and then I did Beasts because that was good money, and then I would sell that stuff for whatever I wanted to run myself. You know what I mean? But I think that's just the way, you know, it is. All right, let's see. We should have the headset is on, so I'm going to leave that there. The music is off. Because here we go. T minus 35 seconds and counting. Soldier is not nearly as excited as we are. A Venn diagram for intelligence, dex, and strength. Well, I guess it depends on which character you're playing, right? And what your skills are is what you need. The Venn diagram would come in with, you know, which one's going to give us which. It's so capitalist a game, they can get their real or close to real rich by trading. It's... Oh, wait, why?
Welcome to GGG Live.
There we go.
Well, it's been a little over 3 months since we launched early access, so it's about time
Stop.
for the first major
Go lay
content
down.
update. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, which launches on April 4th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Executioner's Guillotine finisher effect. Now in today's stream, we're going to take you on a deep dive into the new Dawn of the Hunt update. We'll cover a new class, 5 new
Can
Ascendancy
do.
classes, and huge expansions on character systems like unique items and support gems. After that, it's on to the in-game improvements, including changes to systems, a bunch of new encounters, and lots of other content. We're going to finish up today with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. Now we have a lot to cover today, so let's get started with a trailer for Path
And
of
Mark
Exile
Roberts
2,
is back
Dawn of the
too?
Hunt.
Ooh.
We as Mary are guided by the Spirit. It provides prey, shelter, even love. But for me, one day, all that were changed. The Spirit, it showed me something. Something forbidden.
When you think about trading, you don't make anything, even you craft heavily.
I used it.
I mean, kind of.
I lost everything that day. But fate weren't finished with me yet. I'll right the wrongs I've done. I'll do what I must. No matter the cost. I will hear the Spirit once more.
I mean, we chucking spears.
Wait, what?
$25 new skills. Okay. Rogue Exiles. Where's Vex? 100 new support gems? New uniques, a set. Come on. New maps, I like that. Let's go. Log in, boys. Log in.
Now, as you can see, in Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the first new class since early access to PoE 2, the Huntress. The Huntress is a spear-wielding Asmeri warrior. Born into a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the power of a skill gem to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she specializes in both melee and ranged combat, dashing into and out of battle. Spears have extended range and a short dash, but unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them. In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range. The first skill you will get as a Huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode. The more Whirling Slash is used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion.
Okay.
Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes.
What?
These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times.
So Spark.
You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage. In her offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to do a new skill, Parry. While holding down Parry, your character will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them. In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though,
So
it
Spark,
causes an
yeah.
explosion and gives you a frenzy charge. Just be careful. If you parry too much, you're gonna get stunned and possibly killed.
You can parry yourself to death?
Slash, parry, disengage, and you'll get an explosion from the disengage and the Whirling Slash.
Huh.
The Huntress also has a variety of elemental spear throw attacks. You could
Parry
use a
everything.
spear to bounce lightning between your foes. Or you could throw explosive spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do, they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast.
Huh.
Spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground. And these empowered versions can activate even more combos. Using Whirling Slash over ground fire will suck it into the whirlwind, adding fire to the explosion.
Okay.
Using twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well.
We'll shit out fire
You can do similar
tornadoes.
combos with ice and lightning too. Now, a key aspect of hunting is exhausting your foes by causing blood loss. This skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly slash, opening up wounds on your enemies. Follow up with Disengage and watch them bleed out as they run towards you.
Well, there's there's the bleed that we're talking about.
With monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced, and the Huntress has skills to take advantage of this. For example, using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion. The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion. If you want to cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The final hit of this multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your enemy for a big bleed. Now,
If we
explosive
hunt, we can
spear
get a
and Rapid Assault
measure,
result in leaving spears behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave spears around too, like Storm Lance, that leaves an electrical spear that arcs towards enemies. But what can you do with all these spears?
So Lightning
Detonate
Rod.
them, of course. Thunderous Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies.
So Lightning
Now,
Rod.
as well as hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it. And use it as a
Oh.
companion. You can only have one companion at a time.
What?
It will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare beast with good mods to take full advantage of your ability to tame them.
What?
Now this is just the beginning of the Huntress. We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options. There are 22 new skills available for the Huntress. By endgame, you'll be slinging hundreds of insanely powerful spears, sending forth spirit animals and summoning the might of Solaris from the sky. But we still haven't talked about ascendancy classes yet. What can the Huntress ascend into? Well, the first ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist.
Okay.
The Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by
Okay.
harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The Corrupted Life Force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin. When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them.
Oh.
The Ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets. The Unfurled Finger skill allows you to equip an additional ring
Oh.
on a finger around your neck.
An extra
Taking
ring
Mystic
with an
Attunement
ingenuity?
increases the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped.
No,
This is
that's
one of my
insane.
favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
So Headhunter.
Specialize further into Ritualistic Sacrifice with As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself. The Amazon Ascension is for those looking to hunt more than just beasts. Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots
What?
represented on their life bars. While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact. The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds. It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance. Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and as Mary Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana.
Okay.
So those are the two new ascendancies for the Huntress.
That does seem a little
But those are
OP.
not the only ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too. First up, for our warriors out there, we have the Smith of Kitava. The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation.
But just do that outside of a boss
Also use
room?
the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you. A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon though. Their armor can be enhanced too. Now you might think this Ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there. By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points.
Huh.
If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor. just in a more literal sense.
75 to all for the
Now,
reses.
let's move on to those who prefer the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands, the Mercenary. Alongside the existing Ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a Blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like Suppressing Fire, which
Okay.
causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the Right Where We Want Them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too, similar to Freeze. With a soldier's training, the Tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the Whoever Pays Best notable, you can place multiple banners at once. The Watch How We Do It skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well.
Huh.
But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell and carpet an entire area with arrows.
Yeah, but that
Finally,
doesn't seem
Witch
very
players will
powerful.
be able to
Here
join
we
their
go.
legions by becoming undead themselves.
Yes.
Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension.
Smurf.
The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield. The Crystalline Phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The Necromantic Conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the Soul makes enemies you curse explode with chaos damage when slain. Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse. It's safe to say you'll be a true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class. So Dawn of the Hunt has the Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it doesn't end there. Let's take a look at some of the new skills we've added. Now you may remember we've previously talked about the Raised Spectre skill. It's finally complete, and it will be made available in the upcoming expansion. It can be found in the occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel. Raised Spectre is a skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game, which you can then summon in the skill panel. Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die, but the spirit cost varies based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of weaker monsters, or a few of the more powerful monsters. You can combine them with your existing skeleton minions, or summon exclusively specters. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your army of the undead. Given that there are hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2,
It's a New Zealand thing.
You've experimented with this one for a while. We look forward to seeing which monsters serve you best. Now let's move on to our next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill. Summon your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a minion. You can also mount your rower in combat at any time. allowing
There
you to
we
move at
go.
full speed, even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed. It's worth keeping an
Caving
eye on the speed
monsters.
bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your character, let's talk about support gems. Support
Chocobo.
gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems. Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals.
Ooh.
Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing
There
your
we
foes
go.
and fling spears through their ranks. But there's plenty more for every playstyle,
Jeez.
such as enormity,
Yes.
unsteady tempo,
100 gems.
profanity, retaliate,
Oh, shit.
syzygy. Yep, that's a real word.
Syzygy.
And many more.
What's up, Raz?
Class, new ascendancy classes, new skills.
Welcome in,
and support
homie.
gems. But let's not forget about the core of a true action RPG, the items. To start with, let's talk about uniques. We're adding over 100 new unique items. This time, we're making sure
100
to add uniques with a
uniques.
focus on mid and end-game tiers to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher level characters. Let's look at some examples.
This is some indie game. I think it's Path of I don't know, Path of
Grants you a
something.
large amount of fire damage based on your block chance. The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true
Okay.
master of the elements, granting you all 3 Elemental Herald skills without costing any spirit. At the same
No,
time,
hold
it reduces
on.
enemy resistances. Wastegate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic or Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up
Raz,
to you.
I feel like this is going to be a perfect reason for you to come back and play. Because it looks like they're
So
doing
first to
more
say
blood
that,
stuff.
We want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time, our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through the end game as well. One example is Cypher's Spear,
Yeah.
which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage.
Damn.
We're also introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Kalgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance.
Huh.
And we're also adding our first unique charms.
There we go.
Anguish will not only protect you from Ignite, will also emit a devastating fire nova whenever you do get ignited.
Huh.
In some, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now, we also want to talk about crafting options.
Here we
Each
go,
major update
crafting.
During early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content.
I don't
that we're
see
adding.
anything new.
But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes are commonly available mods. but
Come on
since they're
back,
only
baby.
one
There we
tier,
go.
damage mods
Lessers.
tend to get outclassed by in-game. So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before.
There we
The
go.
plan is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socket balls.
I didn't see the
and
level the
content over
parry shield
time.
is.
And the first new set of those comes from what we're talking about next. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding Asmarian Wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign and the endgame.
Okay.
The Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us for the coming darkness.
Ooh, the
We'll
non-weapon
first encounter
challenge.
A manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, an Asmari hunter who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way. As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful.
Okay.
Each spirit is
So,
associated with a
so we're bringing
specific
back the
bear
wisps
animal
from PoE 1.
culture.
I can dig it.
This one is a wisp of the Great Bear, and grants enemies extra life and stun. The wisp moves faster the closer you are, and as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods.
No.
As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and
That
possess
wisp is
you
gonna kill you.
monster, granting it a new powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased life and stun. But on top of that, it will periodically summon a
Bear
large spectral
touched.
bear that
Yeah.
slays with wild fury.
Yeah, we bringing that
If you're
PoE
able
1
to
stuff
defeat
back.
this foe, you will be rewarded. For each monster that was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The Wisp of the Winter Owl is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on death. When
Oh,
infusing a
shit.
monster, they will call down large tornadoes to protect their host. The Wisp of the Wild Cat is a vivid wisp that causes
Yeah.
infected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive. When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb. If you're lucky, you may even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence.
I'm
Wisp
excited
of
for
the Cunning
this.
Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares, and rare monsters into actual bosses.
Oh, shit. We get extra
Asmarian
bosses?
Wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items. Each one may only be used on a specific item slot. As mentioned, the Asmarian Wisps can be encountered throughout the game, but there's also a new endgame map called the Asmari Ranges, a
Okay.
mountain village where the Asmari once lived, now overrun with corrupt monsters. This map always has multiple Asmarian Wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same bosses.
Ooh.
Asmarian Wisps can also be further modified
Here we
by the
go.
in-game Atlas tree as well.
Look at that. Okay,
And
we
by
got some new
tablets.
stuff.
But I'm not going to be the one. talking about
17
this.
maps are radiated.
In order to cover all the new content in in-game, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile 2.
Who's Mark
There's
Roberts?
a ton to talk about with the endgame today.
I thought Mark got
so let's
fired.
dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new endgame, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work. After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes.
Here we go.
The first thing is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the endgame. And the second goal is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new maps. As well as the Asmari Ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps,
Okay.
all with their own custom encounters. Let's
Hell
start
yeah, I'm
with
here
this
for
one.
it.
The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild Izomite forests.
8 new maps. Let's
As you progress
go.
through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then
Yes.
start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss.
Okay.
You must fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards. Once you have defeated it, summon another,
Is it a D4 map?
and another, and another, and another. You have 10 total waves of boss fights which get incrementally more difficult.
Oh, shit.
If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can only be obtained from this map.
There we go.
The Fractured Lake contains a surreal waterscape with fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting two of the same rare at the same time, which can prove
Oh.
quite difficult. If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror, a powerful
Okay.
object that contains an item within it.
Oh.
Contained within is a new base type, either
Simplex
an amulet or a
amulets.
ring. To have
Yes.
additional prefixes or suffixes
Yes.
of the other. The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic. You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center. It is surrounded by many rare monsters, also imprisoned in essences.
Here we
By
go.
freeing and defeating the rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence, and be added to the imprisoned map boss.
Okay.
How brave are you? How many essences will you add to the boss?
All of them.
Overdo it, and you might lose everything. Underdo it, and you might regret it. It's your choice.
Oh.
Speaking of essences, alongside visual improvements, you're now able to apply Varlorbs to corrupt the essences.
Yes.
Unpredictable outcomes.
Yes.
Increase the number of essences.
D4's dead.
Reroll all the
No.
essences to the same type, or even upgrade the essences to greater essences.
Yes. This is what we
What if there are many
needed.
greater essences? Well, it can upgrade those too.
Greater essence of
With 40
insanity.
new corrupted essences. Essence of hysteria, delirium, horror, and
Come
insanity.
on. Yes.
Each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example,
I know what I'm
the
farming.
essence of insanity causes you to question even your own mind.
This is my
These
money
monsters
maker
split
here.
into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it. Each of these has their own
No,
craft.
this is Sparta.
The essence of insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds
What?
a mod that will ensure the next Varlorb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments.
Oh, shit.
It's worth noting, all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too, if you're willing to risk it.
Oh, yes.
It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra
Yeah,
exclusive points
I don't
you
think
earn
10
by
is
completing
enough.
5 different unique maps.
10 is not enough, but
Now, new maps are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content, and that it could be lurking around any corner. So, we have added a bunch of new things that you could stumble into in any map you run.
On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue exiles.
yes.
Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death. They use the same skills available to players, and even the same items.
Oh, damn.
They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation.
Oh, shit.
Of course, if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground.
What?
If you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see displayed under their life bar, you want to be damn sure you kill them. Because if they kill
What?
you in your party, they'll portal out taking their items with them. Every fight
Don't
will
be
feel
carrying no
different
+5
depending on the
scepter on
items
you,
they
Smurf.
come
I'm
equipped
coming
with.
for it.
These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster. They have capabilities
3
to dodge
dragons.
roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and
Map
much
portals
more
remain.
than
Yeah, exactly.
Fortunately,
Finally.
they're new and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Helm's Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find. Each with their own skills
GGD
and
does
personalities.
really good about their
Some may
updates.
insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat.
Another encounter you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes.
Strongboxes are chests with modifiers.
1,000
When you
ways to
try
die in
open them,
PoE.
They activate traps and spawn waves of monsters that you must defeat to access the loot. Let's take a look at 2 of the new unique boxes that are harder to find
Ooh,
and behave just a little bit differently.
okay. Ooh, a
The
corruption
Ogren's
one?
Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone.
Unique strong boxes,
Upon interacting
finally.
with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox
Okay,
comes with a
okay.
modifier, which determines how many times it will revive that rare. Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster.
Okay.
With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding. This Strongbox is infused with Thaumaturgy from
31 packs.
Eshell's Torment has a powerful artifact inside, and is guarded by Chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item, with a specific corrupted outcome.
Okay.
You have to find the other 2 for yourself, to see what they do.
Ooh, I'm excited
Now,
for that.
Let's talk about the introduction to the endgame. Upon starting the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However, in practice,
It really
the detective
is.
just sent you on a grind to clear 15 maps. We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting. Now, Doriani is
Look at
tasking
that.
you
Even
with a
that's
more
better
specific
looking.
objective.
Right?
On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast.
Even
In
that
the
looks
center
better.
Of each one, you will find a corrupted nexus, the
Okay.
source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters. Corrupted maps existed on the Atlas before, but we've done significant work on improving these monsters. We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the Nexus, you will have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses, amalgamations of corruption itself.
Yeah.
After defeating that boss, Doriani
Okay.
will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree.
Okay.
Upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps. We didn't stop there though. When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps.
Okay.
Cleansed maps also have new monsters, a new boss, and their own set of modifiers and rewards.
It's been too good, and he's laying down being a good boy. I don't want to interrupt
Slaying
him.
cleansed enemies. These
Hold on, did you see Fracturing Orb?
rare items.
Yeah,
One
Fracturing
of the
Orb.
to become A
Yes!
fractured modifier is one that cannot be modified by
Yes!
You are able to freely
Fracturing
modify the item, ensuring
Orbs.
The fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now
Yes.
choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess. Now, let's have a
Oh.
talk about towers. One thing
Hold on,
about
remind me that at the end, and
Background
we'll
is
we'll
the
talk
busy
about
work around running towers
Fracturing
and
Orbs.
managing your tablets. The first change we've made here is that we have allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before.
Yes.
We're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets, and affecting even more maps than before. But because there
Yes.
are fewer towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower with more mods on the waystone, you can unlock a 2nd or 3rd slot.
Okay.
Overall, this allows for even more juicing from towers, while drastically reducing the amount of busy work you have to do. On top
Okay.
of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including
There we go.
bosses. Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here. The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire.
Okay, so the Azerum Bog Witch and the witch from the Act 1.
The boss of the Sinking Spire map is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning.
Ooh.
It uses a full suite of lightning abilities.
Well, he
But
was
be
a
careful.
bitch when he was
If any
fire.
of them hit the surrounding constructs, they will power up.
Another
Wait,
thing
what?
that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining wastestones.
Yes. Yeah, the release is
As
still
we
the
looked
4th.
into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain waystones were dying a lot. A lot more than we had expected. And that made us realize something. During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the end game, you are effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain waystones. By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die. But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps.
The first change we're making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die.
Yeah, that's what Raz was
Continuing
saying.
from where you left off.
There we go. And
When you start
continuing?
the end game, you get up to 6 total attempts per map.
Okay. I like it. I like it a lot.
As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down.
Oh, it even says number
This
of
means
portals.
that as you
Oh,
get to the point that you're
jeez.
running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful.
Interesting.
In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times.
Oh, nice.
But we still think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time. Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying. A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either.
Huh.
Dawn of
That's
the Hunt
kind of a,
also brings the
whatever
first
one.
batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs.
Told you Reliquary. I told you Reliquary's
These
coming.
contain items selected by
Hold
the
that.
orders. They can contain any unique item found in Path of Exaltation.
Yes.
If the is a pinnacle
Yes.
boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example,
I told you
one voice
Reliquary is coming.
can only come from a key dropped by Zesht.
Oh, look at that color.
Uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find. This applies to the drop charges for the reliquary keys from this content as well.
Damn, okay.
We spoke about towers and tablets earlier, but we have also added a suite of unique tablets. Each of these adds crazy interactions.
I like
to
the new
map's
drawings
performance.
too.
For example,
The
this
art
unique
looks
tablet
much
allows you
better.
to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping
Oh.
gaps and traveling around.
Yes, there we go.
And this tablet causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground. The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there.
There we
And
go.
improvements to existing ones too.
I still don't think the 10 is enough for all the stuff they've added.
Now, through this live stream, we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods, and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about. Recombination.
What?
Expedition was the only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a
What?
mechanic that might be familiar to some players. It
Oh,
allows you to
come
merge
on.
two items together, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single new item. This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it.
Oh, come
Rarer
on.
the
That's
mods of the item you are
fantastic.
combining, the more expensive the cost.
That wraps up all the major
Oh.
in-game changes we're talking about today.
Dude, it's going to be a whole
System
new
changes
game
and new
again.
Content. We can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and
It's a whole new
obliterating
game.
monsters. There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on, which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues, so you can play your existing characters. However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy. It is recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt Leagues. For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to joining you playing in this new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access
World of Warcraft? What is going on there?
www.pathofexile2.com. Additionally, the Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of Exile 2 and contain 6 microtransactions each and the full pack's face value in points. All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Ooh, the Roa
Thank you
racetrack
so much
again?
for your ongoing support.
I'm still
We're just
jealous.
about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. With
Raz
the
got
release
that
of
Roa
next week,
racetrack.
Our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. On release
Damn.
weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and many new microtransactions, including Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill effects. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing the Huntress, trying new builds, and exploring the new endgame next week. We'll begin the Q&A
Damn.
shortly, so please get your questions ready.
All right, soldier. Come here, bud. Come here, bud. The people want to see you. The people want to see you. Can they see you? Up. Soldier, up. Up. Good boy, up. Good boy, up. Come here.
Good morning, Exiles, and welcome to the Q&A portion of today after a
Oh, he is super quiet. Oh, but look at Soldier. Oh. No. No, good boy. Hold on, let's try to fix the sound. Easy, bud, easy. No, you're not allowed to go over there.
That's right. Yeah. So we actually last night had a
I can't do it while he's sitting here because he wants to jump on my keyboard.
happy with the way the recombination.
Oh,
We actually made quite a big.
he's so cute though.
Wasn't reflected in that video,
Good
obviously.
boy.
Basically, that we sort of wanted to.
Hold on.
Give a bit
There he is. Look up. Look up. Good job. Good job. Look at how cute he is. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's turn him all the way up because he's quiet.
So we've actually changed it now so that.
All right, come on, bud.
that you pick
Good
which
boy.
models you want on
All right, ready?
on
Oh,
the- on the-
good job.
from
Good
the-
job.
And then it gives you a percentage chance of success based on the number you pick. So
All
if you
right.
choose, like, one from one
Is he
to
quiet
one,
for you guys too? I can't hear very well out of.
much higher. But if you pick if you
There we go.
pick 6 mods, it'll become practically impossible. So effectively, like the more you're wanting to design the item, the less of a chance
Good
of actually
boy.
having success. So
All right, go
that
back
means
to
that if
sleep,
you just
bud.
want to get like
Good
a mod,
job.
if you want to get an item with like these 2 mods that I found off the ground, that's relatively easy. If you want to get an item which has all of them, then very hard. So we think that's a much better design because it means you can kind of use the recombinators actually become something that you can use even from a relatively from the first point you get them. But there's still this kind of end game, like for perfect stuff, you might still be able to do it with more. It is kind of balanced though, so that like if you pick literally all 6, then it's going to be like incredibly low to the point of like don't even try that. But like 4 mods might be a good thing to sort of be striving for, that kind of thing, and then exalt the other 2, that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of the new design of that. So hopefully that'll be in by the time 0-2 comes out. We've kind of got a plan for doing that. Yeah, I think it's a much better design than what we had before for Recombinators.
If it's not there for O2O, it'll be
Yeah,
as
very
soon as
soon.
it can
Very
afterwards.
soon,
But
yeah.
spur of the moment, night before the live stream design sessions.
Yeah.
But
Been a few of those.
increased player agency and visibility into the success result is just a win. And honestly, took way too long to get to the point of us actually going, this is just straight up better to have observability into that and the freedom of choice. So.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Recombination definitely felt like something that was both really high end in terms of the crafting that it was intended for, but also just even understanding it. This seems much more intuitive because
Yes, you just pick what you
selecting
want.
the mods you want.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So it does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf for the very high end of crafting, though. Like,
It might end up being, but I'm not it sort of depends on how the numbers come out. Because we only just designed this, we need to still work out like exactly how the numbers end up looking. But I mean, look, we have to make sure. Obviously, whenever we're designing any crafting system, we have to be really sure that we're not like screwing over finding stuff on the ground. So you have to sort of have that balance, and that's so that kind of informs everything we do with crafting usually.
One difference here, though, of course, is if the success chance fails, both
items just
both
deleted,
items
yeah.
are destroyed as opposed to always keeping one.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So it's basically
Whether or
percent
not
chance for success, and if it fails, item's gone. So
Roughly, what do you think you try to pitch just choosing 2 mods at? Like,
it depends on what mods you're selecting, but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35%-ish kind of thing for like 2 normal mods, that kind of thing.
both
Like
to
for them
go
both,
over?
for them both. For if you pick 2,
Yeah.
and then but we'll
it
see.
kind of depends. Again,
It kind of depends. We'll see how we have to do
higher
some
tier
mathing.
mods are rarer, and
Yeah, exactly. So it sort of
it
depends on the
also
situation.
the other thing is that it's going to now have a fixed cost, so it's not gonna
Yeah.
And
the idea is
dollar
like
based on
and the idea is like doing a single expedition should be enough to do a recombination. So you're going to be doing them like relatively often as you're doing expeditions.
so is the part of Expedition where you get to craft with the NPCs still a thing then? Now that you're adding this?
Yeah, I mean you've still got that whole mechanic, and like so it's effectively it's competing for the artifacts.
Yeah.
Between recombination versus buying things from that other way.
So is
Yeah,
there
but
some
Recombinator is
costs
probably
intended
gonna be
for
the
that
way
then
to go.
make it more competitive.
Not
with-
yet. It definitely needs some love in the future, but not at this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like the systems can kind of go hand in hand, where one is giving you items that you can then potentially recombinate.
That is also true. You can use the ingredients of one in the other, or the outcome of one as an ingredient in another,
Cool. We'll talk more about crafting a little bit later on for sure, because there was a lot announced there, which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting. But firstly, though, just a quick clarification on the league. So there's not going to be a wipe for the new players joining us.
Right.
If you were playing on a character, you can still keep playing on a character. But a lot of long-term Path of Exile players know the importance of playing on a fresh start, and that's also really important for you guys as well.
For
right?
sure, yeah. I mean, basically, if we don't have like any character that's come from before, you're just not gonna because the balance is so different and because so many things have changed. There's like no point in even listening to feedback for someone who's playing in the old league. Like it really has to be that you're doing the fresh start, and we're sort of seeing how things go in the new economy. So like we were really sort of it was kind of an interesting decision about whether or not we should make it so that all the content is exclusive, or rather what amount of content would be exclusive to the league versus not. And the issue that we had is that so I mean a league means something in Path of Exile. In order for something to rise to the level of a league, it needs like a certain amount of features.
Yeah.
And the original
This
thing we
is
were
it.
thinking about doing that way would be the Asmerian Wisps, but there wasn't quite like the kind of like meta mechanics and stuff with that. So we didn't quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge league. And at the same time, we've also got a lot of new players playing Path of Exile 2, never played Path of Exile before. So we were a little bit we kind of were deciding okay, should we should we make them exclusive or not? We sort of decided, you know what, for this one we're not going to. And then what we'll probably try and do is for the next league that we do, we'll actually make it a proper challenge league with like its own exclusive mechanic and so on. But yeah, it's a little bit funny because like in early access is a bit of a different situation, different and so. Yeah, we'll sort of see how this goes anyway. But certainly I would encourage everyone just like start again on a new character. And I think, you'll have a much better time because, obviously if there's structural changes to the passive tree. It's like if you log in with your old character, you're going to have like, your tree's going to get reset. You have to do stuff. There's things like that are going to happen that mean that, and also just balance changes, right? Like huge numbers of them. So you're going to have a better time playing from the start.
That's it. And speaking of the Huntress then, so we saw initial Huntress quite some time ago now and had some hands-on time with it and things, but I certainly, having played that before and played it now recently, the Huntress has changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
So what was the, how hard was it to get it ready for release? What was kind of the key there?
I mean, it's funny because
And where's the
class
druid?
design is one of those things where every time you add something, it can make you reevaluate everything else. It's why it's so hard to predict
Yes.
like how long a class will take. So like it changed a lot since the last time we had we were showing Huntress. And honestly, it's like while there are some skills that you will still see, like it just plays completely different. And I mean, whenever we're looking at like how we're going to design something like this, it really comes down to what is it's special about the character class. Like how can we double down on that to make sure it feels different? So with the Huntress, you've obviously got spears as a base type. The key difference between a spear and any other weapon type is that you can both use them at melee and you can also use them at range. You can throw them. And so because of that, we really were just really trying to incentivize everything possible so that you use both of those things. And action RPG players, they
The bandana's marinating in a lovely
generally speaking,
pesto
the balance
sauce.
can often be such that you only really want to do one thing and do that one thing well. So
Wait, I
trying to
thought you were
incentivize
eating your
the kind of
banana.
ranged and melee is quite a thing. And I mean, the way we do it effectively is try to make sure that like there are combo chains where a ranged thing can combo with something that's melee, and a melee thing can combo with something that's ranged, and then also give you good abilities to move between the two states. And so that kind of means
lay
that
down,
you end
bud.
up with a very agile character, like you're constantly moving like backwards and forwards and kind of moving around. And I would say that given that it's the Dex character, that it's good that it feels that way, that it feels the most agile of all of the melee character classes. That's been a really good one. But I mean, look, there are,
For safety
in terms of changes, I mean,
reasons,
look, there are just changes all
advise
the
you
time.
not
Like
to ingest it.
The frenzy charge thing was like relatively late in development. Like there's like quite a lot of things going on that just meant that the field kept on evolving. And another big one, of course, was parry, which I honestly was very skeptical of working. And Mark, Mark was the one who saved it. Honestly, like I was like, you know what? There was like 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's gonna work. And then you were like, okay, I think we're gonna save this.
I was like, give me a week.
Yeah, exactly. And it works completely differently for most games, because in most games, obviously, with parrying, the way that works is that you have to time the to push the block button at exactly the right time, but that's just something that just wouldn't work in our combat system, because you're often in packs of monsters. It's just like you don't really have the ability to read combat in that way in our game, and at the same time we need to make something where there's going to be if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's going to you need to be able to respond in a way where you don't just then immediately get hit by a bunch of other stuff.
Yes.
So having it so that the parry,
I do love that
it
PoE art
always
behind
parries,
them.
but it's then taking advantage of what the parry does to the monster by following up with something that's going to give you an explosion or something like that to kind of deal with the pack. That's something that sort of allows that counter gameplay to work in our game. So you've kind of got 2 primary parry follow-ups. You've got the frenzy charge one, which dashes back, which means that you don't have to worry about the monsters hitting you. And then you've also got the one that there's another one which I don't believe we showed there, which called Fangs of Frost, which does a counter where you attack with ice, which freezes the pack. So it's another way to so in both cases, you've kind of got something that's kind of dealing with the fact that you've got all these monsters around you. And that was kind of the biggest challenge, I think, that we had with that mechanic.
I'll also make note of, there was a support gem I found that you can attach to any attack that allows you to follow up parry to generate a frenzy charge too. So it doesn't even have to be the backflip.
Yeah.
You
In
can
that case, there's other,
create your own parry.
Yep, and then of course there's always Sniper's Mark. And there's there's a skill that does give you a guaranteed crit, so that's a potential option as well. Like you've got a few different ways to generate them.
Because parry guarantees a light stun.
Yeah.
You always get that small window to actually engage or do a thing before before you're under danger again.
And I'll tell you this.
I wonder if you can parry boss mechanics
in any game ever, because I could never do it. It's always just so frustrating. So I was very skeptical of that, but it feels really good. You've both managed to make it something that's easy to do, because you can just hold the button down and parry at any time. There's no skill involved in that. But at the same time, you've incentivized making it so that you do want to still try and time it as best you can personally. How have you done that? How have you made it so that you actually still want to kind of play it skillfully?
Well, I mean, ultimately, anytime you're holding down the parry button is when you're not attacking, right? Exactly. So you still want to kind of minimize the window, but at the same time, the timing is just not not as bad. But the nice thing as well is that once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the token on the monster. It's very chunky.
Yeah.
So it means it's very obvious when you're supposed to counterattack. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. I think that it came out really well. And honestly, one of the funny things about it is that it immediately made me realize how bad shields are in comparison, which is why we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute, which we'll see if it makes it into 020. I was playing around with it last night.
This was 8 p.m. last night.
Yeah, 8 p.m. last night, exactly. I was
messing with this.
Yeah, messing around with it. And I won't talk too much about how that's going to work, but effectively we want to make shields, the shields better as well, and kind of build something into those to make them more interesting. So that's the plan there. We'll see if it makes it.
Following that kind of similar design space idea of being able to do a bit more with it.
Yeah,
and then
100%.
That feed into other skills and things like that as well.
100%.
There's a lot of room there to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very very combo heavy, and she has the deepest combo chains out of anyone so far, even exceeding like things that you can do with Monk. You got 3-4 different skills deep of things you can start to synergize together. So how do you balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like rather than like onerous, for example.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like one of them is it just has to be very readable and understandable when, like what you can do and when you can do it. And I think the other thing that's really to our advantage here is reusing skills in multiple ways, so you can make a deeper combo chain without requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain. And that's an idea I think that I'd like to try and explore more, because I think that it is a cool way to kind of extend the combo chain. Yeah,
I don't know, shields could get that
too many things
expensive.
involved, and that makes it a lot cooler. So yeah, I'll think a bit more about how we can apply that to other classes and other skills. But yeah, it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects, you're able to combo with anything that creates a ground effect. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Like I added shocked ground to the backflip skill, or I got a companion pet that had a shocked ground aura.
Nice.
As like that was just there and that was available all the time.
I mean, it's funny as well because it also works on just enemy ground effects, and so sometimes you can just get a damage boost because the rare just happened to be dropping ground fire or something. So that's kind of fun. But it's been it's just a lot of fun to play. The first time I ran into that was actually in the graveyard, where there's these like chests that like pop open with fire, and like I was using tornadoes, and then one of them just randomly turned into a fire tornado, and I'm like, oh, what happened there? Oh, yeah, sweet. It was just like a really cool moment where it just sort of interacted with the environment, which was really fun.
You did a fantastic job helping me.
Yeah, it always feels like you're getting a little bit of something extra for free when you're taking advantage of the enemy effects, or a boss fight that just has burning ground everywhere. It's like, sweet. So how do you go about balancing, though, when you have a class that has deeper combos and kind of somewhat requires you to do a bit more versus a class or a skill or a build that is just bonk?
I mean, you have to ultimately make the combos matter, right? And I think actually that's one of those things that we're trying to really focus on with the balance changes we're doing in Dawn of the Hunt more generally, is making sure that...
So that's what I want to know. I want to know what their balance changes are. I think it's the case where some of
the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by end game in a way that I want to make sure it still feels rewarded. And so we were sort of doing various checks, recently about, like as a random example, right? Like so on the Mercenary, we found that doing, but when you get to endgame, doing armor break, what's it called? The armor piercing that causes armor break, followed with high velocity rounds, is just worse than just using high velocity rounds. And that's like really bad, right? Like we have to make sure that we're improving that stuff. So it's like sometimes you just get these things where like the balance by endgame kind of degenerates in a way that that doesn't support the combo anymore. And so we have to make sure that when we're looking at buffing things, that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing. We're really trying to make sure that we're bringing some of that, improving some of that stuff as well as we're making the balance changes.
So do you have like a baseline there of where like the really simple?
Yeah, so I wouldn't know. They keep saying balance changes, but what are these balance changes? What are you nerfing? What are you buffing? Give me some solid stuff.
I guess the players, the players have to do a combo.
I mean,
for people who don't want
ultimately
to.
You never have to, right? But it sort of what it means is that you are sacrificing something. And look, the ideal situation is that like you don't feel like you have to do combos. You feel like you want to do combos, right? Like, because you feel rewarded for them. It's like should feel like a fun, like, oh, I can add this. Like it's the feeling you should be getting.
Yeah. I think the Huntress is doing that very well. It must have been like extremely hard, because I don't think I've ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well before.
Right. Well, I mean, it does require a lot of discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like end up on the cutting room floor because you try them out and then you realize, well, if this is in the game, then that's the only thing I'm ever going to do. So you got to be really careful about that stuff.
Certainly, playing the Huntress now makes me go back and look at the other classes and be like, we need to up that the level there, and we missed the mark a little bit now because this is better. And who's to say the next class won't even be better and make us question even this?
A 60-second timer for reviving.
That's what he says when we like literally when you make a new class, you question everything. He's not understating the level of questioning everything.
That could be fun.
Yeah. Do you see like going back to the monk at some point and looking for more like opportunities to link skills together with?
I mean, we haven't got to the full skill set for any class yet already, and we need to add more pieces for a lot.
I think there's at least 4 skills that were designed and then hunted in the monk currently.
Range are the same. There was extra poison skills. It was intended to be more chaos dots. There's all kinds of stuff. We have to obviously at some point fill all of that in. Hard to say when, but
I want to
gonna
see.
try and incrementally
Hopefully,
get
they
it.
bring
Much
RF
like
back.
Hellray Spectre, and I mean the mount works with the Huntress, but we were like, let's give something for the Ranger this time. Let's give something for the Summoners out there this time, and so we're just going to keep filling in those gaps over time.
And it feels like you're getting better at class and skill design as you go too. So I imagine the last class you're going to release is going to be like amazing. You'll look back at the first ones and be like, ooh.
Possibly.
Well, that is the worry, but whatever.
But look, that just means we've got another round of going through everything and improving stuff again, right? So
and that will never end.
That's it. So with the parry came the kind of looking at the player getting stunned, in particular player heavy stun. So it's always hard to tell players like, hey, we're going to do something to you and it's going to be a bad thing. You're not going to like this.
Well, the funny thing,
let's talk about why.
there's a few things like that actually, because so
Wait, I thought you married her.
The downside of parry to be like that, you get stunned out of it. But then when we're looking at how long, like we're like, okay, right now, even, and it's true with shield block as well, by the way. It's like if you get stunned out of that, the amount of time that you get stunned out for is actually not even enough time for most bosses to do a follow-up attack on you. And it's like, well, where's the downside if it doesn't even have enough time? So we do have to extend that out a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more careful. But
I mean, they did bring cow traps in, right?
Other things like we lowered what's it called, the I can't remember the name of that thing now. The thing that makes you more easy to be elemental
Stun
statuses
threshold?
apply to you. Ailment threshold. That's right, ailment threshold. Yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get frozen or burning or shocked, really, to be honest. So there's stuff like that we've had to do to kind of make sure that that, because if you don't have that stuff actually happen to you, then there's no point in mitigating it. And it's like, things like charms were like not very useful because those mechanics weren't happening to you. There's stuff like that, right? The downsides do actually matter in order to make it so that that you then there's other things you can do to sort of bypass those downsides. So that's kind of one of those things that we just have to make sure is there.
Okay.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like I was able to count the number of times I was frozen in the campaign on one finger.
For sure. For sure. But
it's always by those vile ghosts.
Yes.
So expect a little bit more, a little bit more danger from the
Freeze
stun.
is too OP from those guys because like they're invisible, and then next thing you know, you're
mostly
fucking frozen.
if you're like doing bad blocking or parrying, but
That's
can it
insane.
also occur just from like taking a really big hit or something?
Nope.
At
but it's gonna be worse now.
We've gone through a whole bunch of different should certain boss abilities heavy stun you, and if you spec into enough stun threshold, it like demotes it to a light stun, and if that, there's all kinds of multi-hour discussions we've had, and we haven't really come to anything conclusive there. But it's only from mount, raise shield, and parry, and of which, at least for all of them, you can see your stagger bar filling up. It's worth noting things like evasion apply to. So when you're parrying, we turn off your evasion from taking damage because the block does, right? And otherwise you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry. Yeah. But you can evade the stagger build-up. So you don't take the damage anyway, just
the evasion
anyone misunderstands that.
The evasion still works.
Yeah.
So high evasion will mean you can parry for longer. There's a bunch of parry stuff on the tree, including damage affecting the debuff, the duration of the debuff, so you get to benefit for it longer. Reducing stagger is all over the place for both mount and so in the dex section of the tree.
The what section?
You can mitigate. I mean, my expectation is probably you'll get some in-game builds that are just like, I can parry forever and there's no real consequence. So not every skill can be parried, of course.
It otherwise follows the slam rules. If it's a slam from above or below, you can't parry it. Much to your frustration for some things.
I mean, there are a few things where I've got disagreements about what looks like it's parryable, but...
my hopeful there was when it's contentious, people would bring it up and would change it, right?
Sure.
So, like, if it's on the line, it's meant to be blockable. Like, if it isn't clear. And there was no way with hundreds of monsters and many dozens of bosses that we weren't going to miss some things, so...
So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but action RPGs kind of naturally pull you towards one damage type, one skill, one specific thing, and optimizing as much as possible, because otherwise you're just making a bad build a lot of the time. But I notice Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed, she's got all the elements, she's got physical. The only thing she doesn't have is like chaos, but there's kind of poison on the tree right there. So how do you like promote this like all of this different stuff together? Are you supposed to only kind of be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills, or are these supposed to come together? And how do you manage that?
Well, there's a few things. So one of them is that we provide a lot of combos with the expectation that you'll probably be focusing around like a few specific things rather than necessarily using the whole tree. So like there's that. The other thing as well is just making sure that in the passive tree there's sort of options that go across both. So the Huntress's passive tree has quite a lot of things like extra melee damage if you've done a ranged attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies because while you're in a whirling slash there's so it's sort of stuff like that where we're trying to carefully think like, well, how can we come up with something that's interesting and buffs everything that you might want to be doing, that kind of synergizes with the stuff that that Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard because like many categories of things only matter for one thing part of a combo, so it's just like trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways, and ideally we can achieve that, but yeah, it is pretty hard.
Generally, yeah, you're going to become more niche or more selective because again, even mixing elemental and bleed is just probably often going to result
you
in
probably wouldn't do both elemental and bleed. You'd probably choose one or the other, but that's why we kind of try to make sure that so you've got sort of linkages between them though, right? Because it's like, for example, the Thunderous Leap detonates the spears that you do from the bleed thing, so it's like kind of like the idea there is to
how can you
it changes how that skill then has a use in the combo with the other one. So even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of damage, it's triggering something that's taking advantage of all the damage bonuses you got for the for your bleed stuff. So that's kind of like the idea, is just to link all that stuff in a bit so that you can use the non directly synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's if you didn't see that from the earlier trailer, it's you spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on them and explodes them for
PS5, PS2.
But yeah, that's using
still locked
skill,
out
like in another way of the detonator. But and even more, you've got weapon swaps as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's all those systems we already.
Okay, so we're talking a lot about the Huntress, which is cool and all, but
what will be interesting is whether or not
there's a lot of extra content that was put out there that we should be asking about.
Some way to abuse something, between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Yeah, I mean, so that's it. When we look at a new class, we typically call it Huntress is spears, but kind of not really. It's a signature weapon, but
absolutely
nothing in the Ascendancy's prescribes spears.
Exactly. So effectively, we take great pains to make sure that the Ascendancies never mentions weapon types, that there's that they're always generalized. So for example, the infusion mechanic in the Amazon, it just says projectiles, it doesn't say spears, and the reason it does that is so that you could make an Amazon who is a bow user, and that's all fine. So it's effectively
open-ended.
It's open-ended, and honestly, I know that Mark does it makes the constraint a lot harder for how to design an Ascendancy class when you have to think about it that way, for sure.
Oh, it'd be much, much easier to just put a bunch of cool spear stuff in there, but now only really... I mean, it was similar to
they skimmed the 100 uniques only to grow
traps and mines, and so if you're a trap and mine character, what are you doing? Well, you could do something else, but no one else
But there's
is playing.
So much that they talked about, whether it's the maps, how you can interact with these things, how often are you finding
certainly
things.
Less flexible and open.
What these new bosses are. We talked about new bosses. What some of the uniques are. There's so much more.
How they interact together when you're originally designing them, or is there just literally so many possible combinations? You're just the players will take care of that for us.
I mean, I think it is relatively impossible to come up with everything, but certainly we have to consider, is this going to be broken with anything else in particular? And there just has to be certain rules for things about, how
he's not a min-maxer. You know what, though? I think most people that play the game are not min-maxers. I would say 90% are not.
When he says relatively impossible, it is actually impossible.
Actually.
But... even just looking at the balance pass we're doing at the moment, right? I mean, there's hundreds of things that we still. I mean, there's things that we could never honestly understand all of the different broken things that could possibly exist, and so it's it really does depend a lot on on seeing reports on what people are doing on some level, right? But then I think that what will happen over time is obviously the game's still relatively new. We're still making relatively big changes.
Min-max more than you.
Over time, the balance I think will.
I do enjoy it.
No longer have these crazy outliers to the same extent, and it should mean that we get to some sort of relative class parity. By parity, what I mean is people playing all the different classes rather than focusing only on a few as we get towards full release. Because right now it's obviously very skewed. Because there's certain broken things, so we just the balance over time we'll get there.
It's one of the main goals and benefits of the early access is just like, let's get the balance of characters right. And yeah, this patch release was always going to have
You were like me in your Dota
10,000
days.
problems, you know. The next one will have half that. The next one
It's so
half
much
that,
fun.
and probably eventually it's going to be down to like, here's only a few things going, you know, out of whack. There's always going to be something because we add too much content for it to even be controlled. Again, there are too many uniques, too many supports, too many skills, and too many other changes for any amount of people. Like you're talking about a matter of you'd have to put in like thousands and thousands of hours internally to find it and then you give it to the players. There's so many people, it's going to take literally 5 minutes. So it is. It's very beneficial. And we're lucky in that regard that we get that level of testing and feedback and on such a mass level, and especially, you know, with things like, you know, Ninja and all of that and other people being able to see it and discuss it more openly, we're just going to be able to iterate on it even faster. But yeah, every single patch you're going to see a pretty substantial change in what's going to happen here. Yeah.
Thanks for making the broken builds. And
well, 100%. 100%.
I mean, you mentioned support gems. It's like over 100 support gems added just this patch.
Here we go.
It's already like so many, and with you doing a different weapon for each of the 16 classes.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot by the time we're done. But there kind of has to be, right? Because
that's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You do.
Because otherwise, it's not going to work. Like especially with this one support system, it's like, what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look.
Let's lay them out. What do we got?
Recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well, and continue to get that better. You know, like
there's certainly room for the complexity to get a little bit out of control here. So the recommendeds are going to become more and more important.
Right.
So we need to make sure those are very much right.
For sure.
You must be looking to players even to find some of those recommendations down the line as well.
In some cases.
Hold on, to bring up a topic, because hardcore reset is very different than softcore.
Is that they can't really take into account what you've already done. So the recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos.
It kind of depends, honestly.
And, you know,
a lot of times I play by myself.
The recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing if you're.
I'm not exactly opposed to playing in a group.
Nested recommendation system. It's like, well, I'm kind of doing bleed stuff, so you go to the sub menu for bleed recommendations.
I'm less certain about
You've
that.
got to play very much so like my play style for me to want to play with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a little different. Bit different there.
Maybe like more sorting methods for the show me all the gems. Oh. Because there's a lot that are only in there that I never recommended right at this point.
There are, yes, there are.
It's going to be an interesting challenge you guys have set yourselves to make enough supports there. So another thing that you managed to challenge that you set yourselves, and I always wonder, like, why did you do this to yourselves, was Spectres. So originally those were planned to be in for launch, but obviously Spectres are a whole can of worms. It's hey, let's just give players access to every monster. Also, we've made so many new monsters.
Yeah.
We're talking about all the broken. There's going to be some broken in there, I promise you. And there's going to be some stuff we have to change.
I'm excited to see what this new Ascendancy looks like for minions.
What the time between early access and this was like, okay, let's actually attempt at least to do a balance pass of this and like see if there's anything that's going to be a problem and then adjust numbers.
Yeah, but now you've got to account all those support gems on all those monsters.
Yes, well, this is an interesting thing, isn't it? The support gems work. The support gems work on them, and you know, like, what the hell is that going to do? Yeah, like, it's impossible to completely know. But yeah, like, look, I mean, there's probably definitely some some dark secrets lying in what kind of Spectre mixed with support gems are going to do.
Smurf obsessed.
Now. It's not like PoE1 where
Exactly.
it's like just a bunch of zombies just doing default attack. It's
which is the riches.
Pretty much has a skill now at this point. So,
but you know, the great thing about it is we got to leverage all that work again for the beast taming as well. So and of course the difference there is that you also get the mods from the thing that you tamed. So you know, that's going to be
auras, ground effects.
Yeah, exactly.
On death explosions.
No, you've got a whole nother ruckus of potential interactions. So you know, we'll see what happens there.
We've done nice specific player versions of those things for which specifically when you tame the beast, so that they're not sitting there spamming skills in your hideout and all of that.
Good. Yeah. Yes. So,
but also, like, there actually are player versions of the mods that Res can get, like, so that we can balance them if we need to.
Yeah.
Because some of that stuff would be ridiculous if you had it yourself. So, you know, basically, we still have it sort of work. It mostly works the same way, but there will just be numbers tweaked to the player versions, and the same works as well for the what do you call it? The ritual sacrifice.
Headhunter,
Headhunter and stuff like that. So player versions of the monster mods for that.
Yeah, this new attention to these things is going to benefit like the pre-existing stuff like Headhunter and that as well. Yeah, that's insane.
There's a new. Probably should let people discover it. There's a new unique
on.
charm that possesses you with a random Asmeri spirit as well, and so you get the demons and the stats, and those
Okay.
technically also have player versions too. But actually, not to necessarily make things worse, to make things better, because monsters are balanced to fight player life and monster life, not in the same universe. So actually what we've done is all the things you steal that are monsters and the monster skills, like the explosions and the summoning bears and all that, we've actually specifically balanced them way up to be more effective against monster. So when you steal them, they're much more powerful, actually. Just so they're not just tickling monsters and doing 1% of their life kind of thing.
It was mentioned in chat, actually, the whole like Asmeri modifiers and things on stuff that wouldn't transfer over with the companion system, surely.
No. No.
That would be a little bit too far, perhaps a bit unhinged.
We actually had to, because this is certainly a benefit. Once you have tamed the beast, it is not tradable. And people might immediately be like, oh, so that's sad. Well, the issue is, and as much as you might want some of that, I'm sure you don't want to be carrying around a whole bunch of tame beasts in your inventory all the time. So that every single time you find a good rare, all of a sudden you have to go and...
Because it would mean that finding a rare would become a thing. Yes, exactly.
It's actually like this annoying, in order to make the most money, I have to be constantly thinking about and carrying around tame beasts.
But then we also made it so that as soon as you activate a beast, then no one who comes into the instance after that is allowed to tame it.
Can't do any,
so you can't TFT the it's like
Why?
a whole, like there's a lot of thinking about that stuff in order to
why are they
going
to break Luna's heart?
You know,
It's a sad thing to have lost, but it is like, no, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not signing up
I
for
didn't even think about that. The like needing for cheat sheets and guides
exactly,
and stuff,
right.
like,
And so you have to be really careful. You have to be so
currency
careful.
this week.
And the thing is like it's like we design this thing and then think, oh, trading beasts is going to be fun, but then you realize that the horrific reality
actually
of what it will turn into. It's like, okay,
no.
you know. But yeah, at least we're thinking about that kind of thing. Like with more experience that we have
He's
now.
a lame beast.
Early,
We gotta put him
so that
down.
we don't
No.
Exactly.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've learned from past issues with that sort of trading.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, talking about some of the other new skills, we had the
Poor
addition
Luna.
of the Roar, which was teased quite some time ago, I think.
Yes.
But you've got it in and working now, and it looks like it's moving around pretty good.
Yes.
And it's obviously... you've got like a big downside. If you get knocked off at heavy stun and stuff, you can't use melee from it, so it's for ranged attacks.
Yeah.
But it does seem like one of those things that it's going to be like everyone's going to use or no one's going to use because it's a clear speed machine.
It is a concern.
What?
I mean,
Poor Roa.
My ideal situation is that you're using it sometimes and not using it other times. Like, if you're using it like during clear, I think it will, like you will definitely want to. But it's
What if you can't ride one until you find
we
that,
want to
and
just
that's the
make
first
sure
one
that
you
we've
can
got,
ride?
like, sort of fun things like that. And like it's just a cool fantasy. Like there's stuff like that I just want to get in, and it's like, look, if it doesn't work later, if we have to nerf it, I mean, sure, I suppose. But like I want something like that to exist. We believe that it is balanced as much as we can.
You sound very convinced.
It's balanced.
As I said earlier, you can probably get builds that get to the point of parrying indefinitely. So you can. That means theory you can probably get to the point of riding a rower indefinitely.
Sure.
Again, enough evasion and enough stagger speaking into and all of that.
Yeah.
Well, fundamental question actually. Like, what's its move speed based on? Its own move speed?
The move speed is just your move speed. Like but it's
but without the penalty.
But what you don't get is the penalty for when you attack.
Course.
Yeah.
That's the thing. But it's funny. It's funny though because like even though it doesn't have a move speed bonus, it feels like you're motoring when you're using it, just because of the fact you don't get that downside anymore. Like you feel like you're the fastest thing on the planet.
It is
when you're
Until you
there
play
are other,
PoE1.
more mechanical benefits like. It's considered a companion, which is a kind of subclass of minion that we've added, where you can only have one of each one companion base is a keystone for another, but you can only have one of each type. So like you can have a tame beast and a rower with the keystone.
Oh, right, yeah.
But inherently you can only have one companion.
Right, so you can't use a tamed beast if you're using the rower.
And then there are heaps of passives for like if you have a companion, like companions while they're in your presence and all that kind of stuff. Heaps of that stuff around the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, I saw you guys remade the minion damage is player damage node on the tree. It's your companion damage nodes become player damage nodes. And I was like, oh, that looks like I'm going to take that.
Well, that's the like companion where it's like more the mercenary over to ranger huntress is more like you want your one powerful minion, and benefiting that benefits you, and you benefit it, and there's that like,
Yeah.
synergy between you and your companions.
So since it is a companion, I like the idea of like balance wise. Maybe
that's
it
the
ends
meta.
up being that you're like map clearing on roller back, and then you get to the boss and you dismount like old school mounted knights who charge into battle and then dismount and fight.
Yep.
So if it ends up like that, that seems like that would be a pretty cool balance for it.
that should be the best way to use it. I believe.
Casting spark
'cause
from
then
the
you get
back of a
access to your dodge
Moa
roll.
while
Yeah,
running
exactly,
with your
exactly.
army.
Yeah.
And does the rower then kind of do a bit when you're not on
It can attack, but I mean, it's not exactly a huge damage source or anything.
It's
like
certainly better to stay at ranged. It's not the most durable of birds, for sure.
But it acts as a distraction. Maybe
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
some
yeah. I
support
mean, it's a
gems
minion, right? Like
you
it
can do
attacks
with.
things and does stuff.
Yeah, you can support it with minion supports to make it more durable and all of that. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's the one that's like the minion takes 10% of the damage before you do. So sacrificial bird.
Yeah, true.
Poor little guy. So that sounds. I'm looking forward to playing around with that one then. Speaking of new content, 100 new uniques this time.
What are you doing?
So how many are you aiming for? Kind of in general, is this about really like filling that roster
Well,
out?
we want to have every base type have a
Hold
unique
on,
for the purposes of chance.
Outside of boss uniques.
Outside of boss uniques, we want every
on
base
top
type to have a to have a unique that you can
What are you doing?
chance. And
Yes,
so that
okay.
was with the eventual goal. One of the things, of course, that we had that was sort of a problem in early access is that because of the way, because when we were designing uniques, we kind of designed them like in order from base type up, just literally because that's the way that like spreadsheets are arranged. It's like we ended up with all the low level uniques
enough,
first,
fair
kind of
enough, yeah.
before the high ones, and it was kind of it's like we didn't see that mistake coming. Like it was kind of stupid because
thought we thought we'd get
we
through
thought
way
we'd get through
more
them
of
all,
them,
right? We were like,
so-
okay, we'll get all the uniques, and so we designed them all. It's like, okay, we'll start working on the art, just go down the list. So then we're like, oh crap, now we don't have very many in-game uniques. So this time we're like, okay, we really need to make sure that in-game uniques are a thing. There's way more of them. So the focus really is on making sure there's lots of cool stuff to find. Lots of really chase things that you can get. It's not.
So you discovered the sort order changing in the
Yeah,
spreadsheet.
that it does help. Turns out. But effectively, like you should. This should be a lot better, and like there's lots of cool stuff there.
And we're just going to keep going with that.
Yeah,
by the way,
of
like
course. Yeah.
100 now, 100 later, 100 next. Just keep going until kind of honestly, we never really stop making uniques. Like
yeah.
especially anyone familiar with Path of Exile 1's history, is every single expansion since the dawn of time has had new uniques added to it. So there's
That's fair.
a lot there, and there's going to be a lot here eventually as well. So yeah.
So then let's talk about the idea of like players seeing a unique and be like, 1x, that's not very good. What do you guys want uniques to be in Path of Exile 2? Like, how powerful should they be? What should they be aiming to do? And how should they affect the rares in that slot?
I mean, there's always a tension because we want rares to still matter. Like, we don't want your character to be just only full of uniques. So it really is like the role can evolve. So at the start of the game, they're really supposed to be more about that. The earlier game uniques are supposed to do two things. One of them is when you find them, they should be powerful for a little while.
Yeah.
But then also they have a some kind of combo thing that you might be able to do with them at end game. But we don't always know exactly what that might be. Like, I mean, we've
Like
got some
Pillar of the
ideas,
Cage
obviously,
God?
but it's like we don't necessarily design them to say, okay, this unique definitely has like an in-game build that's going to be actually strong to do with it. And that's because you're kind of putting in things where later on some other mechanic might come along or something might happen, and then people find an interesting interaction, and that's when the unique kind of comes into its own. And I mean, that's the same as like Magic card design philosophy, that kind of stuff. You just put in like kind of weird stuff and sort of maybe you find something. But obviously, it can mean that when people see a new unique, they might they dismiss it. But then one day they might also be paying vast amounts for it if it becomes a meta build. So you could, but I feel like a game has to have that stuff in it in order to feel like there's lots of interesting ways to experiment, because it's like the feeling of being the first person to discover some new interaction is an amazing thing, and then when people see something that like feels smart, and it's like if we don't have uniques that just take chances and do weird shit, we'll never have that kind of stuff happen. So
when we're designing a unique, we don't think about what's the value going to be.
Yeah.
We're not even coming out of it going like, this is going to be really expensive, or this is going to be really cheap.
Well, in some cases,
Well,
you knew what you were doing with that Herald unique.
Nah, I don't remember. It's more of the charm and but that's the thing. Are you aiming for the? Honestly, there's someone said the other day, they were like, a successful unique is one that should be divisive, and I was like, I agree for the most part. But not every unique should fill that role. Some should just be clearly, this is powerful, I want it for sure. It is going to be on my build.
Chase.
And others are like, what can I do with this now? And then others are just like, we don't know if anyone's going to do anything with this, throw it in. And sometimes it doesn't get anything happen with it for 3 years. But we don't
Relic
know
of
that
the Pack.
necessarily. It's like, let's just take an experiment and throw it in there and let the players figure that out.
Yeah, I feel like you're with a lot of these uniques, you're designing a question. You're just like, I'm going to put something that's a little weird. Maybe someone will figure that out.
Well, I think as Rishi called it, it's a puzzle piece, right?
Yeah.
It's just a piece in the puzzle. You put it there, and maybe someone will complete the puzzle or half of it. Maybe not. And then others where it's just like, yeah, this is powerful. Like,
I mean, there are definitely some chase uniques in this. In this
Yeah,
situation.
100%.
Like, oh, definitely.
So on
I'm excited
Chase
for that.
uniques, then we've obviously had some like pretty crazy ones so far. Where do they want to be in terms of like how hard they are to get for players? Because at that point, you do need to consider like how expensive they end up being.
It's really tricky. So whenever we're looking, so if there's a unique that's broken, I guess there's two responses, right? One of them is make it rare enough that you only get the brokenness after the point when you're at the point where you're supposed to get that, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say, like, you know, post pinnacle boss type,
You win.
like a late level of character
Yes.
development, right? And then the other response would be nerf the actual unique, and it honestly is a case by case. Like, you know, so I think that like Temporalis, for example, actually got nerfed in both ways. The actual unique was nerfed a little bit, I believe, although I don't believe it's maybe as much as what players might expect. But then also you've got okay, whatever. But also we have made that one rarer.
It's still pretty crazy.
Oh,
in
it's
the
still
right
crazy
sense,
for sure,
yes.
for sure. But the thing is like you want to chase stuff, right? So therefore
Bye,
you don't want to just go
Temporalis.
nerfing everything into the ground the moment that it's
Yeah.
good. So therefore that one becoming rarer, I think, was the right answer there, because it was way too common. Just due to the
We had also the issues with like I mean, there were three real issues. One is Darkness at one point bypassed Honor Loss. So all of a sudden a no-hit run. It wasn't a no-hit run.
Yeah.
You had Guard bypass Honor Loss. So once again, a no-hit run is not a no-hit run. And then there was just like, well, how can anything hit you if you can kill literally everything on your screen in one frame, right? So those three problems. And so as the balance issue of not everything surviving for more than one frame due to a subset of builds, and those other two things go away, it becomes a lot rarer in itself. That it is much harder to acquire, require like very specific and ideally high skill gameplay. And then there's just like, well, it also was just too common, the relic that yielded it.
I mean, the expectation was that, because this is a hard challenge, most of the time when people try, they will fail. But the reality is, once you get the ability to do it, you just trade for that thing and get it every time.
Yeah.
So that's kind of meant that the
Printing.
rarity kind of didn't work like we thought, and now that should be better in both ways.
Again, for the PoE 1 players comparison, like it was far more common than Original Sin. Which was the same role in PoE 1's version of the Sanctum, just to give us some sort of comparison.
It's just much easier to actually reliably do it.
And it shouldn't have been that much more common.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. So crafting really surprised me. You guys announced, I thought we'd maybe get like one little thing, maybe you'd do something with essences or something, but
Asking
we've
when
got
PS5 server's going to be
essences
on.
coming out a lot more, it looks like. You've got, because you're violent, you can
So
integrate
greater essences are going to be much easier to get. One thing we didn't mention in the video is that like omens are way more common, because I believe you made the change. There's an omen in every
2.5 times more common, I think.
Yeah, than every thing. So like you've got stuff like that. Like we certainly knew that we needed to do more with what crafting stuff, and so we're kind of like, well, let's just make sure we're at least adding 3 or 4 things, like new things to. And,
Every
90
ritual
minutes and it's
will
still
now have
down.
at least one omen in the window.
Amazing.
So you can know upon finishing a ritual, you're like, what is the omen I'm going to get, and hope it's a good one. And
love it.
Maybe most often it's not, but
But yeah, the greater essences, obviously, the Varlorb thing makes it much more common. There's more sources of them with the map and everything like that. So that'll be happening more. And then, of course, there's the improvements to things like the runes. We've got higher level mods that you can get from them. There's like a ton more runes. There's like, we just wanted to expand the set, and having the kind of
The runes thing is awesome. I hope they do the same thing with Essence,
niche
honestly.
mods that you can get and craft onto things. Like it just needed more options. And it's sort of interesting because
supposed to
like
be stomping Viper
some
right
people
now.
say, oh, you don't have crafting in PoE 2 because we don't have a crafting bench. But it's like we actually have a huge number of crafting options, and the crafting being good kind of comes down to like how many of these kind of weird systems are there and how they can interact. But we just have to be really careful because you don't want to get to the point where ground items no longer matter. Like and I think PoE 1 kind of basically did get to that point for various reasons, where like people aren't caring about what's on the ground nearly as much. So we still want to make sure with every change we're making that they still use the ground stuff, that you're still excited for things on the ground, and so that's like a really careful balancing act because they do directly contravene each other. Like the better stuff you can craft, the less important the ground stuff is. So it's a really sort of subtle balancing act. But I think that the stuff we've added here will definitely push things in a way where you feel like there's more smart things that you can do to kind of improve your stuff.
Yeah, well, I think done right, and what you're doing is making sure that the ground items do matter with each of these crafting systems. So
exactly.
You had that fundamental change where you can't just turn an item back into a white item.
Exactly, and that's very important. One of the biggest ones, I think, and that kind of then unlocks the ability to do more. And so the great thing about the Socrables as a crafting system is that they don't compromise the ground at all because they don't, they're on top of the stuff that you can get on the ground. So that's very good. But when it comes to the kind of the base mods, we do want to retain, that an item has. We do want to retain, for the most part, the kind of thing of that part of the item generation is random. It's just that, it's just that on top of that, you get the more deterministic things that you can add in addition to. And then when you do it that way, it works really well. So Socketables work really well as a crafting system for that reason.
Well, so on that topic, we've had this talking to you. It's like you're always
Luna's
saying to
elves
me that,
must die.
This rune system is our crafting bench, but
Yes.
players don't keep asking for a bench anyway.
Right.
So obviously, there's like a branding issue or a functionality
100%. So
gap
it
here.
is funny because I was actually saying the other
All the
day that,
PoE2 streamers watch these two guys.
If we had literally had that system be identical, except that the way it was themed was that there's a crafting bench you go to and craft extra mods on the items, which literally be functionally the same, I think, and required materials that are effectively the runes that you get. Then I feel like people would be thinking that we've got a crafting bench. But yeah, ultimately that is that the rune system, the Socketables are what replaced the crafting bench in the PoE 1 style crafting bench.
And I guess it must have also been like with that initial kind of output of them was just not as many options as
100% as well. So that is the issue, and that's because they were relatively late in development. So now we're just sort of expanding that, and we'll continue to add more Socketables probably with every release, right? We'll add more categories of them, they'll do different things. It's like expanding the kind of type of mods, because there is a thing where it's the more in the base mod pool for items, there can only be things that are really fundamental, and so anything that's kind of out there, we don't want to put in the base mod pool, because then you end up with this sort of situation where you get items that have got random shit you don't care about. The crafting is where you want to have all of the kind of stuff that's very build specific. And so adding more mods to that pool so that you can do that is the right way.
Why is it that you can't socket and rune some things, like non-attack weapons, for example?
Well,
it was more just a choice for asymmetry, where we just wanted these things to feel different. There was also
All
just
right, let me go feed him. We'll do that, and then I'll be right back. When we're done feeding him,
we can do
we'll
something
give him
else
some love
there,
again.
and,
I'll be right back.
So just not having everything be completely identical, much like how the quality on those weapons works differently, where it affects the skill as opposed to just base damage.
I do think it is something that we should be probably looking into sooner rather than later, though.
Yeah, because the asymmetry things, it's good to have not everything be super homogeneous, but because we're talking about the importance of it being that extra layer of control over your items, which you just don't have if you're doing spellcaster.
Maybe we'll add an Arcanist's bench and theme it that way for those
okay.
ones.
All right, you forced my hand. I have to bring this up now. Can we get some sort of cohesive, all-in-one bench for disenchanting, salvaging, selling for gold, Arcanist benching at endgame? I get in the campaign having these things be separate, but at endgame, it's so much clicky.
You're not happy
work.
enough with them just being next to each other, putting them next to each other, and
No.
All right. Well, that's all right. I'll think about that one.
Okay, good. I've planted the seeds at least.
Yeah. Okay.
Done my part.
All right.
There's ways.
Max, there's ways. I like the sounds of that.
Well, at least for endgame,
yeah, that's what
I do.
figured, yeah.
I don't want the world to not feel like it makes sense.
Absolutely.
So,
But
having it that you can just
you've got your hideout where they're all
it would have to be a hideout related thing.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, people are putting their NPCs within each other's personal space anyway, so
Yeah.
the law goes out the window at that point.
For sure.
So we've also got Fractured, crafted via an orb from the cleansed monsters. How rare are those?
How do you quantify rarity like that? They drop from the monsters. I can't remember the exact number, but I think I was kind of saying one per biome, which is the kind of total blob of cleansed monsters. But then that obviously does get affected by things like pack size and all that on top of that.
So is that 5 maps or something?
Well, it depends on how many of them you kill as corrupted.
Yeah,
because
so-
because the ones you
Oh.
didn't cleanse while you were getting to the Nexus, those are the ones that then become cleansed. So you kind of have to choose, like when you go into a biome, am I going to beeline straight for the Nexus and then cleanse everything, or am I going to just fight them all as corrupted to get the rewards from that? So you're kind of choosing one reward or the other based on what you decide to run.
Okay, so you can kind of leave the Nexus for last if you want to.
Yes, if you wanna-
use it to try and get more fractured orbs.
It's the other way around. Do Nexus first, then it cleanses all the maps, and then now you can get the most chance at fractured orbs, or you can fight them corrupted before going to the Nexus if you want to get the rewards that the corrupted maps have.
And we have for example, the corrupted bosses have their own uniques now.
Yeah, so you're gonna want
There's a bunch of new modifiers and
Yeah.
how they. So there's like random corrupted strongbox kind of things and all of that stuff. So you kind of really are like, I'm gonna have a look at the mods. I like this. I'm gonna do this, then this, then this, then the Nexus, and then I'm gonna do the rest cleansed.
Does the cleansed boss have its own uniques as well?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
It does have. It guarantees a fractured orb though as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So you can get the boss.
So and you'll display if you hover over the map and it says like contains, I can't remember his name. Then you run it and kill it, you will get a fractured orb. So at least you will know that will drop one.
Yeah.
So with the fractured orbs being away fracturing, that's obviously super powerful for crafting. Are there any fractured items dropping pre-fractured?
All right,
like
he's
that.
eating. He'll be in
I think we
shortly.
went with no in the end.
Yeah,
we
we got a thing to clean his mouth off.
But we might do it later.
Yeah, so next round on. Is there a particular reason for it or thought process for that?
There just kind of wasn't anything that really fit the that exactly. I think
At some point, you'll want some new thing to
Yeah,
go in
probably.
that. Like this feels
Personally,
right
I
there.
would rather
Nope.
just drop more orbs.
Nope,
Honestly,
Mama
let
came
people
home.
choose how they want to use them.
I like it from the perspective of dropped items matter. Like when you're
yeah,
seeing
but
a rare,
they kind
and
of
then
already
like,
do.
"Ooh."
They kind of do here anyway because
they do,
like
because you
because
use
you
it-
need that
yeah.
as the thing of the fracture.
makes
So it's
sense.
kind of not necessary, I think.
There's other little subtle things, like for example, the cleansed monsters within cleansed maps can't drop equipment as a little thing. So they have much higher. Obviously, they're dropping things more like waystones, tablets, currency. They don't get to drop.
White
any,
Bagra run.
anything. So they're more like currency sources. Is like an interesting
Yeah,
subtle
if you
thing
want
because
if you want more currency, then play cleansed maps.
you know.
So we're gonna have a lot more essences, a lot more omens, potentially ability to get fractured, recombination with the new, more accessible at low and mid
Be
tier
charged
combination.
4.0. Yeah.
This is yes, recombination's certainly undergone some changes. This is a huge leap forwards compared to 0.1's crafting.
For sure.
So was it just about that you had to establish that really like humble baseline for crafting so that you could then go crazy with it like this?
Honestly, I mean, look, on some level, it can just be, like you need an economy. You need to see how things evolve. We just don't want to do too much at once. I mean, although this may seem like quite a lot. I mean,
It does, yeah.
but the thing is like, but in terms of the initial system, it's like if we'd have had all that at the start,
Yeah.
I think that we wouldn't have been like, we'll put it this way: it is hard to take this stuff away. So that's why we
Yeah.
have to be a little bit careful as we do this.
Yeah, I guess you needed to kind of assess the fundamental things like the no scours, the no
Yeah,
bolts,
100%,
and stuff like
100%.
that as well, because then you can have a better idea of how to build off that. Which
But
I'm
alts
super
and
excited about.
scours, please.
But of
Yeah,
course, and if
actual
you know
crafting.
us, like more, there'll be more. There's always going to be more.
Oh yeah.
so.
Oh, you gotta have a new craft for every league, right? That's how it is these days.
Oh, yes.
I expect a crafting system for every league. Thank
Yep,
you.
something like that.
That's somewhat actually our intention. So
yeah.
I love it. Love it. Perfect. So let's talk about Endgame then, because that had
Yes,
some humble
Endgame,
origins as
please.
well with the initial implementation of PoE 2's Endgame. Obviously trying some new things, being a bit experimental, not necessarily just wanting to copy PoE 1's Endgame. But how far of your vision was 0.1's Endgame? Was it what you want?
I would say that the main problem that we had is there wasn't enough overlapping axes of randomness, as we call them, where effectively you
He's
need
still
to
too
have it so that
excited.
when you go into a map, there's just chances for
Nope,
random
he
shit
doesn't want it.
occurring, and then that random shit
We're gonna
like
do
might happen
completely
alongside
different
some
build
other
for
random
Cross-Skellies?
shit, and then now the thing together is
What?
like a new scenario. So I mean, effectively,
Random
like
shit squared.
yeah, exactly, right. So let's like if you look at what we actually added here in terms of like encounters, if you will, whatever that means to you, like we've added kind of more than 40, probably something approaching 50 encounters, and that's if you count things like each rogue exile is a separate one, and each spirit's a different one, and things like that, right? So those are the things. But the big difference between the ones we had before and the ones we have now is that most of these ones can overlap with other things. So you have a situation where you've got the Asmeri Wisp that like happens to infect the unique boss of the area.
I'm
and then
really
that leads to a
excited to see
combat
how that
situation
Wisp
you haven't
does.
dealt with before, or then like you've got some essence thing that like or like, oh crap, that like this other wisp like caused the thing to turn into a boss that then it's just like it's all that stuff combining, or like what happens when this goes with a with a strongbox, and it's like all that combining stuff, and that's what leads to the situation where you've got an exponential explosion of like possible combat situations, and then sometimes you just run into stuff that you've never seen before because of that, because of this combined in some interesting way. And that's something that definitely PoE 1 has got very well, because it's got so many of these things that have been added over time. And it's also something that we took care to make sure that each league specifically did. So what PoE 2 lacked was, I think, that. And so that will mean, I think, that the end game is overall just much more engaging. Obviously, we're going to be adding more content and more of the other stuff, but fundamentally, it's like it was specifically more of that type of stuff that we needed to do. And honestly, I don't think we've even got enough yet. Like, we want even more. We'll keep on adding that stuff, but it needed to become a focus. And I think part of the reason is that when we're first working on the end game, it's like we need to come up with the big ticket items, right? Like, what are the the league things, and like the maps, and we need to come up with all that stuff. And so it's the little detaily kind of things that kind of a little bit require a bit more like time and stuff to work on, even though they're actually like relatively efficient to make. Like, we can make a lot of them when we do actually sit down and design them, because they're like making a new strongbox. Like, sure, it's like it's work, but it doesn't take like that long, if you know what I mean. But it is. But it is that stuff that really adds all the flavor and kind of interest. So we'll just be continuing to do that through the game. And I mean, even yesterday we were having a conversation about like making it so more of the maps, even just like regular maps, have more interesting just little things that happen in them and stuff like that. Like more like what the campaign has.
Love that.
So we haven't like got there yet, but like as through early access, we'll definitely be just like introducing more of those little details everywhere, so that you get
so that every map has a chance to have a mechanic to it.
Mechanics in campaigns.
100%, yeah, exactly. That's just, we just want to make sure that you feel that same way through the in game as well,
and with the leagues as well.
Yeah,
and like, there's really only so much randomness that can occur within a breach in a map, and so they will end up feeling ultra repetitive. Whereas, and again, in PoE 1, you had the boss that could spawn occasionally. You had 5 different factions, things like that. And it is very much our intention to expand on all the leagues, to have way more random things occurring, mini bosses spawning, whatever else. I have a whole set. I don't want to spoil them all yet, because that's a whole later thing. But definitely want to expand on all that.
Wait, what?
Even
Smurf, what'd I do?
Expedition only has the one boss. It had 4 in the predecessor. Like, we need to get back to having all of that depth and all of combat and all of those mechanics, and it'll help hugely, while also making sure we're adding new ones, of course. But what we definitely have learned is that our minimum standard for new ones is going to it should include all of these things from the get-go.
Right.
Otherwise, we're just signing ourselves up for, like, here's 1,000 things we need to improve.
Right.
It'd be nice to actually get some of them finished. So that's going to be a goal going forward for sure.
But I think it's like, it is where our type of design shines, because
that's fair.
Like, adding content is no longer a process of like, we work on a thing and then the players get to play, like, it gets into a situation where like adding content has more value than just the content itself, because it adds to everything else too. And so that kind of makes it feel like the world gets like larger in much larger proportion than what you have. And so like, it's an n squared thing where like, the square of all the stuff we add. So that, like, basically it'll feel like it's ramping up in terms of interest as we add more content, rather than just feeling like you're just continuing.
They really are.
Rather
They're
than
really good at
like
it
you just
too.
add the same amount, it'll feel like it gets even bigger each time.
Yeah, like when you add Asmeri Wisps, that's not just about adding that. It interacts
I'm
with
super
the
excited,
things
honestly.
that
I
exactly
can't wait for the patch notes.
So
I
that's
hope
tackling one of the
that they were to come out
ultimately, I
today,
think,
but
the biggest
here we
things
are.
is just that, like, the core basic mapping of running an empty map was boring, and that's never what you want to be, obviously.
Yeah, we usually get it.
So, like, some of the issues there, I guess, as well, that were exacerbated by that problem was the fact that the maps were so big and that there were so many of them. Obviously, that's getting a lot better with the maps themselves becoming much more interesting. But it seems like this corruption and cleansing mechanic is breaking up and giving you something to progress through as you move towards the next tower or next boss or next other mechanic. I mean, I guess there's always something on your screen that you're pushing towards, it looks like.
Well, we want to
all
try
12 hardcore
like,
solo
honestly, I don't
self-found
even think we're even
campaign.
quite
Come
there yet. Like,
on.
we really want to make it so that you feel like there's lots of quests, as it were, in endgame, like not necessarily directly in the form of like
I
here's
thought
a
the
quest
newer
objective, but,
20% of what.
that you sort of have this
Yeah.
feeling of like, there's like different stuff that you're like that
there's
you
a
feel
thing.
like, oh, there's a thing, like exactly right. You need to ideally, like, every time you do one of those, it's like there's another one just on the horizon that you're thinking about. So if we can achieve that, then we'll have succeeded. But yeah, it'll need to keep adding stuff, right? Like just more and more things, because obviously, you know,
I
you
think
need to
too,
have enough
having it written out side
core
by
there to
side
be
so we
able
can
to
look
get
at
to the
what
point of it doesn't
is
feel like you're
new
repeating
and
the same
kind
thing
of
over and over again as well.
plan and see
It seemed
what
like
the
this
tree
like
looks
explorable
like.
world map thing that you did for Endgame, being like looking like a physical actual map, was really wanting us to explore, but that wasn't really much of that. So you kind of
Well, I mean, ideally we can. It's just about content, really. At that point, you know,
Yeah.
just need to add more and more, and we'll keep on adding more. And this
We'll
this
100% get more of
yeah, and 0 to 0, I think goes a long way to improving that for sure.
So with the corruption mechanic now, you're going to see some corruption on the map, and you're going to want to go there because it's a system that you
Yeah,
can
yep,
interact with.
exactly.
And it's your skill points.
yes.
Yes.
So you're unlocking skill points from that, which means you're unlocking more of the Atlas tree earlier on.
Your first Nexus, you have to run at a tier 1 map, and it will
Great.
drop 2 skill points. It'll give you your first two skill points.
Awesome.
And then you're like, all right, where's my next Nexus? That's where I'm going for my next 2. And then your next one, and you have to do them 1 tier higher every time. So the second one you got to do at tier 2 to get your skill points and so on and so forth.
It's
And
not just
that's it.
it's not just grind 10 maps.
Yeah, that was terrible.
good. I love it.
So yeah, it is very much like let's go and clear these corrupted Nexus, and then it's like, well, and there's the whole mechanic around it. But yeah, if you want to just like I want to get my points as fast as possible, just go Nexus to Nexus to Nexus and get as many as you can. And if you're like, oh, I can't see any Nexus, maybe go to a tower to reveal more, and then which you're doing way less frequently, mind you, thank goodness.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a lot more objective driven as opposed to just again random grind and random exploration. There's at least, and you should be seeing a pretty decent chunk of unique maps.
I was going to ask, yeah.
I call them
It's
unique
funny,
maps.
it's funny because I was pointing out to Matt the other day that the distinction between a unique map and a normal, like there is no distinction anymore. We shouldn't even look at it that way. Like it should be that every map is like unique in some sense.
There's not a unique.
There's not a
system.
unique.
We have
map.
an we do have an icon for it because they are kind of in a different echelon.
Yeah.
But yes, technically, unique map is a name that's a holdover from PL1.
Yeah, because
and-
you can use mods with them with Waystones
So
anyway.
these-
So it doesn't. There's no actual
Sure.
reason for a unique to be any different than a normal map.
You can craft
It's
it
just,
and enhance
it
it.
really
and
just
juice it.
it really just comes down to how rare they are relative to other things, right? So
And how rare are they? How like
I mean,
maybe
again,
in
so hard to
terms of
explain.
player screen.
yeah. I mean, look, as I said, I think
How many
that
screens?
How many? I had the numbers. I just don't remember them.
Well, I mean, as I said, they should be common enough that you feel like there's always some kind of objective you're excited about on the screen, right?
Honestly, more common than I was initially comfortable with, and then after trying it, I was like, okay, actually, this is like, this is reasonable. So
Yeah, I feel like you initially probably want them to be common enough that you're like almost getting tired of those map layouts, so then you're incentivized to add more.
The good thing is, by the way, by adding more here, we didn't just keep them the same commonality as the 2 that existed.
Yeah,
Like they are just more common. It's not like the reason. Part of the reason it wasn't as common before is because there was only 2, and that would have just been repetitive and boring. One of the other restrictions is that
Let me be repetitive on that experience
the
map.
Vault
Let's
of
go.
Kamasa was restricted to the Val City biome, so to speak, and that was one of the Citadel biomes. That's like one of the rarest and latest,
Yes.
So it's like we've not only made that more common within that biome, but a lot of the new ones, in fact, all of the new ones aren't restricted to those city biomes, and thus they are appearing more frequently. And some of them are like, oh, you want deserts because they give you the essence map, or you want the mountain because they can give you this and that, So like, ideally, there's a little bit of just like you see the edge of a desert, and you're like, oh my god, please.
Yes. Okay. So that's what I was going to say. This like idea of exploration is like I felt there needed to be something biomes where like you're actually pushing into a biome because there's that one node that like affected your drops slightly, but obviously that's not much.
The one that was the Shattered Lakes, for example, as you can probably imagine, only spawns in the water biome. And so there's a little bit of like, and so does Untainted Paradise, and so does one other. So there are actually 3 special maps that can spawn only in the water.
Yeah, the moment of Zen.
Go to the water.
And otherwise, how easy is it to find? You said there was an icon. Obviously, you kind of have an idea of what biomes. Is it like also something that's pretty visually
there's art there,
spottable on the map?
So the
That
one we
looks
looked at with the
interesting.
one we looked at with the megaliths, which had all the storm and lightning. Well, on the map, it has a bunch of storm and lightning.
Cool.
So yes.
That's awesome. Cute. That's great. So we mentioned the Atlas passive tree, and you're seemingly, I think, you're getting better progression of that. But definitely an issue I had with it personally was that it felt very top heavy, both for the core one and also especially for the league mechanics, where like the league mechanics you don't get points until you kill the bosses. End of it for most players.
That kind of was the original pitch of that, and I wouldn't say that's really changing here, but there is more we want to do with that, and I think that it could be made better, but 020 isn't getting a change there to that side. But in terms of the actual core Atlas, it definitely is. You know, like you're getting that earlier. There's more. It's a bigger tree. There's more interesting stuff.
There's subtle changes to getting them in the sense that, like, for example, the difficulty 0 pinnacle bosses are way lower life.
Well, that's actually
now.
good. That's actually a very good point. So yes, difficulty 0 is now like half the life that it had before.
Oh,
and
jeez.
so that's like a pretty.
But
That's
difficulty
huge.
4 is currently the same,
Yeah.
as what it was before. So it's same top end, but like easy, more accessible for more people at the bottom end.
Right.
And then also because of like due to the reliquary key working the way it does, all pinnacle bosses can drop all uniques at all difficulties, except they are like substantially less common at difficulty 0. But you feel way less bad for running them at that point now.
Right.
So again, it's just opening that up to a lot more people to farm, and it's not so much dependent on if your build can't do difficulty 4, you're not really a viable character kind of mindset.
So much more easy onboarding for
Big
Which will
hype.
give you your
bosses now.
first sets of points certainly a lot easier now. That being said, not if you're playing the most broken build of all time, because you're probably nerfed into the ground, let's be real. So with your new build, we'll have to see how that balance goes.
With their new broken build.
Yeah,
builds,
well,
sure.
yeah, one of those
New
one of
Spectre
those
builds,
specters.
yeah.
Anyway, the ultimate point being, you're certainly going to get those initial set of points easier than before. However, you are right that something isn't quite right there still, and I do need to kind of explore.
We are going to do more with this like later. We've talked about this issue, but we didn't have time to do anything about it in 020 as much. But certainly by the end of early access, I think that system will probably look quite different.
Part of it also, as we were talking about before, adding all those extra bits of content to the leagues, it'll help give more interest to the trees and more nodes we can add to actually invest into. Because if you think about a breach, there's only so much you can actually modify right now. Right, there's a level of radius, speed, density of monsters, and like sure there's the standard stuff with monsters, but like you can only go so far when you don't have all of that depth of different factions and different bosses and different mini bosses and different itemizations or additional things with catalysts and whatnot. Like you are quite limited in how expansive a tree can be, and so it'd be nice to get those things in and also kind of look at the trees at the same time and reevaluate how that works, just so we can have them be more interesting while we're at it.
Right.
But yeah.
And now with the pinnacle bosses, if you're like halfway through a level, you don't need to. Oh, maybe I'll do that when I get the rest of the level now.
Yes, that was a good change. So yeah, as he was saying, as you were saying, you no longer gain experience or lose experience anymore from Pinnacle, so you could just feel free to do them anytime.
I like that.
So
I
yeah,
like
I
that
think
a
that's
lot.
just a straight up upgrade, and I think
Yeah,
that,
that's
it's
a
not like
huge
you were
buff.
playing Pinnacle bosses for experience. So yeah, it does the downside is not an issue really. Yeah.
It also is the nice thing of really just keeping, like, if we add more leagues, for example, and we end up with a Domain of Timeless Conflict problem, where it's just like rotations to max level, like ultra.
Yes,
ultra
we
quick.
don't want that type of content to be the way you
now
level.
we can say like
Yeah.
maps are the way you level, like that is what you're doing. And sure, you might get some sort of unique map rotation here, and maybe not. I don't know. It depends. But hopefully we can avoid that. But either way, like it's just really you're playing in maps to level, and that's what you're doing.
It's
and there's
not,
something
that's not
nice about
itemized
that.
content, right?
At least,
though?
at,
It's
le-
not
at least until we've added Delve.
Well, sure. I mean,
No.
there will be future parallel in-game systems.
Confirmed.
Right? Like,
I know you want to do something
Yes,
with Delve.
yes.
You're a fan. I mean, you made the end game look like Delve, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's been a long-term problem, and one we need to properly apply to the other game as well. That the whole can't do my content because I got a level, and I'm like, even if you're only like 15% in, you're like, oh.
Yeah. It's just not as bad. Yeah. It's just not as bad in PoE1 because the leveling is faster.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
it hasn't been on our radar as much.
So,
Are they going to
speaking
change
of,
how
like,
fast you can
map
level?
progression? There's been some fundamental changes there. You're telling me that now you can no longer drop maps below your current level of map.
It's correct. So yes, you
Nice.
no longer get if you're playing, a T5 map. You're only going to get T5 maps, or if there's a boss there, a T6 map. But we've also smoothed the way the whole progression works. So we've actually the map drops are way less random now entirely. When you kill the last rare in a map, that has a it can affect it. at T1, that was a 100% chance to drop another map of the same tier. And then as you go up the tiers, you can still sustain that using Waystone chance. So effectively, it's de-randomized that a lot. And then the way there are several ways that you can get upgrades. So in terms of like going up the tiers. So one of them is that when you kill a boss, that's a guaranteed +1 upgrade. Then of course you can still cube them up, 3-to-1 recipe to go up a level, or you can run it corrupted. And if you're running a corrupted map, then because it drops the same tier, that's like a sort of guaranteed. When I say corrupted, I mean the one that
Varlorb corrupting up
+1. That lets you do the run them the same level as well. So you've kind of got those 3 options, but it's much more intentional now.
Does that mean we can drop 16s now?
It's like you're deciding, okay, this is a thing I am doing. You don't just kind of have that like it doesn't just happen.
If I run 16,
so, it's kind of supposed
and
to
I get
jump. Like,
can I drop 16s?
If you're just looking to sustain, you can do that, pretty much guaranteed. And unless you're dying more than the number of times you've got portals, which is obviously the thing now that you can go through portals again, the sustain is going to be a lot easier if you are dying.
Yeah.
But then it's like once you've achieved that, it's like okay, you effectively can sustain forever. Like the cases where people just drop off the bottom and have issues should be like way less common.
Ultimately, it's way less random, way more deterministic. And ultimately you can, as long as you are able to do the not die all the time, you will sustain that tier forever.
Right.
Assuming you can roll enough, a high enough mod count, and there is a boss here, I'm going to go up a tier.
Yeah.
And you go for the boss, you kill the boss, you go up a tier.
And if you
and then you sustain that tier forever as long as you can do the difficulty. It's
and
just very clean.
And if you're adding more mods, which you do need to be doing to continue to maintain 100% ability to go up tiers, then and if you're doing that early, you're getting more maps than what other people are getting, which means you can do the cubing as well. Like it's just kind of like it just much more effectively gets the thing where good players can advance at the right speed, normal players don't fall off the bottom of the curve. It kind of solves all of those issues without, but also you're not going to have just like hordes of low level waystones that you don't need as well. So
and just no, it does. There are still, you can get to the highest tiers relatively quickly. You have to prove you're good enough, your character's good enough, but if you're doing it, you get there, right? It's pretty quick, and you can take it at your own leisure as well, and that's completely fine. So it's not like, oh, we've made it way longer to get to tier 15. Like, none of that is really the case. It's just that before you could luck into getting to tier 15 quickly, with some level of, biasing the luck, of course. Or you could just be like, what the heck, I'm like constantly running out and have a really bad time.
Right.
And so now it's just way, way more like predictable, and honestly, it probably has way more of an impact on the sustain problem, which we didn't really, which we talked about, which is the respawning. I would argue this thing has like way, way, way more impact on map sustain than the respawning does. I mean, obviously, if they're paired, then they relate.
You need both because
if
because the guaranteed drop comes from the final rare. So if you were just dying, you would never get it. So the respawning is necessary in order to make it so that that's going to happen for players who and obviously as it gets more difficult, and you get less portals, you start to get to the point where you're going to run into trouble. But if you're a good player, you should be able to get up into the top and sustain very well.
Yep.
You mentioned the idea of maps dropping magic by default.
Yes.
Is that something you're still doing, or?
I believe it is. But no, actually, wait. But there wasn't a concern about that, which I wanted to talk to you about later.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later because the concern was raised that I think is valid. So we were going to make it so that maps drop magic and above, but there might be issues, so we'll discuss that later on.
Well,
non-decided.
Undecided. Yeah.
Undecided. Yeah.
You thought it was decided.
Got a week left.
Yeah, we've got a week left. It's fine.
Still figuring. It sounds like much more deterministic progression if you're able to prove the power that you have.
That's the main thing.
It just should be, am I strong enough to do this? Yes, I can do it.
Right.
Not, am I lucky enough to do this, and am I strong enough to do this?
Great.
One of those axes, get out of here.
Love it. So we've got rogue exiles populating the maps now. How common are these guys, especially with unique, since you get their unique guaranteed? I love that.
It's 1 in 8%, 1 in 12.5 to start with, but of course Atlas Tree be Atlas Tree. So you can speak into that. And
is there like a map modifier?
Soldier Stream when
to guarantee it, or something like
there
that?
are. I think in this case, this one is the exception, whereas you can get normally guaranteed of the other things. We wanted the exiles to be one that you can't just guarantee all the time.
They don't always have uniques.
He needs a helmet with a GoPro.
They're using them. The AI is very cool. Like how
I mean, they can have 0, 1, 2. I mean, there's nothing stopping them from having uniques.
I wonder
in every
if we
slot.
can't get my phone.
It is.
There's a chance that would be.
It is absurdly rare.
I assume it's
Yes.
just rolled per slot, basically, right?
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
rolled
it's
per
rolled per
slot,
slot.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
But
So
you
we're talking
might have a
like
line of just
fraction of a
I
fraction.
wonder if we
of a
can't get
second.
my
Yeah,
phone to
exactly.
be a camera. We
Still
can take
like
him to a
5 or
doggy
something
park or
like that,
something.
yeah.
you can have them.
But they have quite a lot, like, because they're a player, the assumption is that their other gear is also relatively good, so they do generally drop more biased towards dropping higher tier rares and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
they're doing that like full set of items because
Yep.
you've
I need
got
them
players-
subs
yep,
for
I
that.
like that.
Told you, man, I'm a
Love
broke
that
guy.
little thing. And I feel like it's even more important here in PoE2, so that's awesome. Bet you some of those will be unique, maybe.
We wanted them to be less common
Divine
than the other
treat
content,
drops
but like way
for
more
him.
exhilarating when you find them.
Yeah.
But of course, again, you can speak into them at the cost of other things. That's your choice.
Cool. Is there going to be some sort of like?
I need an
warning that
Amazon
they're
thing,
coming,
an
or
Amazon
are you
wish
gonna know
list,
they're in the
so I
know
can
ahead
have
of
you
time, or
guys
you
get
ambushed by
helmets
these
and
guys?
GoPros, and we'll see if we can't get
You
them
won't know
a
they're
live
in the
stream
map
one
ahead of
day.
time, much like anything random you run into.
But they talk though, and they'll say something before
they monologue before they murder you.
They do.
Don't know if I'd go to quite the level of
Again,
monologue.
when I said
but
some
sure.
when I said some insult you, I'm not joking. Like some do literally insult you, and I believe one of the monks is a pacifist, and he's like, I don't want to do this. Don't force my hand. He'll do it anyway. But,
I'm not.
Yeah.
You're just like running away.
Yeah,
He's like,
exactly.
don't make me
Don't
do
force my
this."
hand. Yeah, exactly.
but look, you can just run away. You know, I really like the here's an occasional spike in difficulty, and again, it's important that they are relatively rare for that reason as well. But I do want it to be when you find one, you are very excited to kill it, and of course, even though they portal out, you still have your number of portals you have. So unless you're running like a full 6 modded Waystone, just get back in there and he's gone, or whatever, you've lost your uniques or non-uniques, whatever they had, but either way, just move on, you know?
I mean, you guys were somewhat forgiving with this. You didn't make it so that they take your items.
Yes, that would have been good.
That's an event. At some
Don't
point,
give me that
perhaps.
idea.
That's maybe a 1 week event or something in the future. And it's
Pretty
like,
easy to do.
just take one of your items.
Yeah.
And then you got a nemesis system where you can find them and try and get it back in the future.
You need to add the Tame Rogue Exile gem.
I know tame's the right word.
Higher
exile.
You run up and you can quickly be like, take $1 million gold.
Just give him a little snack. Like, yeah, you want to follow me?
I mean, to be fair, that would be a fun system.
It actually would. That's actually not a bad
Running
idea.
up and just being like, hey, I'm here, give me 100,000 gold and I'll be your ally. Is kind of,
I know you've
Come
tinkered with the idea of a hireling system at points
Yeah,
in the
well,
past, so now you've got your mercenary hireling system, right? Rogue Exiles. They recruit the one with good uniques.
We'll see. We'll see.
Going down a little bit of a rabbit hole here.
Yeah.
So we did have some League mechanics come over from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. You're going to be looking to port more over? Are you going to be doing some unique ones that we haven't seen before?
I mean, we're definitely going to be doing more unique ones that are, that are just completely different outside of what we've done in PoE 1. Absolutely. But I mean, I think that like sort of the hope in the long term is that each, like, as we kind of get, past the end of early access and as we're sort of, just going out, that each time we do something, we're both adding a completely new League mechanic, but also potentially bring something back as well, kind of like as another additional kind of like, here's another fun thing. So that's probably sort of what I imagine will happen. But it kind of really is case by case. Like some things we don't want to bring back, some things we do, like, and my opinion can change on a dime as well. Like if someone suggests like a new way to interpret something, then I might be like, oh, actually that is great. So, it honestly, people assume that we have a full plan of literally everything, but it's like in reality, it's like it's very much responsive to like what's happening and like the actual plan relates to the things that like are definitely happening, right? You're talking acts, you're talking classes, you're talking like all that stuff is like definitely like that's happening. It takes a long time to produce. It sort of happens in the background. You've got outsources, armies of people kind of working on that stuff, and then all the kind of like more incidentally stuff is very much like, oh, let's do something cool, let's just make this, what if we do this, and we don't have a I don't have a plan for the next 12 strong boxes. It's just just come up with an idea and that's cool. Just a fun little project for a designer to work on.
How do you feel like some of the ones that were, I felt somewhat definitively part of Exile 1 in terms of clear speed, like Breach, for example, have settled into PoE 2? Do you feel like they're in a good spot, or were they a good idea to bring over to the game?
Look, I think Breach is. I mean, look, Breach is fun, right? I certainly wouldn't want to remove it. I don't know about like. I mean, there's probably been some balance changes.
I
to
mean,
it
it was spawning too many.
It has.
monsters,
Yeah,
so
it
let's just say that without a doubt.
It's much better now to PoE 2 standards. Yeah.
It's too like currently on PoE 2, it's just too out of control. It just needs to chill.
Right.
There was a little bit of an assumption made where it was just like, well, you'll get overwhelmed by monsters, and it's more a matter of survive as long as you can. And then, of course, because you get self-propagating herald builds that are just literally can kill anything.
Which, by the
in
way,
every
heralds
direction.
don't self-propagate anymore.
Just get that out of the way.
Just get that out of the way right now.
The power of the characters kind of
yeah.
distorted the league balance
Yeah.
in a way where it's like we have to, make some changes. So yes,
Yeah.
like it's coming down a bit.
I think
I
we
knew
saw
it.
one coming.
There's that nerf.
100%. I mean, look, there's a lot of things that people will say they saw coming, but it certainly does end up being the case that like the patch notes
Yeah,
are
only 100 minutes later.
So by the way, we aren't releasing them at the end of this live stream. We're going to be releasing them next week. But they are going to feel like a bit of a nerf fest for sure because like there's a lot of things that needed to get.
Let's talk balance.
Yeah. All right.
My
Settle in here.
expectations and
Yeah.
anticipations are
Yep.
that this
Here we
first one is
go.
going to be an absolute wrecking ball of chaos and carnage, and see where things land.
Yeah.
But then maybe over time it'll become a sledgehammer, and then like a fine carpenter hammer.
Sure, that definitely should be the case.
As I said earlier, it's like 10,000 things will change this time. 5,000 things will change next time. Then hopefully we can halve it every single time.
People should really be going in with the expectation that like nothing they knew about how the game was balanced before is the same. Just forget everything you know. Like exactly.
Uh-oh.
So basically we'll that kind of just means that like everyone who's finding builds like do it again. Like you are going to find more shit that is like outrageously broken again, but it is not going to be the same shit that was broken before.
Oh, no.
So yeah,
Attribute stacking, get out of here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no, my gemling.
It's the hope is though that yes, you're right. It'll stabilize to the point, and like I it will take time, but we will get to the point where we no longer have things that are easy to become outrageous with. Right, like the idea is like it shouldn't be that you can just slap a combination of supports together and then like you're just like destroying pinnacles in 14 seconds. Like it should be that.
14's a long time.
Yeah, okay, sure. But
you mean 14? That sounds like terrible.
Yeah,
Builds. That's not even on PoE.
Yeah, no,
Ninja.
but that's what I'm saying is with no items, right? But anyway, so the point is that like the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a bit of a fight. But then of course you do get back to the ability after like when like kind of like continuing to expand, like continue to develop your character post pinnacle to the point of being able to annihilate them in seconds.
Yeah.
But it's just like that has to be earned. It can't just be that like just a combination of supports that you can get trivially will do that.
Or like a common unique, and then that's it.
Yeah, exactly, right? So,
yeah.
but it can be. But if you get Temporalis, it's like, well, now, like now you've got you've got some shit going on. But it really has to be that there is an economic factor involved in becoming ridiculous.
Yes.
And so it's when that's not the case that we have a problem that we need to hit shit with a big giant balance sledgehammer.
Yeah, so originally I was going to come in and like ask about all the specific things, but we can just assume that like it's not going to be chaos. So
Yeah.
I like the idea instead of focusing on kind of like your core. What are you aiming for? What are your goals? What are your metrics? So
Oh no, what happened?
a number
There we go.
of like damage / how fast you kill a pinnacle boss.
Yeah.
that you're aiming for, and then how much players can exceed that, and you're like,
Yeah. So it really should be that you're not killing, as I said, not killing pinnacle bosses that fast at the moment. Like a good sort of benchmark for like just a guy walks in and like has kind of got something that's like not stupid, but also like not like doing something, like not crazy. And we kind of imagine that they should have about 50K,
Laggy servers.
DPS, doing something like that. But at the same time, anything up to 500k DPS is
10 times
is also okay. And well, that'll take you from taking a 3-minute fight down to like a 20-second fight. Like that's your range of like potentially acceptable kind of things going on. But if you're doing above that, then you're in like we're probably going to nerf you territory at some point. So that's kind of like the thing. Now it's worth mentioning that like we've lowered like the life of pinnacle bosses to get that to be right and sort of things. Like the difference between a T15 boss and a pinnacle boss was just way too much. So that has been that's been sorted out. Like it's things like that we just need to sort of get things in the right place.
Papa
here.
Smurf
So that's
with all of his minions lagging servers.
Now, obviously, people are going to still find ways to get 10 million DPS somehow, I'm sure, even though we're like nerfing many things. But the thing I think that when we're talking about nerfs and how we want to do, my key thing that I want to try and achieve always is that whenever we're nerfing something, we're only nerfing the thing that was particularly like like we're nerfing as little as possible to make it so that the average Joe who works in and just tries to do stuff is not getting affected by it.
Yeah.
Like it should only be the like ridiculously broken synergy thing that kind of like has some way of dealing with it that's actually affected by this. And I'm struggling to think of an example off the top of my head. Maybe you've got some of like, you know, a way that a targeted nerf that kind of
Well,
like...
I mean, like say lightning conduit, you're not gonna reduce the base damage of it because someone's able to hit for 150 million with one hit from it. Like that comes from the compounding, like top end levels of exposure, stacking, conductivity, and more so shock effect. Right, so it's more about like take away from the shock effect scaling side of things there and increase the base damage even, you know, like do changes like that where it's like for an average person it's now better, and for someone who is absolutely abusing's not the right word,
the
'cause,
Luna
like, they're
player.
doing the right thing
Poor
technically
Luna.
by their standards, that are using all those extreme factors, you know, bring those down a little bit, keep those regulated, and like
I don't
it'll
see her
increase
any
the average
in
user's
here anymore.
experience
Poor
while
Luna
not
can't even defend herself.
narrowing, you know, bringing this down and bringing this ideally up a little bit in a lot of cases.
I like the idea that I felt it's somewhat reassuring to hear that there was actually kind of like a math here. Like ultimately, you're saying bosses have X amount of hit points. It has 500k hit points, and so we expect players around 50. Yes.
Right.
So that's a clear number. Like we know that. Oh yeah, and we're okay with you killing that like 10 times faster than we expect.
Right.
But it's when you get it down to 1 second.
Exactly.
Then we're
10,
like,
10 times is fine, right?
And the problem with the more DPS you have, it is now I have to dodge less.
Yeah.
I get more crowd control.
There's a snowball.
You know, it is. It really is. So
She
you're
beat
always
the
going to
game.
be incentivized to do that, and you get to this weird thing where now it's just like, okay, well, I think you after a while was like, I haven't actually seen a Pinnacle boss fight that lasted more than 2 seconds.
That was really sad to me. Probably the saddest thing about the early access launch to me was seeing the first Pinnacle boss fight, and it just like, and it's like, oh, you know, like it's like nobody had to care about the mechanics. The first time
gave
it was
it so
fought.
many skills.
Exactly, right? Like there were so many skills and all these things, and it's like none of it mattered. It's like that's sad.
Yeah.
So yeah, we ideally was in a situation. Now I hope that doesn't happen again, but honestly, it's probably wishful thinking.
As I said,
yeah.
10,000 things before,
Right.
there's still going to
Yeah,
be
there's still going to be
many
more, and it
thousand.
will happen every time, and
It's-
people will find stuff,
Look, this,
That's what I
again,
like. I
by
like
the
being
end of
glass
early
cannon.
access, I want to say we're going to be in a real fucking good spot with this in a way that is not going to have so much abusive stuff, and getting rid of that whole I feel like I have to play X. Like,
Yes,
it is
that,
very
100%
demoralizing to players
Yes.
when they
Yeah.
played their thing,
Yes.
and all of a sudden something comes out and they're like, oh. I
And
gotta
so
change over to this.
the way you will know that we're successful is because you get more diversity in classes,
Yeah.
because it means that there's no longer the thing that everyone has to play because it's easy to be
I mean,
successful.
you definitely saw that where it's like the comments of any build guide. It's like, oh, another Archmage build. Oh,
Exactly.
oh, it's just Heralds again.
Exactly,
Yeah,
It's like this isn't even a build. This
go-
is just Herald again.
You go look at like what are all crossbow people playing, and crossbows is
Herald.
actually the least used weapon type, and so you specifically start there, and you're like, okay, well here's a bunch of people using these skills: hand of wisdom in action, hand of wisdom in action, hand of
Oh, yeah.
wisdom. Okay, well never mind. The crossbows are relevant, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Even without stat stacking, still better.
yeah,
than the
and
other
it's
one.
like, okay, well, you know, obviously take some away from there, and then it's like, okay, well, what are you left with? Well, you're still left with probably crossbows are bad. So, what do you have to do? And it's like, you know, crossbows now, for example, just a quick change is like instead of using one-handed damage mods for added damage, they use two-handed and their base damage. And then all the skills now have a higher growth per level because they scale with other external factors like attack speed less because they have the reload time. So they will be getting more damage per level, whereas before most skills were very consistently growing per level. So almost every spell would get the same amount of damage per level regardless of everything else it had. And this is how you got things like Spark just being the dominant skill, you know, out of control, because it scales not only that, it scales obviously the number of projectiles kind of out of control, and with projectile and duration and other multiplicative scaling factors, you'll end up with just like, well, of course I'm just going to Spark everywhere. And so now it's like, well,
I feel
Spark has
personally
these
attacked.
other multiplicative things, so it should get less damage per level. And this was in PoE 1 and was the right answer, and we somehow didn't replicate that exact thing that we did.
Yeah, everything
So-
just had the same damage growth.
Yes, we end up with exactly the same. So now every single skill we're looking at it and going, you're going to scale more, you're going to scale less, you're going to scale more on the damage axis because they have other things that scale.
And this just means that, like, when you're asking, well, what skills have changed? Well, the answer is literally all of them. Like,
Yes.
no skill will have the same damage as before. It's like a complete, a complete rebalance of the whole thing.
Expectation wise, it means that any skill that didn't have a lot of things you could do for it will get more damage. that's
Yeah,
what it
that should
does.
be the case. But I mean, even as well, like when we're looking at things like I sort of mentioned it vaguely before, but like I'm trying to make sure, like we are trying to make sure that like the combos that work early game still work late game, which is kind of another important element of that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So crossbow's been buffed a lot, and I also heard the other thing that was definitely getting a lot of buffs is Warrior as well.
I mean, we'll see how that looks. I mean,
everything and everything
yeah.
up and everything down.
Yeah.
It's so hard to
Yeah,
even
yeah.
like.
Yeah.
It's so hard to have like a cohesive message with the single like this class is better.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I mean, it's easy for mercenary skills or for crossbow skills because
Yeah.
I can look at those numbers and just be like, okay, everything's clearly higher.
Yeah.
But then in others, it's like it's
I
too
agree
easy
with
to
that,
worry.
Rexus. Like,
Like Warrior was
it's
like in
impossible
many cases, there was a lot of things that was
say-
actually not bad.
Yeah.
But everything's
it was
up
good
and
in many
everything's
ways.
down.
But then it didn't have anything that was outrageously broken.
And
like
you
how
can
the
do
other
everything
classes
from
do.
the
and it
beginning
didn't gel
in the
with
end
top
game.
players in many ways as well.
I mean, we've also done balance changes on literally every ascendancy class as well.
Yep.
You know,
Chaos.
Pathfinder has like 2 extra notables and some changes. You've got a new notable on Chronomancer. You've got a changes to like Chrono was way too much utility stuff. Like where's just my like good thing, So like you got like a good
Where's my
thing,
bonk node?
Yeah, less niche, more something. And then we've just done that on every single class. We've upped a lot of the undertaken or bad things, and we've downed a lot of the really good, powerful things that were over the top. So
this is why we've gone back to the more conventional patch note cycle of a couple of days beforehand, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look, absolutely.
Look, if they were ready, you would have them. They're not ready because we're not finished, right? Like, and giving someone half the balance changes doesn't allow them to even make educated decisions on what they're going to play.
So it's completely pointless at that
so
point. Yeah,
we'd rather give you everything all at once instead of just some like here's
But even once you have the patch notes, like don't even be under the mistaken illusion that you'll be somehow able to determine what the best builds are from that. Like this because it's such a big difference.
It's hard to take things into context because you can look at it and say, oh, okay, so like this thing got buffed, but this thing got nerfed. It's like, okay, but you're linking just 2 things. You're not linking all of the other things.
Yeah, exactly. So
We'll try though. We'll try.
Yeah, sure. Give it a shot. Do your best.
Look, when the game released, you had to learn everything. You just might have to do it again and again. Every single patch every major patch after this, you're going to have less and less of that, and your familiarity will be able to come in and be useful. So at least from a balance perspective at this point, like it's not like we've structurally changed the campaign and all that. So you have still a lot of information and knowledge that is going to help you play the game better anyway on your second. I mean, a lot of people maybe made multiple characters, but for a lot of people this might just be their second character.
Yeah.
So they're
let's not worry about how many characters I made thanks to hardcore.
So you've been able to see how the best people play.
Oh yeah. There's definitely some good tips to learn from there. Oh yeah.
Learn the minions
Level
quick.
skip with the portal. Beautiful. It's my favorite. On the slightly bigger picture as well, like life and armor versus energy shields. Are you happy with kind of where either of those are at, or what do you kind of hope to achieve with them?
Energy shield certainly. I mean, primarily due to Grim Feast. And like mana stacking being a little bit out of control that's been too strong and more the inside of defense for sure. Expect some pretty drastic changes there. As for armor, well, it's one of those like accuracy kind of things, right? Where it's like or dexterity and like where it's like honestly our next point with that is honestly just to get in a room and just be like, all right, let's pretend it didn't exist and we were coming up with the game from scratch and we're like, okay, we have strength. What would we want the ideal defense to be? And honestly, it might even extend further than that. And really just see, firstly, to make sure we end up, if we don't end up at the same point, make sure we end up as better. Maybe we do end up at the same point and we do just go, okay, here are some other changes that we need to make around physical damage in particular or something like that. But it's one of those things where at this point we just need to like review it from literally back to basics and see where we end up, because it might be something completely different, but like it might also end up being relatively the same, and maybe it was the better answer. But either way, it's worth the discussion and worth the time, because it's, I wouldn't say we're happy with it, and I wouldn't say we're necessarily like all the way unhappy with it, but it's there's something not quite right going on for sure.
You're still fundamentally questioning some of these things and willing to go back to the drawing board on them, which is quite interesting.
Well, 100%.
And this is the time to do it.
We drastically changed how evasion works, and I would say it's for the better, and we should be exploring that with everything. And, so we just need to do that process still. that being said, you know,
By the
as
time
we
you switch to
you know,
hardcore, I'll
make
have the
things more
leveling
like
gear.
shield block better,
Armor should
as we,
also get
buff
block
the
chance. That'd be cool.
ascendancies or nerf them in you know on the other defensive arcs. You know, things like armor will become better, but yeah, again, it's not quite right. But I don't have enough information to say, you know, where it will look, what it will look like in the future. So.
Yeah, okay.
Armor
cool.
gives block chance of like 1%.
So
That'd be awesome.
let's talk about recovery as well, because that's another big thing. I remember early on ExileCon discussions about the importance of limited recovery in making combat matter, you know, so that you could have situations where you're attritioned or where like the hit that you took matters for the next hit that you take, and you know, just back up the full. But it's pretty good in boss fights, honestly. I feel like recovery is somewhat limited. That still happens a bit, but certainly in clearing, you have access to tons of recovery with cannibalism and things like that.
It's certainly out of control, and it's a little bit of, again, partly due to the fact that kill speed and clear speed just was way higher than we had expected and what we balanced around. And because if we were balancing around what people are currently doing with the upper echelons of builds, you'd like, you know, you'd have to have effectively every average player an average build just could be completely, it would be useless for them. Now there are ways around that, of course, but part of it is like a lot of the recovery mechanics, like if you're talking about things like on kill and based on damage dealt, it is a rich get richer problem. And so yes, there are cases that are problematic, and then there are just characters that are too strong. And there's a little bit of both going on. I wouldn't say we've targeted any recovery specifically here, really.
Okay.
Like, there's not been a
What do you mean
main
tick skills?
goal. I'm not going to say that there aren't little bits changed here and there, but it's more about, you know, we've really made sure to just... It's kind of hard to say exactly what we've done because, again, this is probably a thing we're going to have to look at next time because there are so many changes that it is hard to even, like, understand how this is going to fit into
Once
all
the
of
dust
this.
clears, you might be able to see how recovery's looking.
100%. Like, we're at the point where we do need a little bit of like, all right, we need another round of testing for this because,
yeah,
you know. And again, I'm going to stress it is actually impossible for the amount of changes for us internally to be able to be certain or test all of this.
Yeah, but the vision is still that idea of like more stricter recovery or less powerful recovery than what.
Well, it shouldn't certainly be like here's one little piece and now it's fully solved, right? Like, having heaps of recovery should be something you can achieve, but it should require a decent amount of investment of high tier item itemization, right? Like, for sure, it should be possible. It just shouldn't be trivial.
Yeah. So, and on that note, then, for like vision, what's your vision of what Path of Exile 2 is supposed to be? Because I think some people are still like unsure about, is it supposed to be just kind of more like Path of Exile 1, a faster game, or is it supposed to be a slower game, a much more different
Yeah, so you
thing?
could
Like,
walk over...
It's a hard thing to communicate.
Yeah, basically walk over burning ground and take like half
still a bit
damage
unsure.
instead of
It's
full
funny
damage
though
because
like,
you have
once
high
again,
evasion.
it's not. I don't view it as just a pure speed question. It's about like, is the combat engaging and fun?
Yeah.
And also, are you getting to the point where you never get to engage with bosses? Like, if you're never, if the first time you fight a boss, you just destroy it without seeing any of its mechanics, then that's a problem. And it doesn't really say anything about the pace of combat. Like, if you look at some of the Huntress stuff we've got there, like, it's incredibly fast-paced when it comes to, like, dashing around and stuff, but you still have to engage with things, and that's the key element for us. So, you know, like, obviously players want to get ridiculously powerful, and we still want to let them get ridiculously powerful. It just has to be earned. It has to be, you know, like, after a certain point. And, like, after you, like, once you have finished your character, once you've sort of done everything, then yeah, you should be just like, you know, like crazy and like beyond the point of any of all reason. It's just that you have to earn it. You have to get there, right? And like that's the power growth thing. That's like it's really hard to sort of just like smoothen that out across the whole game, but like that's ultimately the goal, right? You have to kind of get to the point of like that. You constantly feel you're getting stronger. You always feel like the next like, oh, I got this, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and you keep on going. And you have to scale that all the way to the end, because the moment that you get to the point where you're just trivializing everything too
Gamble to
early,
62
it's like,
spirit
well, the
damage.
game just becomes boring after that point, right? It has to be
That's
that, you know,
money.
the level of that you still have to get.
And so, kind of based on that earlier discussions about like damage and boss time to kill and things like that, it sounds like the time where you want that to be starting to taper off, like the players can start to cheat that a bit, is after they've done pinnacle bosses.
Well, you should feel that way multiple times throughout the game.
Ah.
But then later you still then get
that's
to a
right,
new
your
level of
SSF.
challenge that
You
still
find
requires you
something
to
else.
engage again. Like if we're doing our job correctly, it's like you reach a point of feeling like you're a god, and then you're like, oh shit, but there's new god-like shit above me that then makes me have to then
Now
do
I have to find the uber gods.
exactly right. So like, you have to keep on with that train. And it's actually really hard to take you back from feeling like, oh, I'm all powerful back down to like I'm feeling, you know. And so you have to kind of get that that in there as you
want
go
that
up.
Dragon Ball anime arc.
Yeah,
where
for sure,
there's,
right?
There's always a new level of Super
yeah,
Saiyan
exactly.
after the previous one.
Exactly, right? That's what you have to be able to do. And so, yeah, it's just smoothly taking up that power level curve, all the way to the end.
Yeah, so I think like when it comes down to things like movement speed when clearing, it's about like if you're able to just ignore everything because you're moving so
Yeah,
fast.
exactly. If you're able to ignore everything, then you obviously you will move really fast. If you're not able to ignore everything, suddenly your clear speed is like not as big of a thing. So long as there are still things that are challenging you, as long as you reach the next tier and like everything's harder again, then you're good.
I feel like a
Getting a level
like
is
point of
challenging
difficulty
me.
here between the communication of this with you guys and some of the people in the community is that I feel like you're not really looking at it in terms of PoE 1 versus 2. You're just trying to answer that question specifically.
Yeah.
So it's not really about like it being like PoE 1 or 2.
Exactly,
it's
right?
about-
It's just about making the combat good.
It's either the combat is fun or it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a sort of spectrum of.
That's gonna be
stuff there,
hard
but
to-
I would say that you want to be able to engage
Oh,
with the
movement
boss.
speed
You
would
want to
be
be able to fight
fantastic.
its mechanics and do its skills, and you want to feel like you can overcome those over time and get better. And you want to engage with monsters, and you want. And yeah, there's probably some people who are like, no, I don't. I want to just press a button and loot drops on the ground, and I don't have to look or do anything. And
well, so that's an interesting point. Is there's this let's say the quote unquote mythical average build is are they able to switch their brain off and watch Netflix on a second monitor only if they're doing like maps 3 levels under what they should be doing or something, or should that be able to happen at kind of like
once,
where they're
once
at
you're at
normally,
once
or-
you're at your tier of godhood.
Yeah,
for
but
that.
I actually want to address that because, like, okay, so I'm watching. Well, okay, right now I'm watching Deep Space Nine, funnily enough, but I'm watching Deep Space Nine as I'm playing, as I'm testing the game, right? It's like you develop a muscle memory, and that muscle memory can include using multiple skills and doing like multiple things, and that's still to me more engaging than just holding down a button, you know?
So you're saying this like watching things on the secondary thing isn't about the game being easy; it's just a skill issue. You need to get.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that your muscle memory can develop from more than just using a single skill. You just and we've always sort of said that there's this thing where like, okay, sometimes you pause the show, right? Sometimes that happens because you
Play
come to a
with
thing.
mouse
that's
and
like,
watch Netflix.
This is an update to the classic, second
I
monitor.
love how the
Netflix.
friggin' watching something on the second screen has become such a
I
fundamental
know
part
it's just,
of the.
it's just the community's just grabbed it and it's become a thing forever.
Well, I
But
appreciate
it's
you watching
It's
me.
been updated now. Like this is the update. You want
Well,
to have,
it
you want
was-
them to have to
It
pause
was
sometimes.
a philosophy set for a
Because
different
I feel like
game,
I've said that 10 years ago about how like sometimes you get the spike in difficulty.
It'll
Like, oh
haunt you
shit,
forever.
like now you have to do this. But yeah, I guess that turns into pause the video at this point. But yeah, but no, but look, if I play this way as well, right? Like it's not like I'm, like once you
That's
get to a
why I
certain
have
point,
the
it's
big
like,
mouse
obviously you're gonna
with
wanna,
all the buttons everywhere,
You've heard it lots of times, like you
so
want to
that I
have something else
can
going on.
one
that's
hand
fine.
the game
But I still
and
think
watch
that there
chat
needs
at
to
the
be
same time.
ability to have to have something engaging from time to time that you have to deal with. So yeah.
It's always been a bit of a silly thing because you've got so much element of choose your own difficulty in Path of Exile, right? Like
Exactly.
do harder maps, do easy maps.
But look, people always want to choose the hardest stuff, right? So therefore, that's what they're judging it against.
That's true. You
And
do
so
have to
that's why
account
you
for that.
do need a level of economic gating to make it so that like you can't go too far with difficulty without without having to prove the economic stuff on some level, so that you can.
Yeah, you're dying
so
and losing the map.
Exactly, you're dying and losing the map. That we have to think. Like all that map sustain stuff is so tricky for that reason. Like getting that exactly right.
Well, it sounds like some big advancements in that regards. So we've got some kind of random tail questions here. Are you planning in the future on, I don't think it's probably happening this time around, but on changing campaign pacing at all? Like, I feel like some of the zones are probably a bit too large and a bit too empty.
I mean, that's more about adding more stuff to them than it is about making them smaller.
Yeah.
Like, there's still a lot more events in campaign that we haven't added yet that still need doing. There's like big lists of things that we never got time to do, so we'll keep on getting to those. And do
the
them.
argument there, which I do believe in, is an area should be able to be large if it has enough interesting things. The
Right.
frequency of interesting things is high or
I mean,
consistent.
the size of an area is completely right. Like, imagine there were no load screens. You just walked from place to place. Like, you wouldn't be thinking about area size exactly. It's just, is the density of interest enough?
It's true.
Like the fact that there happens to be a load screen between one place and the other is not really the relevant
long
element.
is directly proportional to interesting.
Yeah, exactly, right? So yeah, so to me,
one thing we do need to obviously do, and we have done in some areas, is just making sure that if it is a large area, it's not just interesting things to find as well. It's also making sure there's enough monster variety that way it's not just so repetitive. Of, like
exactly.
Yeah, where you've got like almost different biomes. In
There
some
are
areas.
some where I would say the area is large enough, or you're in there long enough such that there isn't enough monster variance, and so it gets a bit repetitive.
But yeah, it's completely true.
The
Anytime
bone
someone says, "Oh,
pits,
this
what?
area is too large," I'm like, "Well, okay. So what monsters are we changing? What events are we adding? That kind of stuff, right? Because that's the way that you change it around. Like there are areas that are very large that no one complains about because they're stuff.
They got a
fine,
lot-
the
they got a
fun
lot
There's
of
things
things
also
and
like
stuff
there
going
are
on.
good. I don't know how many people are gonna play this or how many people stop playing before 011, but like it's worth noting again. Like areas have like the fast travel thing now as well
Yeah.
to
It's certainly a big
between
help.
checkpoints, and there's some of that stuff which I'm hoping again when people start playing from scratch they get to see a lot of the improvements we did before as
Yes.
well and see how they feel
And
about it
it's
again.
worth mentioning through campaign, we've got both the wisps and there's also strong boxes as well through campaign.
Yeah.
Like they feel a little bit different. There's just as
That
you
is,
play
I
through,
think
you're
that's going to
certainly
be
finding some things you
huge.
Shrine soon.
I'm excited
Shrine,
for it.
Yeah.
Soon.
Yeah.
The what's it?
Shrines.
Oh,
We'll
shrine.
have them actually in the
Oh.
campaign soon.
Yeah.
Cool.
Ooh.
I think art wasn't quite done right or something like that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it might be a bit weird. The ones in the end game, it works a little bit better narratively, but using that asset throughout the campaign, it would feel real random. So
Yeah.
it's just a matter of as soon as the art's done, we'll be chucking those in as well.
Oh, great. So that could be after release.
It'll certainly be shortly after.
But also like every time
Awesome.
we do like that we're expecting people to play through again, like we'll probably tweak like which content spawns in different areas and just like fiddle around a bit so that then you play it just feels a bit fresh and things going on there.
Yeah, you kind of got me there. I feel like each of the zones I'm trying to think of that like feel like they're way too big is like they're also just coincidentally empty.
Yes.
So I guess that is maybe
Well,
perhaps.
Also,
one of
it's
the-
a real
it's
game
the
where the
exact
acts
same problem happens in maps, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we
Are
talked
not
about
really
like,
repetitive
exact same
because you
empty
play
map.
one
When
time.
the
the
maps
end-
when people say
yeah,
the map's too big,
exactly.
yeah, just not.
I think
Especially the
I
ones
think
that
I
are
phrased
like
it to Jonathan yesterday when we were talking about
um,
it is every screen looks the same as every other screen. It
And
wouldn't
then
matter
this
where
is
I'm
the-
standing in the map. It would look.
I think the
some
map
of the
you're talking about
maps
was
that are
Step.
almost
we were looking at
linear but
steps,
have
like,
little
okay,
shoot
well, what's
offs on
actually,
them.
like
Those are
it's
the
a
ones that are
big square.
particularly annoying because
there's nothing
you
going on. And
mostly
even
follow
if
the
there's stuff going
line,
on, I mean, like,
but then
it's
there's
funny 'cause, like, it took
always
us a little
one
while
or
to
two
even come to
rares
understanding of,
somewhere
like,
off to
what
the
needed to
side
change
that
there.
you've
Because
got
I'm
to
sort of saying like,
backtrack
okay,
now.
well, like and this is very random. So it's like, do you find the cold plains in D2 as to be a boring area because it's ultimately kind of similar? But the answer is, well, there's buildings sometimes, and you get like, there's just like there's just a little more going on in that way. So like, we need to make sure that maps feel that way too. When we're doing them.
There has been a few pervasive crashes and issues like that.
Oh
So
god,
how's
yes,
that
yes.
going?
Well, I'll tell you what, the entire engine team have basically been entirely focused on that for 3 months, and it's been horrible because. So I mean, it's kind of a long story, and I don't know if I should go into all of it, but
Yeah, 'cause most people play the
ultimately,
acts,
the issue is
a
that,
day or
on
two, and then they're
NVIDIA
out and they never look at
cards,
it again.
The remaining issue, at least.
So yeah,
on NVIDIA
it
cards,
really
if you're
is
using a driver
the-
that's bigger than I think 560 point something, like basically after that point, the game crashes, and if you install an older driver than that, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Like the crash
agree,
happens
Directus.
in the driver and the GPU. NVIDIA is just like not really much help, like, and so it's like just trying to nail down what even caused it. It's just so hard when it's like, and the thing that sucks about it is like it won't reproduce on anywhere except production and alpha. And like the moment you look at it, like we can't reproduce it anymore. And yet for some people it happens all the time. And it's just like, it's so horrible. Like, what we've done, we actually come up with a somewhat ridiculous idea that was now implementing, which we're going into 020 with, by the way, which is that, and this will seem stupid, but like, how about we just don't crash? Which
You tell me about this.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, what we do is what we're now changing it to is that if the GPU driver crashes, what we do is we create a new. A new device, and then upload all the textures to that. The game is paused while this is happening, and then it unpauses, and then the game keeps going. And so that is what we're doing to solve this crash. And it's like it's kind of
I don't-
ridiculous that this has to be the solution because like
I don't know
like,
what they're going to
it's
do.
just
'Cause it
mysteriously
keeps saying
in the
like
NVIDIA
end
driver, we have,
game
like,
changes,
and we
but
have tried to
nothing
find a
seems
workaround
to
for this. It is just
be
like so difficult.
like definitive. You know what I
And,
mean? Like
so
they're kind
that
of dancing
in
around.
020, that's what will happen. So
While we're here, like, do the players have a workaround? Like,
well,
just to get it done, like-
you can install the driver earlier than.
Sure. What
than
about
560.
what about the Vulkan? Does that matter? Is that-
Yes. Well, but no, not entirely. It does still happen in Vulkan, but it's a bit unclear about that particular thing about
That's
whether
the
or not
problem.
that's less. But
I figured it might
no,
be a
no,
good
it
opportunity
is
if there is a workaround to tell people.
it is in the driver. But I mean, yeah, like if you install an older driver, it will go away.
So all of this time when people have been saying the classic armchair developer meme, it was like, Why don't you just add a bit of code that says
That
if
would be
crash
awesome.
equals false?
Yeah, well, something like
It
that.
works.
Basically do the engineering
They
to
were
allow
right.
us to just recreate the entire GPU context,
Don't
and then there you go,
crash.
and then don't crash, and that is actually the
Amazing.
solution we're now going with. But it's like the thing is, the other one that sucked though was that stupid.
But then you got to
damn
wonder, are you going
full
to get
system freeze? Because I'll tell you what, if
a
the
new
entire
trial
system
for every
freezes,
act?
there is just nothing you can do to find out what the hell caused it. Because nothing, there's no like
report.
crash report, there's no logging, there's no literally nothing, right? And it's like that happened.
Like opposite delve, you climb up instead of delving down?
Windows November H2 update shipped, and then things just started mysteriously freezing. And my God, that was hard to track down. And you ask Microsoft about it, and they're like, "Oh, we'll look into it." And it's like nothing happens. It's like Jesus Christ, guys. Like it's so annoying.
I can feel your frustration
Yes,
is palpable.
It's incredibly frustrating because it's like we want nothing better than to fix this shit. So that one was fixed. Like there was some spinlock implementation that like. I don't have any understanding of why it causes this to happen, but we tweaked it a bit and now it doesn't happen anymore. And it's like there's no rational reason why this should cause the
that's
operating system
frustrating.
to freeze. And it's like there's not even a good answer at the end. There's not even like, oh, here's what was wrong. It's just like this random particular sequence of operations being done causes your entire system to freeze for no reason after this Windows update. And it's like, well, cool. Like what do you do about that? Like it's just terrible. And so yeah, that one sucked. But basically now, I mean, it's funny because we've fixed so many crashes that weren't the crash. So like general stability,
other crash
apart
is
from that
fixed.
crash, is incredibly good now.
99% down, probably 99.99%.
And it's like we'll, the thing is we'll fix a crash and we'll be like, oh, maybe this is the crash, and then it fixes like 2% of crashes, and you're like, well, that wasn't the crash, but at least it looks good to fix, right? Like it's so annoying. But as I said, we have a workaround now.
That's good.
That will basically recreate the graphics device if
So you might get a
if it crashes.
pause and then
you'll get a pause
unpause.
for 3 seconds and then like roughly depending on
sounds
the
like
hardware,
a
and then it will
good
continue and the game will pause at the
I obviously just make it clear we don't want it to remain like that. Obviously,
yes. Obviously, we'll still try and fix it, but at least it means you're not crashing. And you're certainly not freezing anymore. That's sorted out. And then, we found another one recently, which was like, okay, so this is another stupid.
How does that affect hardcore?
So anyway, so there's the whole
Did it pauses
Intel,
while I'm doing hardcore?
CPU
Do the monsters
issue,
still attack me?
Like on 13th and 14th generation Intel CPUs, where like there's some freaking voltage regulation problem that causes CPUs to break in a certain way. And if that happens, then like the thing that will break is that like the decompressor will like it'll decompress something and like one bit of it will be wrong. Like literally one bit in there, and then it fails like a hash check, and then that just causes the game to crash. And so the fix, like it's like things like that will happen as well. Like you've got stuff like that, and it's like, well, once again, it's like it is our problem. We have to fix it because it's affecting real users. But like the solution to stuff like that, it's just so annoying to find. And
Anything about
so yeah,
the general
anyway.
theme of the
It sounds like
Actor?
you've improved a lot of the.
Yeah, I
unrelated
think it's going to be
crashes
spoiler
and
because
come
they
up
haven't
with a
said
good workaround.
anything
Yeah,
about a
hopefully,
new
yeah.
act
That sounds like
at
a
all.
massive improvement. But I
Yeah.
also just think
So
your
I don't think
obvious
we're getting an
frustration is
Act
very
4,
valid
and
for
I
people
think
who
they're
would be
just trying to
frustrated
keep
with this.
everything
Exactly,
very
but the
quiet.
thing that's the most annoying about it is that like all these the engine team who are spending time fixing this, they're not able to spend time working on performance issues, which is something else that we need to be obviously improving over time. There's been a few performance improvements, but like not nearly the number we would have had if we had all 7 of those people
tied up with
like
this.
like working on performance improvements.
Yeah,
So
fair
I would guess that we're
that's
not
been the
getting an
most
Act
frustrating
4
thing.
until 030.
Yeah, 100%. But it's like when they're kind of
We have been chipping away at some decent ones though. remember?
Yeah, no, we have. Yeah,
we
those
got
different
some
improvements. Yeah,
pretty good performance problems resolved.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, there was
they
that
were,
ice one that was really bad.
Yeah.
And, there was things like that. So, like, the worst offenses.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get an
I
Act
have no
4
doubt
until
by
we
the time
get 4, 5, and 6.
Each time we do a new release, it'll be even better.
Yep.
But and by the time we get a full release, I'm sure it'll be like very good.
And I mean, speaking of, I know it's like tangential sort of as well. Obviously, we had a
Yeah,
lot
just-
of
they
woes
haven't said
around the release,
anything
but
about
we've
it, so
done
I don't
a
think we're
whole lot
getting
of
one.
back-end engineering work to make it.
Yes,
the
yes,
launch
yes.
is-
So
Yeah.
the launch should go smoother as far as like all
I mean, it was
the
pretty
technical
good.
stuff. It was.
Wow, it still
But-
was 5 hours of
Yeah,
not
yeah.
good.
Yeah, but like 5 hours compared
No,
to
no, no, no.
like,
This time,
days
this time. I mean,
is the
look,
industry
I'm
standard.
I'm tempting fate here, but like we've made significant improvements to the ability for the realm to handle stuff. So
5 minutes this time.
well, I mean, we'll see, right? You never know what's going to go
You
wrong.
always
But it should
sometimes
be
get
much
caught
better.
out by something random.
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
so-
It should be much better this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I hope you get enough players to stress your theory. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
true.
always the good thing to aim for. We'll just run up with a couple of the random kind of chat questions before we finish up today. Any possibility of Ascendancy respecs? Is that something you've considered, especially with all the changes going on?
We're sort of not in love with it. It's just one of those things where like I feel like it's key to the identity of the character, and like respecing like the journey of the character, like it does get pretty significantly compromised if you allow for that. But I know Mark is especially strongly feeling about it.
I mean, the answer's going to be the exact same as last time, which is like, I don't know exactly, or I don't know how to articulate exactly why I feel so strongly about this, and so do a lot of the team members. Of like, again, it's just that your choices should matter, and you know, it's obviously something that I was okay with in PoE 1, and so there is probably a world where I will be okay, but there's got to be some level of work involved to achieve it that isn't to just pay a little bit of gold and then you're done or whatever. Like, I want to find a way to do it if we're going to do it in a way that is like grounded
That's
and
interesting idea.
and difficult to well, not I wouldn't say difficult, but like requires some actual work to do. So that would be the compromise I'd certainly be willing to explore, which I have been thinking about recently because I know every single time we come to an expansion, it's going to come up. So
the trial of respecting or something.
Yeah, there'll be something where your character has to undergo some sort of challenge or something to do it. And I know you could argue, well, doing the trial is that, and you're
Gotta
not
make some
entirely wrong, but
sacrifices.
something a bit more.
Sacrifice a few
So
animals,
I'm
few
sure,
thousand enemies.
I'm sure we'll have a conclusive decision, or at least a level of articulation one way or the other by the end of early access.
Early access or
but,
repetitive, I
for
don't
now,
think there are
yeah,
problems
it's gonna take me a bit
either
more
with
time to
overall
figure out
act
what I want to do
levels,
there.
variety.
Is dynamic switching between
But
keyboard and
no
mouse
for the
and
shitty
controller
Cruel
a thing
X.
at all?
It's not in 020, but it will be coming.
It's on its way.
Yes, so
Work-
like,
being
and
worked
I'm
on.
really hoping by 030, like we should be able to get that. That is a very key feature.
It seems like it's going to be hard to loot juiced maps with only one portal. Oh no, well, this question has already been answered. Well, actually no, because there's still one portal.
This is a concern.
that's
and we
true
have to
with
do something
juice,
about
so
it.
we have to figure
We
it
have
out,
to figure it out.
My
Yeah.
bad,
So
yeah.
in the next week, we will actually be looking into this one.
There's a few problems around
point.
it
Yeah.
still. That other things to come up, like
Yep.
you know, you also don't want it to be that if you did use your one portal, because it's your portal that's used, not everyone's portal that's used. Because when it says
That's actually a
one
good point.
portal,
Yeah, it's a good
that's
point we
one
didn't
portal
I think we
for
mentioned
up
that.
to 6 players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when it's 6 portals, it's 6 portals for up to 6 players, which means technically it's 36 entries and exits out of the map, right? And like that changes things in a way where it's like when it's down to 1, it's like you don't want it to be that, oh, I failed the map. Quick, Ziggy, come join my party, get in here and finish it for me. You know, you don't want to kind of have that style of play happening. So there are still some things we need to figure out with this because it's going to promote some what I would probably classify as degenerate behavior, as well as the fact that, yeah, you're probably like, oh, my inventory's full, zone out. Oh, what the? Okay, sweet. And sure, you can add a warning, but I don't know if even restricting it to just one inventory of loot like that is good, right? I would personally prefer that it's one death, not one, you know, entry. So there's some stuff we need to figure out, but again, Jonathan and I need to talk about that and actually solve that. So
That's interesting, yeah, because the death seems like the important part. So as long as there's not like a way to cheat it, it seems like almost like you'd want to allow people to come and go as they please.
Glad you did.
until
You
they
made it
die,
through.
right?
which is a potential solution.
Yeah.
But again, can't
Something
say for sure. But yeah, 100%. That person is right for bringing that up, and
that is
it
a
is
real
on our
issue.
radar for this coming week to have, or weekend as well, to have a solution for.
Yeah. So with this new league not having a specific like league mechanic, is it still a challenge league? Does it still have challenges?
It's actually
No,
I
there's
didn't think
there's no
so.
achievements or challenges
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, yeah. I'm pretty
these
sure
is-
we weren't going to do that for a little bit yet.
These
but
there's not really, maybe later in early access, but for now, not really.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep it more about
Make
the
the
game
game.
and the mechanics and less about, you know,
Make the game first.
the achievements. And the achievements will certainly, an achievement system and stuff like that will certainly be there with the full release, and we'll reintegrate all of that at the time.
Is there any plans for Stash Tab expansions, like for example, rune storage?
Oh, 100%.
Especially with more runes?
Right now, I'm actually trying to at least add the affinity without adding a custom tab.
Oh,
Those
good.
two things appeared implementation standpoint, so
Yeah.
I want to try and divorce them so we can have affinities without
We
it.
Luna,
wanted to get those
everything.
this patch, but unfortunately,
Poor
they just didn't
Luna.
quite make it.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it's
no.
actually quite likely to come in sometime,
It's-
like in a point release after, like within the 0 to
As
0.
soon as the patch is
Yeah,
out
yeah.
and stable and we're
Yeah,
on
yeah,
top
yeah.
of
But the
things,
most
it's gonna
important
be like,
things
all right,
is
we
you
need to
missed
get all
puppy
those,
time,
UX
like,
or
5
quality of life that we
things.
blatantly missed out on.
Yeah, yeah.
I think
For
that-
example, like being able to add bookmarks to your atlas and
Yep,
write
that's,
the name.
that is one
that
that
is
we,
something
we
are-
designed some stuff for it. We just haven't got it yet.
It's, I want to say it's like 80% implemented right now.
Yeah, yeah. So,
So
it'll be soon as we can. We'll get that in there.
All right, that is excellent. And on that note, we'll wrap things up today. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
Look, they heard you, Degaractus.
Thank you very much for coming.
And thank everyone
Love
for
it. Thanks for
watching.
having me here. Great.
They heard you.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
See you.
There we go. Boom. All right. I think I can close all of that. We're good. Boom. We're done. We're out. You're bored and you just got here? No. Well, that was a lot of information. Like a lot. Hold on. So let's bring this back up. So what do we got? We got Essence. We got a whole new thing going on here, right? More than just Warrior and Monk. We got... Oh, that's sad. But hopefully it made the day go by quicker for you, Luna. We got what? Basically new ascensions for every class, right? So basically new ascensions for everybody. We got the new monsters and a whole new map for the essences and the ability to corrupt them to modify them in some crazy ways. They didn't say anything about this one. Forget that. 100 of each, 100 new skills, and 100 new support gems. A lot of money. There we go. Make that money, Luna. Updated audio and video fidelity. Well, I mean, honestly, just the video side of it looked fantastic. So let's hope that all of that works out. And then the audio, I mean, I guess you can't get too much better, right? It was already good. Cheaper, greater essences. Yeah. Again, forget 4 uniques. There were uniques out the ass, another 100 or so of those. We didn't get a chance to see the tree, so it's not like I can really clip it to see anything, which is kind of unfortunate. Tower rework is absolutely massive. The changes to the clear tower requirements, they mentioned before, but they didn't mention anything here. So, a little weary about that. And obviously the Huntress coming out. Nerfs, basically they just said... Yes, we're nerfing everything. So we'll see how that works. We did expect this. Atlas buff, huge. Exactly what we said, right? Ability to connect or change pathing. So that's absolutely what happened, right? We can now kind of change our pathing a little bit. What was the 3-ring Huntress stuff? Okay, so one of her... one of the Huntresses, yes, so it will work with Ingenuity. It says it's gonna work the same, and I think it actually said it's gonna get its own buff, which is really interesting. But basically, one of the Huntresses ascension points, right, can go into adding a 3rd ring around her neck, basically. So yeah, that I think is going to be real OP. They didn't say anything about staffs or quarter staffs or arcane stuff. So we didn't get any of that. I'm kind of a little sad about that. Druid is not coming. Luna can't bear it. Womp. New league mechanic Einhart. I mean, kind of, right? A belt worth almost 3 ring. Yeah. I mean, you got to think about it, right? So you were adding 40 to 80% of 3 rings now? Come on, that's huge. Unless they take, because they say it's around your neck, it might be considered a necklace. I don't know. It'll be interesting the way they word it and see how it works. But if they keep it as ring, then that's how Ingenuity is going to work, right? Because Ingenuity, it just says equipped rings. So they put it here. Like this was the spot where you would put it in. And as long as it still says ring, that you're still getting your equipped bonus. So I'm interested to see how that works. I didn't see anything about swords, but again, there's 100 new uniques and stuff, so we'll be interested. Spears, no, so I don't, because I have 11 intelligence. 11 intelligence gives me a huge boost to my overall intelligence, which you can see I've been stacking heavily. And so that, because I'm a gemling, gives me much more mana than having a 90%, I think, would. So that's why I went that way. Jewel corruption options. So they didn't really say anything about jewels, but there are a lot of new things you can corrupt, so that's really interesting. The reliquary, we got it. I'm super excited for that. New crafting currency, yes. We got oh, and Smurf, you still here? So we were talking about the fracturing orb, right? So we're going to close this out. We were talking about fracturing orb. Is he still here, Smurf? You still here? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So fracturing orb, Smurf, basically means that if it's like PoE 1, hold on, let's pull up. We'll do this. We'll do this. Let's see if it's in the database. Fracture fossil? No, fracture orb. See what it says. Nope, just fossil. So hold on, well, that's 2. We get rid of all of this and this. Let's go to the PoE 1 side. There we go. Fracturing orb. There we go. So here, so fracture a random modifier on a rare item with at least 4 modifiers. So what that means is if I took this item, which clearly has 6 modifiers. Oh, okay. But if I took this item that has 6 modifiers and is obviously rare, and I hit it with a fracturing orb, it will, what they consider fracture, any one of these. It's completely random. It'll fracture 1. What that means is if I hit the 5 lightning spell skills, I can then chaos this forever, and that 5 lightning will never change. Hold on, it's snowing? What is going on here? Hold up. What? No, ain't nobody got time for that, Luna. Y'all gotta move. Florida's hiring. Really interested in the more prefixed, less stuff. Okay, yes. So that was the other thing, right? So here's fracturing orb. So that's that side of it. Necropolis Affliction. Where is not Sanctum? Expedition. Heist. There we go. Heist with these items. Heist gems. Heist items. A heist item is what we want. Blueprints, blah blah blah, not what we care. Here we go. So Cogwork Ring. There is another one. Where is the amulet? There's one for amulets, and there's 2 levels here. So here's Geodesic is minus +1/1. The Cogwork, I think, is 2/2, right? Oh no, it's still 1/1. But there's a couple different variations here, and they do the same thing for amulets. Oh, this is +1 prefix, -1 suffix. The other one's -1 prefix, +1 suffix. Okay, so here we go. So you get 25% magnitude, and you get either +1 prefix or +1 suffix, depending on which one you get, which means like you could get triple, like if you got the suffix one, right? You could get triple res and all res. You could get triple attribute and all attributes. You could get some really insanely powerful weapons, or rings in this case. Now imagine that plus an ingenuity giving it 80% more or 90% more. And then the same thing should happen. Not see, there it is, simplex. -2 prefix, -1 suffix, but everything gets 100% more. And you can do the same thing for your amulets. And it looks like they're going to do the same thing in PoE 2. They're going to bring these items over. I've got to tell you, they are, first off, extraordinarily expensive. But, man, are they powerful. They are just insanely powerful items. Let's see if we can't find the other amulet's not there. Oh, here we go. Gear. Oh, maybe not. Blueprints, Kava. Yeah, I don't see the amulets. But yeah, they are just insanely powerful. Very expensive. I'm very interested to see how they kind of make this work. Because you want to talk about some overpowered stuff. Like I said, it's very expensive to get, but holy cow, that, again, you're only getting 1 prefix, which is fine. If I get, 180 mana, nice, GG Smurf. If you get 180 mana and you get all attributes and all suffix, or all attributes and all elemental resist, and then they're doubled, come on. You could be crushing it. But that's how people were getting like 80 and 100 to like intelligence or something, is by using a simplex amulet. I'm really excited to see how they bring it back and how it drops. Oh yeah, absolutely. Bestiary is kind of what they brought back, in the sense that like we can now tame beasts, right? Really stoked about that. Essences are going to be, again, this is all PoE 1 stuff, but like Essences is going to be a completely different animal, which is fantastic. I'm excited for. Finally getting, what's the word for it? Finally getting unique charms. Let's go. The ability to take our runes and have a regular rune, a mid-range rune, and a high rune. I'm so excited. All right, but before we head off for the day, because this has been a very long stream, my longest by far. We have until, when does, I think I closed all the other windows out. When does this actually launch, right? So pathofexile2.com, we're saying, there we go, 7 days, 21 hours. So we have basically a week and a day. So I guess we'll give hardcore another shot, see what we get. We have a week. We have a lot more experience. We have a lot more going towards it. So I think tomorrow we start fresh with a nice little hardcore character. What is the Evis tab? Hold on, what are you talking about? Which, oh, Evil. Evil is one of the guys in the guild, and he was going to let me borrow some of his gear. And so I made him his own tab so I would make sure to get it back to him. And then he uninstalled the game. So there's that. I don't think I have another another Omen of Corruption, or we would corrupt this real quick. But yeah, we don't have another Omen of Corruption. That's all right. We'll throw it back in Evil's tab. How much is it worth? Oh, it's only worth like 6 div. That's fine. We got super lucky here. I can't believe how lucky we got there. 6 and 6 are basically perfect rolls. That's a trash one. And then what is this? How did we do here? Oh, we hit bottom rolls here. That's all right. We did pretty good today, considering what we had. So I think tomorrow we're going to run it back with our hardcore Baldy, which means we're going to delete the old hardcore Baldy. We're going to start fresh again, and let's see where we get. We got 7.5 days, basically 8 days to see where we get. Oh, actually, wait, tomorrow's Friday, isn't it? New Witch. Is tomorrow Friday? I can't see my watch because my watch isn't on. I don't know, honestly. I might try. No, we're doing Witch again. It is what it is. I think that was one of the best ones that we saw for hardcore, so Shatter Concoction? I don't No, I think we're gonna do Witch. We're just gonna be nice and easy. We already have a lot of the gear for Witch. Obviously not here because it's on the other side, but we have a lot of the gear, so we'll see what happens. What are the new packs? I don't have any money to buy anything, but let's see what they've got. If you need hand-me-down. Oh, none of the packs are showing up. That's interesting. Oh, wait, it still says loading, but it's frozen. There we go. Oh, these are all still the same ones. Okay. Except for that one, which looks like it's something straight out of WoW. What is going on here? No way. What the? Nope. No thanks. I already have access keys. I don't need those. No. Nope. No thanks. Try again. My 60 chaos that's left. All right, guys. Well, yeah, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. We're going to run... I think we are just going to do a Witch and try some minions and see how far we can get again in a week. We're coming for that end game. But I do appreciate all of you. Thank you for coming out. Who do we have in here? We got Smurf, Sharon Peters, Scarlet, Luna Matador, Degaractus, and Mr. Jones is still in here. I appreciate you all. Thank you for coming out. If tomorrow's Friday, I may not be here just because I got to be in the hospital again in the morning, and I get to see pain management, so I'm getting like 6 shots. So we'll see how I feel. I may be here, I may not, but I love you guys. Thanks for coming out. See you the next one.